Table of Contents. Information. Chapter 1, Greetings from Toki no Hazama. Chapter 2, Umbrella Top. Chapter 3, The Wet Body of the Fox is Seduced and Confused. Under. Chapter 4, The Legendary Otsuki Eel. Chapter 5, 3 Generations of Naruto's Toughness. Chapter 6, The Kidnapping Incident in Union Village Part 1. Chapter 7, The Kidnapping Incident in Union Village Part 2. Chapter 8, Runaway Daughter Control. Chapter 9, Work and Pay Off Debts, Boy. On. Chapter 10, Work and Pay Off Debts, Boy. Under. Chapter 11, Does my brother eat first, take a bath first, or, eat me first? On. Chapter 12, Does my brother eat first, take a bath first, or, eat me first? Under. Chapter 13, Coping Methods Top. Chapter 14, Coping Method Below. Chapter 15, The Opposition of the Elders Top. Chapter 16, The Opposition of the Elders Below. Chapter 17, Rescue Hyagonic Part 1. Chapter 18, Rescue Hyagonic. Chapter 19, Rescue Hyagonic Part 2. Chapter 20, Hyagonizu's Heart of Change. Chapter 21, Union Village with Muscles in the Head. Chapter 22, Uchiha's Guest Top. Chapter 23, Uchiha's Guest Below. Chapter 24, The Key to Solving the Problem Top. Chapter 25, The Key to Solving the Problem Next. Chapter 26, Finalize the Plan. Chapter 27, Konoha's Arrogant Blue, a Rare Beast. On. Chapter 28, Konoha's Arrogant Blue, a Rare Beast. Under. Chapter 29, Army Division Konoha on the Border One More. Chapter 30, Secret Art The Art of Spiritual Pollution Part 1 Second More. Chapter 31, Secret Art The Art of Spiritual Pollution Part 2 Part 3. Chapter 32, Take You to See the Meteor Shower Top 4th More. Chapter 33, Take You to See the Meteor Shower Medium 1st More. Chapter 34, Take You to See the Meteor Shower Next 2nd More. Chapter 35, Union Village Service Soft 3rd More. Chapter 36, Danzo in a Bad Mood 4th More. Chapter 37, Halfway Interception 1st More. Chapter 38, Kakashi from Thrift to Luxury Top 2nd More. Chapter 39, Kakashi from Thrift to Luxury Middle 3rd More. Chapter 40, Kakashi, from Thrift to Luxury Below 4th More. Chapter 41, Strong Resentment from Suzuki Top 1st More. Chapter 42, Strong Resentment from Suzuki Next 2nd More. Chapter 43, The Book of Seal is in Hand 3rd More. Chapter 44, The Gathering of Destiny Top 4th More. Chapter 45, The Gathering of Destiny Medium 1st More. Chapter 46, The Gathering of Destiny Below 2nd More. Chapter 47, Reached a Consensus.jpg Top 3rd More. Chapter 48, Reached a Consensus.jpg Next 4th More. Chapter 49, Konoha School Season Top 1st Update. Chapter 50, Konoha School Season Medium 2nd More. Chapter 52, Leaders are Verbose 4th More. Chapter 53, The Group of 9 Truant 1st More. Chapter 54, Irika So Angry That It Bursts 2nd More. Chapter 55, Hinata's Thoughts. Chapter 56, Konoha-gu. Dangerous Boy Debut 4th More. Chapter 57, The Birth of Sister Control 1st More. Chapter 58, Ability to Enter into Chaos Top 2nd More. Chapter 59, Ability to Enter into Chaos Next 3rd More. Chapter 60, The Crisis of Shishui Part 1 4th More. Information. Table of Contents URL, https://www.wuxiabox.com/novel/Naruto Sakura Blizzard.html. Once through, she became Haruno Sakura in the world of Naruto. I thought I would live to the finale slowly according to the plot of the original, but I didn't expect the gold finger to wake up. It's just that other people's gold fingers help the protagonist grow up. Why? Our family has to guard against accidentally ruining the world. Chapter 1, Greetings from Token no Hazama. Sakura, get up for breakfast. Okay, Mom. Hearing the sound from outside the bedroom, Haruno Sakura got up from the bed and rubbed her eyes before she began to dress and wash. It's been 4 years since I've been in this world. From a baby who was ignorant when I was born, to a little lowly with pink hair and turquoise eyes, Haruno Sakura has already known that I've been there. Which world? Naruto, a particularly popular anime in the previous life. At that time, as an anime lover, I had been chasing after it to the finale, and then began to chase the next generation of Naruto Boren Chuan, but I was idle one day. When I was bored revisiting the Marvel series of movies online, my eyes went black without warning, and when I woke up again, I had become a newborn baby. At the very beginning, Haruno Sakura was stunned, forced, and collapsed. Although her parents died early due to an accident in her previous life, she still has many friends. This sudden crossing, I am afraid those friends will be very sad. Right. However, under the care of her parents in this life, Haruno Sakura also gradually let go of her heart knot. Now that it has happened, there is no point in regretting it. Rather than cherish the memory of the past all day long, it's better to start a new one. Life. Not long after she was the same, when she was held by her parents while shopping, she was shocked by a scene she accidentally saw. On the tall mountain wall, the sculptures of 4 heads were clearly visible. Only then did she realize that she might have crossed into the world of Hokage, and then, after she knew her name in this life, she was even more certain. Haruno Sakura, the heroine of the Naruto world, the female ninja who inherited the name of the 3 ninjas, studied under the 5th generation of Naruto Senju Tsunade, focusing on medical ninjutsu, and inherited the strange power of Senju Tsunade in the 4th ninja world during the war. Even the original Hokage Senjujima praised him, and at the same time the actor Naruto Uzumaki liked the girl for a lifetime, but later he married the person he liked first, Sasuke Uchiha. Thinking back to the life of Haruno Sakura in the original book, Sakura couldn't help but feel a little headache. In the early stage, Kakashi was good at leading the team on Ninja Kakashi, but unfortunately he was not a good candidate to be a teacher. Most of the time they all set their sights on Uchiha Sasuke. He didn't even teach the orphan of his teacher. Fortunately, Kakashi has a very good personality. He will protect his companion even if he tries his best. In the later stage, I finally worshipped a master, but as the 5th generation of Hokage, he was too busy to die, not to mention that Senju Tsunade was still a gambler and drunkard, and there was not much time to teach her, more often by relying on it. With Haruno Sakura, she learns knowledge from books, and then Senju Tsunade will guide her on the key points. Stumbled all the way, relying on his own unremitting efforts, and without the inheritance of the family's secret technique and no lineage plug-in, he became the new 3 ninjas relying on the attributes of learning hegemony. However, although Haruno Sakura's strength in the later period is very good, and even the strongest among the female ninjas of the same period, but unfortunately, his 2 classmates are too open protagonists. Compared with them, they can only said to be a sky and an underground. For her future, Sakura really doesn't know what to do. At present, she can only go to school step by step and endure school, then graduate, and finally worship Senju Tsunade as her teacher. With a body, he is very proficient in the manipulation of chakra. When he goes to school, he can work hard in this direction, at least to lay the foundation first, not to waste too much time like the idiot in the original book. Just when Kozakura was about to open the door and go out, the moment she closed the doorknob, she realized that the whole world had changed. She was no longer in the bedroom, but came into a strange space. In the dark space, there are countless light spots of different colors floating, and a large number of light spots form a nebula-like thing. There are countless light spots. Similarly, these nebulae are also countless, and the whole space is like it is the same as the photos of outer space that I have seen in my previous life, but I am standing in the midst of countless nebulae with my feet hanging in the air. Here? Inner space. Somehow, this name popped up in Sakura's mind. Just when Sakura wondered why she suddenly appeared here, 6 light clusters suddenly appeared in front of her. After the light dissipated, they stayed behind. It is 6 crystals that are as brilliant as gems. After the gem appeared, in front of my own eyes, a page of letter paper appeared out of thin air. Hello, dear traversers, due to our staff's operating errors, which led to your accidental crossing, we are very sorry for this. After punishing the staff, in order to make up for the troubles caused to you, we specially prepared 6 infinite gems are used as compensation. The gems come from the Marvel Universe. I believe you have heard of them. At the end of the letter, I hope you can live a new life a little happily. Letter source, Shizagian Time and Space Manager. PS, the dangerous soul in the soul gem has been eliminated, you can use it with confidence. Cheating. Seeing the letter dissipating in the air, Kozakura couldn't help but raised her head and sighed. She didn't expect that she would be traversed because of a mistake in operation, but fortunately, this time is still quite good, knowing to take the initiative to give herself something. Compensation, and directly brought 6 infinite gems to herself, but it was the name Tokashima that she always felt like she had heard of it somewhere. Infinite gems are from the Marvel Universe. In the Marvel movie, Thanos, who collected 6 infinite gems, wiped out half of the life in the universe with just one snap. They are almost the oldest thing in the Marvel Universe, and almost the most powerful thing. There are 6 infinite gems, each of which is a purple power gem. This gem allows users to master and control all the power and energy they try to master. It supports other gems and can strengthen their role. Using this gem, the user can even copy all physical superpowers, and make their own physical attack and defense capabilities to an invincible level. People who use gems can have almost the strongest energy in the universe, and even the slightest release can release an energy shock wave that knocks down a large number of enemies. The maximum power can even trigger an energy explosion that destroys the planet. Green Time Gem. This gem allows users to reach any point in time, whether it is the long past or the distant future. Using this power can watch or experience any era. If the user has a wealth of knowledge, he can do more things, even manipulate time and cause and effect. This makes it possible to use gems as a weapon to plunge the enemy and the entire world into an infinite loop of time. The Blue Space Gem. With this gem, people can move themselves or all objects to any space in an instant. You can also arbitrarily twist or reorder the space according to your own will. Therefore, the ability of space transmission and space static is as simple as breathing in front of the space stone. At the same time, it also contains tremendous energy. The Orange Soul Gem. This gem has the ability to steal, manipulate, or modify the soul. Gems can not only control life and souls, but even dead spirits can command them. This gem is also very dangerous because it has some independent self-awareness and a hungry soul. Ironically, this gem is essentially an entrance to a small universe that is as beautiful as an idyllic. A red realistic gem. With this gem, people can realize any dream. All scientific codes and laws of nature are meaningless before it, because it can modify them at will. The Stone of Reality is not only capable of creating fantasy that is indistinguishable from reality, it can be completely turned into reality as long as the user is willing. The Yellow Soul Gems can allow users to enter other people's minds, and also allow all dreams, thoughts, and ideas to enter users' brains. It can enhance mental power and increase mental power. Even under the condition that other gems enhance its power, this gem can enter the mind of all existing things at the same time. Even with a light touch, it can change the other person's mind according to the user's wishes. At the same time, the Soul Stone itself also contains huge energy. Recalling the information about the infinite gems in her mind, Sakura only felt that her future was bright. With excitement, the 6 infinite gems connected to her heart suddenly shined, and the power of terror spread from the gems. Hey, no, stop for me. In front of this power capable of destroying the universe, Sakura, the owner, felt that she was insignificant as if she were an ant, but fortunately, these 6 gems are now completely obedient to her command. After Sakura's order, the gems he instantly regained his calmness, and resuspended in front of Sakura, quietly exuding dim light. The familiar envelope suddenly appeared and opened in front of Sakura. I forgot to say that because these 6 infinite gems have terrifying power, and your own power is too weak, so please be careful when using it. Once the power you use exceeds the load of your body, then your body will collapse because you can't bear it. Although soul gems can protect your soul from death, I believe you don't want to feel the feeling of death. Attached PS, please try to ensure it on weekdays. The stability of your own emotions, the infinite gems are connected to your soul. If the emotions fluctuate too much, it may cause the gems to run away and destroy the whole world. I believe you will not want to see such results. In the end, the matter is over. Wish you a happy life. In the narrow space of time, you bunch of scams, this girl is going to work hard with you. In the space resembling the starry sky of the universe, Sakura let out a frantic scream. Chapter 2, Umbrella Top. Sakura, you seem to be in a bad mood today. While eating breakfast, her mother Harano Yacho looked at Harano Sakura with a worried eyebrow. Well, wouldn't Sakura have someone he likes? Young people are always so easily agitated. Father Harano said with a laugh. Come on, Dad, your joke is really cold, it's not funny at all. Harano Sakura sighed. Her own dad has a very good personality, except that he likes to say some cold jokes that can freeze people to death. I just think the pressure is too much. Hey? A lot of pressure? Why? Harano Miyabuki asked suspiciously. Obviously I'm just an ordinary person, but now I have somehow become the savior. The life and death of the whole world are pressed on my shoulders, this feeling is really uncomfortable. Harano Sakura sighed with her hands in her hands. He sighed, I used to think that heroes are cool, but when I knew I became a hero, I suddenly realized that the hero is not very cool, but very bitter. You kid, what are you talking nonsense? Naturally, there are Naruto adults who protect the world. You are just a kid. You haven't even attended a ninja school. It's too early to say that you want to protect the world. Harano smiled and rubbed it. Rubbing Harano Sakura's head, he regarded Harano Sakura's words as a consequence of playing too much ninja game. Sure enough, mortals still can't understand me. Harano Sakura stretched her hands, and suddenly felt a feeling like Zymen blowing snow from the heights. Ah, it hurts. Then in the next second, Harano Sakura covered her forehead, and looked at the initiator dimly with tears. Children should look like children, don't be sad like an uncle all day long. Harano Yacho took her fingers back and said, you will go out to make friends obediently when you finish eating. You must make a few friends of the same age before you can go home, understand? Yes, I got it. Harano Sakura was sitting in a precarious position, not daring to resist the slightest thought. In this family, the words of her mother Harano Mai could not be refuted like an imperial decree. After eating and talking to her father and mother, Harano Sakura walked out of the house and was about to find a lawn to bask in the sun. As an otaku, she is really not good at making friends, not to mention that she is only 4 years old now, and her age. People make friends? She couldn't learn the jokes among a group of children. What a dazzling sunlight! Lying on the grass, there is a clear river not far away, the sounds of insects and birds can be heard on the surrounding trees, and the fragrance of soil and grass can be clearly smelled in the breath. This kind of environment full of natural atmosphere Harano Sakura feels very comfortable, except that the sun in the sky is a bit too dazzling. Then, just try the power of infinite gems. While thinking about it, Haruno Sakura raised her right hand, a flash of red brilliance flashed through her aquamarine pupils, and the power of reality gems was activated, and an oiled paper umbrella began to slowly appear in her right hand. Having the ability to transform fantasy into reality, even now I can only exert a small amount of power, but it is okay to make an oil paper umbrella. I inserted the oil paper umbrella created with realistic gems on the ground beside him, and he was lying in the shadow under the umbrella. The body of a 4-year-old child could use the oil paper umbrella as a parasol. In this quiet environment, Haruno Sakura only felt that her brain was beginning to become drowsy, and a drowsiness came to her heart, but when she was about to fall asleep, a group of noisy slapsticks made her noisy. Woke up. Where is the bear boy? Opening her eyes, Haruno Sakura sighed helplessly. When her parents were still in her previous life, she was harassed by her relatives, Xiangzi, but she didn't expect to be bothered by the Xiangzi after all this has gone through. Hey, wide forehead, I saw this umbrella of yours, hurry up and give it to me, I allow you to play ninja games with us. A group of children ran over. The leader was a 5 or 6-year-old girl. As soon as they met, they set their eyes on Haruno Sakura's oil paper umbrella and called out a nickname that almost made Haruno Sakura run away. Wide forehead. Unexpectedly, this nickname still appeared. I thought I had crossed it. The original Haruno Sakura's nickname would disappear. Unexpectedly, it was still called out today. For a while, Haruno Sakura felt as if there was something coming from the malice of the universes surrounding him. Hey, wide forehead, did you hear what I said? Hurry up and bring this umbrella up, and you can join our team in the future. I will cover you. The little girl in the lead pinched her waist, looking like a big sister. I'm telling you, my brother has already graduated Xiaren. As long as you listen to me, I promise that no one will dare to bully you in the future. Haruno Sakura looked at her so quietly, but she rolled her eyes helplessly in her heart. Such a young girl knew that she had formed a gang. I have to say that people in this world are really precocious. What's your expression with wide forehead? Do you look down on me? Because of a ninja brother, Koizumi Masami has always been the envy of many commoner children, but Haruno Sakura's reaction today made her feel that her dignity has been provoked. Your brain supplement ability is too strong, right? Haruno Sakura stood up from the grass and stretched out her hand to pull out the umbrella. She wanted to hit someone now, but considering that the other person was still a child, it wouldn't be good if she couldn't control her shot too hard and killed him. This has been holding back the anger. Hey, are you trying to escape? Seeing Haruno Sakura turning about to leave with an umbrella, Koizumi Masami was immediately anxious. You can go, keep the umbrella. I said, why are you so obsessed with my umbrella? Haruno Sakura asked somewhat puzzled. Hey, because I like it. Koizumi puts her arms around her breasts. When she first saw this umbrella, she liked it. She was used to the feeling of being taken as the center by the children around her. She also chose unceremoniously. Robbery. Haruno Sakura took a deep look at her, and sure enough, the bear child is a bear child, just because she is fancy, someone will give it to her. However, looking up at the oiled paper umbrella she made, Haruno Sakura didn't feel surprised that the other party liked this umbrella at a glance. The surface of this umbrella is mainly white, with a circle of cherry blossoms on the outer periphery. In the inner circle, there is a picture of 9-tailed beasts, but the images of these 9-tailed beasts are all cute in the Q version. The cute image is indeed very popular with children. I'm sorry, if you like it, you can go to the store and ask the boss to customize it for you. My umbrella will not be given away. Haruno Sakura did not hesitate to reject the other party. This umbrella is not only useful for sheltering from wind and rain. She spent a lot of thought on making it. Although the entire umbrella looks ordinary, it is actually strong. It is not much different from steel, and she is also preparing to continue to strengthen this umbrella in the future. When she officially graduated from the ninja school, she will use this umbrella as her weapon. Wide forehead, don't you want to hand it over? Koizumi Masami's face showed an angry expression. Then don't blame me for grabbing it. I don't want to do it with you, don't force me. Harano Sakura stood there holding an umbrella, her expression unchanged. Even if she is only a 4-year-old kid now, but with the power of 6 infinite gems, it is impossible to be defeated by a few children. Hey, you dare to bully people, be careful, I go tell your parents. Just when Harano Sakura was about to knock down a few children and sleep in another place, a little loli with yellow hair ran out and stopped in front of her. Hey, it's you again, let's go. Koizumi Masami angrily looked at the yellow-haired girl who was stopped in front of Harano Sakura, and finally she could only take a group of children away angrily. Her brother Shinin was not at the same level as the other's family, and she didn't dare to provoke her who was precocious. Other side. Hey, are you okay? My name is Yamanaka Ino, what is your name? Yamanaka Ino turned around and looked at Harano Sakura, and said, I have seen all of them, you are really brave. Can this be called bravery? Harano Sakura laughed blankly, just a few children, what's so scary? Yes, facing an enemy stronger than yourself, but without the slightest retreat, you will definitely be a very powerful ninja in the future. Yamanaka Ino said seriously. My name is Harano Sakura, you can call me Sakura. Harano Sakura laughed, it was a fateful encounter. Chapter 3, The Wet Body of the Fox is Seduced and Confused? Under. Sakura, why did you come here alone? Ino asked curiously, sitting next to Sakura. My parents asked me to go out and find some friends of the same age to play. I can't help but hide here. Kozakura's face was full of helpless expressions. I really can't play with those naive children. Is it childish? A few black lines suddenly fell on Ino's forehead. How did she see her friend's figure from Sakura's body? Hey? You are talking about Nara Shikamaru of the Nara family, right? Hearing Ino said that she was very similar to a friend of hers, Sakura instantly realized who she was talking about, the young patriarch of the Nara clan who had an explosive IQ in the original book, and the later strategist of Naruto Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th generation of Ice. Dame Fukigaра's brother-in-law Nara Shikamaru. Do you know him too? Ino looked at Sakura in surprise. Slightly hurt. Thinking about the character of Nara Shikamaru in the original work, Sakura couldn't help but laugh. Maybe it was caused by too high IQ. Nara Shikamaru always gives people a particularly decadent and unmotivated feeling, but in fact, Nara Shikamaru is still a very reliable person. Well, that guy always looks lazy all day long. Every time Aunt Gina asks him to go out to play with children, he always says that his peers are too naive to play together. Ino Momo, he laughed. Although I will be forced out of the house by Aunt Gina every time. The 2 4-year-old little Lori just sat on the grass and started chatting. Maybe it was destined. It was obviously only the first time to meet, but the relationship between the two people was like an old friend who had known each other for a long time. But for this kind of feeling, Kozakura didn't feel repelled. Hey? What's over there? While chatting, Sakura suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction of the river. She could feel a life form floating in the river, and judging from the soul strength of this life form, it was definitely not fish and shrimp in the river. It seems, someone floated up from upstream. Ino glanced intently, and was shocked. Should we not touch the corpse? Not a corpse, I can feel his soul alive. Sakura stood up and ran towards the river. Soul gems can control the soul, and naturally can perceive the soul. Although she can perceive the range now is relatively small, she can still clearly perceive the one floating in the river. When I ran to the river, I saw the thin figure with golden hair floating in the river. Sakura raised her right hand lightly. A flash of red brilliance flashed through her turquoise pupils. The power of reality gems was activated, an invisible force. The figure floating in the river was pulled over. What? At this moment, Sakura felt a little puzzled by the many souls surrounding him, especially among these souls, half of them were full of murderous intent, giving people a murderous feeling, and the other half were dead. It's like there is no emotion. Naruto Uzumaki. But when she put the people in the river on the ground and saw the other person's face, Kozakura instantly understood what was going on with the extra people around. Watching the Anbu and the roots of the Kyuubi. Those who are full of killing intent should be the Anbu controlled by the 3 generations of Hokage. It is normal to perform various assassination missions all year round, and it is normal for the murderous intent to penetrate into the soul. As for the other half, the kind of lifeless and no emotional fluctuations should be controlled by Shimura Danzo. The roots are gone. But these people are really too much. While doing first aid to Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura secretly shook her head. Although I don't know how Naruto drowned, it was a bit too much for none of these people to come out for rescue. It's okay to say that there is no emotion at the root, but as for NB, they didn't have the roots of saying that they cut off feelings, but they were able to watch Naruto nearly drowning and indifferent. This kind of practice really made Sakura somewhat unacceptable. Obviously he is a child of the 4th generation of Hokage, who uses his body as a container to seal the hero of the tail beast, but he is resented by the entire village. When he grows up in such an environment, he can still maintain a bright heart. No wonder the original work there will be so many people who are moved by him. It is not so much that Naruto's mouth is too powerful, but it is Naruto's firm heart that makes them feel the same. Should you send him to the hospital? Ino asked nervously. No, it's better to send it to the hospital as we treat it ourselves. Sakura shook her head. Now Konoha is saying that Naruto Uzumaki is a demon fox. Even if he is sent to the hospital, it is estimated that the doctors and nurses in the hospital are not will help. Why? Ino asked puzzledly, but after Sakura pointed at Naruto's face, she understood it instantly. As a person with a family heritage, Ino would naturally not believe in the nonsense of the incarnation of a demon fox like ordinary civilians. If the other party is really the incarnation of a demon fox, can you stand there and blame him without harm? Puff, cough 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 cough. After some unprofessional rescue, and Sakura secretly used the power of reality gems to help, Naruto Uzumaki woke up soon. How do you feel? Kozakura took out a handkerchief and handed it over, motioning for her to wipe the water off her face. Thank you for saving me. Naruto took the handkerchief, lowered his head and wiped the water stains on his face, speaking very softly, as if he was afraid to scare Sakura and Ino. Why did you fall into the river? Ino asked suspiciously. I went to the river to catch fish, but I was accidentally pulled into the river by the fish. Naruto scratched his head and said with embarrassment that Konoha's merchants were unwilling to sell him food. In no way, he could only run to catch fish by himself, but he almost didn't expect it. Lost his life. What a fool! Sakura looked at Naruto's thin body, feeling a little distressed. She was obviously a boy, but her body was actually thinner than her girl. It shows how the standard of living is on weekdays. If it wasn't for the Whirlpool clan who possessed strong vitality, I am afraid it would have been unable to hold it long ago. Ah, sorry. Naruto couldn't help shaking when she heard Sakura's words, and her golden hair became a little dull and dull. Why do you have to apologize? Kozakura asked, touching Naruto's wet hair. I'm a demon fox, I must scare you. Naruto forced a smile on his face, her azure blue eyes dodged, and she didn't dare to look directly at Sakura. You are not a monster. Kozakura stretched out her fingers to pick Naruto's chin, making him raise his head to be level with his vision. You see, other people's foxes have a particularly charming look. If the foxes look like you, I'm afraid they will not be unemployed. Really? I'm not a demon fox. Naruto asked hesitantly, eyes full of expectation. This is the vixen, understand? Sakura suddenly took out a piece of white paper. There were many figures with fox ears and fox tails painted on the paper, but without exception, these figures are very cool and clothes and poses are also very special. The enchanting body, the body is particularly hot. As soon as the white paper was taken out, Sakura felt that the hearts of many people in the dark parts of her surroundings began to fluctuate greatly, and even those at the roots also experienced fluctuations in their hearts. It's really different from me. Naruto at this age is particularly pure. He looked at the picture that Sakura took out and compared himself with him. His eyes lit up instantly. It turned out that he was really not a demon fox. Ah, Sakura, why do you carry such a thing with you? Ino blushed with shame. She was a bit precocious, but she was not as pure as Naruto. When she saw this picture, she couldn't help thinking about it. Please, Ino, just a few pictures. As for such a big reaction, Kozakura has an innocent expression. These are almost all fox-related characters in anime or games she has seen in her previous life. Well, although there are some pictures of some unexplainable meatballs, they are also used. Don't expect such a big reaction. But, this. Ino blushed and didn't know what to say. Ahem, anyway, Naruto, look, they have such talents to be called a vixen, and you, without fox ears and no fox tail, how can you be called a vixen? Sakura covered her mouth and coughed slightly, put the paper in her pocket, and secretly used the power of reality gems to destroy them instantly. It's better not to let Naruto and Ino watch too much. It would be good if you accidentally take them crooked. Is that so? So I am not a demon fox, I am not a demon fox. Naruto suddenly cried, holding Sakura in her arms. As a child, she had to endure the mental violence and even personal attacks of the entire Konoha village every day. His heart was naturally very depressed, but Sakura's words seemed to be a ray of light. It lightened his mind, and at this moment, it became the deepest picture of Naruto's memory. Yes, you are Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha village, not a demon fox. Suddenly being hugged by Naruto, Kozakura was stunned for a moment, but when she recovered, she smiled and patted Naruto's hair and said, "Now, from today, I will be your friend. Let me introduce myself. My name is Haruno Sakura, you can call me Sakura. And me, my name is Yamanaka Ino, you just call me Ino." Ino also introduced himself with a smile. "Well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, you can call me Naruto." Naruto wiped his tears, a sunny smile appeared on his face, like a little sun. Chapter 4, The Legendary Otsuki. Cuckoo. Just as Naruto laughed vigorously, his stomach rang untimely. "Let's go, my treat, it's a celebration of our meeting." Sakura stood up with an umbrella. Although Haruno's family is not as rich as those big families, their parents also opened a shop in Konoha, which can be regarded as a well-off home, and because Sakura has always been the property of the house has caused her pocket money to almost never be used. It is okay to invite Naruto and Ino to have a meal. "Pray to Nam, I am sorry for you." In the Naruto office, Sandame was smoking a cigarette, and the crystal ball in front of him showed Naruto, Kozakura and the others. The moment Naruto introduced himself with a smile, Sandame sighed involuntarily, wrinkles on his forehead. The pile is deeper. However, Naruto has made friends now, Hieichi's daughter, and the girl named Haruno Sakura. The girl's fate is very similar to you in this respect. Thinking of the very popular little son in the ninja school at the beginning, Sandame only felt that his mood was complicated and terrible. Bo Feng Shuman was Jiraiya's apprentice, that is, his apprentice, but in the end he was no longer able to protect the apprentice. Even the only child of the disciple grandson failed to protect him. Sakura can vaguely feel a little bit about the monitoring of Hokage 3, and she is not surprised by this. Naruto, as Kuki, has a lot of people responsible for monitoring, and Naruto has had contact with anyone. It will definitely be reported in time. She also knows that the crystal ball that can monitor the entire Konoha village in the third generation of eyes. It is estimated that this kind of gaze is caused by this. Yul Ramen Shop, as a shop with a high rate of appearance in Naruto, is also a place that has been spoofed by countless Naruto fans, especially with a pair of squinted bosses. It is even more jokingly crowned as a big tube. Name. According to legend, Otsuki Yul is the man behind the entire Naruto world, and his face-to-face escape is comparable to the yin-yang escape of the Six Immortals. He stays with the protagonist as the owner of the ramen shop and is responsible for mixing the chakra. The ramen is handed over to the protagonist to assist the protagonist in his cultivation, and every time Konoha has a major crisis, it is only when Konoha takes action behind him to save Konoha from destruction. The above are all fantasies of a group of Naruto fans when they are bored. In fact, they are really just the owner of a ramen shop. As for why, as an ordinary person, they can survive the Konoha collapse plan of Ashimaru without any problems. Ens Chao, Shenluo Tianzhang and so on, the crisis of extermination, it can only be said that Yul Ramen Shop invested in the Naruto crew. Uncle Yul, I'm here again. As soon as he walked in, Naruto screamed happily. Uncle Yul and Changbu are the few people in Konoha who don't hate him. Naruto also likes to eat at the Yul Ramen Shop, but it's ramen. Although the price is not too expensive, Naruto, whose main source of income is relying on the Orphans Relief Fund, cannot eat every day. He can only improve the taste occasionally. Therefore, he eats ramen almost every time. Naruto people will be very happy. Ah, what happened to your hand, Uncle Yul? However, as soon as the three entered the door, they saw Uncle Yul with his left hand wrapped in gauze. My father wanted to create a brand new flavor of ramen, but he accidentally cut his hand while cutting vegetables. Changpu looked at Uncle Yul with a bit of complaint, and said, really, he is already the age of the uncle, and he still has to be strong, cutting vegetables at such a fast speed, but now he is injured. Ah, that, I had a few conversations with Akai in the village yesterday, and then I accidentally got blood. Uncle Yul's face was embarrassed and infected by Akai's youth slogan, he chose when he was cutting vegetables. He used his fastest speed, but accidentally cut his hand. I hurt my hand, then doesn't it mean that there is no ramen to eat? Naruto instantly turned into a weakened appearance. Sorry, Naruto, if you want to make ramen, you still have to wait until the wound has healed. Uncle Yul said a little apologetically. Well, Uncle Yul, can I borrow your kitchen for a while? Kozakura put the oil paper umbrella in her hand by the door, turned her head and asked, Konoha's more famous food besides Yul Ramen Shop also only has yakiniku. Fortunately, Yul Ramen, yakiniku, she really can't afford it now. That money. Little girl, do you know how to make ramen? Uncle Yul looked at Sakura suspiciously. The 4-year-old didn't seem to know how to cook. Know a little. Sakura laughed. She was alone in her previous life, and as a foodie, she has not only tasted many delicacies, but also memorized a lot of delicacies. If we talk about eating, I'm not just bragging about it. My Chinese delicacy is totally fine. Interact with the whole world. Putting on the reduced version of the chef's uniform that Uncle Yul specially found, and wearing a chef's hat, Sakura now feels like a professional chef. Speaking of ramen, the most famous one in previous lives is naturally Lansao ramen. Although Sakura does not know the production steps, she still knows ordinary ramen. A piece of dough is constantly pressed and kneaded in a small hand. After kneading, it grabs the ends and stretches it hard, beats it, and moves like a piece of art. Ramen gradually took shape in Sakura's hands. The blessing of the power gem made Sakura not feel any effort. The only trouble was probably the arm length problem. For a 4-year-old body, the arm stretched out just so much. It's a bit longer, so the amount of ramen Sakura makes at one time is not enough for a whole bowl. Now, I'll make a little bit for you to taste first, and if it tastes delicious, I'll make it again. A bowl of ramen was served in front of a few people. Sakura exhaled and controlled her body to fall to the ground. Her 4-year-old body was even taller than her stove. In desperation, Sakura could only use reality gems. I want to let myself float. As for how the 3 generations of Hokage think about this, they will just push it directly above the boundary of the blood inheritance. Anyway, the ninja world is so big, no one knows whether there is blood that can make people float. Following the limit. Oh, okay. Uncle Yul, who was surprised by the series of operations by Sakura, subconsciously picked up the chopsticks and clamped a ramen noodles into his mouth. It was full of elasticity, and the strong taste made him feel before his eyes. Yuliang, although the ingredients used in the Yul ramen shop are used, the different configuration methods result in different flavors. Although the ramen shop sells ramen, the so-called ramen they call is actually closer to the instant noodles of Sakura's previous life. It is not the same thing as the ramen of Huaxia. Uncle Idako, who has made ramen for a lifetime, can swear, I have never tasted this kind of ramen in my life. How? Naruto drooled and looked at Uncle Yul. He wanted to eat only by looking at his appearance. After smelling the smell in the air, he felt more hungry. Very delicious, completely different from other ramen I have tasted. Girl, you have created a new kind of ramen. Uncle Yul's squinted eyes were about to open, a pair of eyes stared firmly. Lived with Sakura. Little girl, you are very talented, why don't you learn to make ramen with me? Don't. Kozakura shook her head and refused without hesitation. Although I like good food, I don't like to be a professional chef. It's too tired. Is that so? What a pity. Uncle Yul was heartbroken and almost bleeding. What a good chef seedling, he left himself like this, and his heart really hurts. However, although I don't like being a full-time chef, it's okay to discuss how to cook with Uncle Yul in an amateur. Kozakura said something that refreshed Uncle Yul. Is it really possible? As a lifelong pursuit of food, Uncle Yul was particularly excited at this time. No problem, it just so happens that I know many kinds of food that are different from the food we eat now. We can cooperate. As for the goal, one day, I will let our restaurant open all over the world of ninja. Sakura said with great enthusiasm that she knows the way. Uncle Yul can completely restore the food, then her parents and Changpu will be responsible for the management of the shop. Uncle Yul will be responsible for researching various cuisines, plus apprentices, training chefs, and finally one day, she will spread the delicacies of the past life to the whole world. Well, one day, our cooking will spread throughout the ninja world, and we are the people who change the ninja world. Uncle Yul's eyes shined. This kind of thing is supreme for a person who is determined to pursue gourmet food. Glory! I said, didn't we come to eat? Why did the blood suddenly start to rise? Ino covered his forehead in embarrassment, with a headache expression on his face. Chapter 5, 3 Generations of Naruto and number 039, S Toughness. Excuse me, can you give me a portion of ramen? When Kozakura finally made all the ramen noodles and put it on the table, a slightly old voice rang outside the door of the Yul ramen shop. 3 generations of adults. Uncle Yul stood up in shock, wondering why the 3 generations of Hokage appeared here. All come, can I still refuse? Sakura rolled her eyes secretly. She knew that the wretched old man of the 3rd generation had been watching them with a crystal ball, but she never expected that the 3rd generation would actually come over to eat at this time. Ahaha! 3 generations smiled awkwardly, always feeling as if Kozakura would not wait to see him in particular. Trouble! Behind the 3 generations, a ninja wearing a mask and a dazzling silver hair walked in by himself and sat directly at the table, with no sense of politeness at all. Flagwood Kakashi. Kozakura recognized him at the first glance. Kozakura was covered in silver-white hair with a face mask on her face. His left eye was blocked by a forehead, except for Kaka. There is no one else outside the West. However, the kind of aura exuding from Heiki Kakashi now makes Sakura frowned. She is dead and indifferent. There is only darkness in her heart, not like the dark parts of the third generation, but similar to the roots of Danzo. That kind of feeling for Sakura. However, after carefully recalling Kakashi's experience, Sakura was relieved. At this time, Kakashi was still immersed in the shadow of the death of all his companions and teachers, especially when he sacrificed to save him with the soil. But Lin, who entrusted him with the soil to protect, died in his hands again, and no mental breakdown was the best result. Seeing Kakashi staring at her with a blind eye, Kozakura sighed helplessly, and turned around to make ramen again. Is this the limit of blood succession? Seeing Sakura floating in the air, the three generations were slightly puzzled. Although there are countless strange blood inheritance boundaries in the ninja world, the activation of the blood inheritance boundary requires chakras, and Sakura is only a 4-year-old child who has never practiced chakra at all. How can he initiate the blood to follow the boundary? However, this thought only flashed in my heart for a moment and disappeared. Sakura's parents were Konoha's aboriginal residents, and there was no possibility of spying. Probably this was just an alternative blood inheritance boundary. I'm gonna start now. Naruto ate the ramen, and the three generations sitting next to him saw this, suddenly felt a little bitter, thinking that his 3 apprentices either defected or left Konoha and did not want to come back. The only offspring left behind by his apprentices still lives. Suffering, my own 3-generation Hokage is really dereliction of duty. Now, Naruto, do you have any dreams? Sandai asked suddenly. Dream. Naruto's eyes widened, looking at this grandfather who occasionally gave him food and orphans relief. After thinking about it, he asked, what is a dream? That's what you especially want to do. 3 generations said. What you want to do? Naruto stopped his chopsticks, tilted his head and thought for a while, and said, I want to protect Sakura, Ino, Uncle Yul, Sister Ayam, and others. I'm full, and I want everyone to recognize me and stop calling me a demon fox. Want to protect your companions and be recognized by others. In a daze, the 3 generations suddenly thought of Bo Feng Shui men, with the same golden hair, the same blue eyes, and the particularly similar sunny smile. Just hearing the sound when people have their second wish, they feel particularly sad. Thinking of the Bo Feng Shui men who died young, the complexity in the hearts of the 3 generations is beyond words. So, Naruto, do you want to be Hokage? Sandai asked. What is Hokage? Naruto looked at the 3 generations in confusion. He didn't understand what Hokage was. Hokage, the one who guards Konoha. Sandai said with a smile. Every Hokage is very popular with the villagers. Then, if I become Hokage, will everyone recognize me? Naruto asked expectantly. Will do. Then I must become Hokage. Naruto raised his hand and said loudly. He was hated by people around him since he was a child, and he wanted to be recognized by others. This was the deepest obsession in his heart. It's not that you can be recognized by being Hokage. Sakura turned her head to look at Naruto, and said, it's just that people who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. Is there anything different about this? Naruto's head is full of question marks. He still doesn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but the 3 generations next to him are bright. This is the will of fire. After eating, everyone went home individually. 3 generations had just returned to the Hokage building with Kakashi, and they saw a familiar figure walking towards him. Danzo. Jean, I heard that the little devil head of Jouei Renzulai seems to be in contact with strangers. Danzo was leaning on crutches with a gloomy expression. As a person who advocates cultivating human strength into a weapon that does not have emotions, he naturally does not want Naruto to make friends, and even hopes that Naruto will come to Konoha for a runaway. You can openly find a reason to implement your own ideas. I have my own plans for this matter. 3 generations don't want to talk too much with Danzo. My old classmates' thinking is a bit too dark. Humph, anyone who has contact with Jouei Renzulai must be arrested, so as not to be deceived by Jouei Renzulai by spies in the outer village. Tuanzang snorted coldly, with murderous aura in his exposed eyes. Enough, Danzo, I will solve this naturally. You don't need your intervention in the affairs of the Kyuubi Renzulai. 3 generations naturally couldn't let Danzo act on Naruto according to his thoughts, especially when he thought of Naruto's smile that was very similar to Bofeng Shuman. He strengthened his inner thoughts even more. Rai-Jean, you are too indecisive. The war weapon like the 9-tailed Manzulai must be controlled. Danzo stood in the shadows and argued with the 3 generations. I am Naruto. 3 generations directly interrupted Danzo. Danzo, do your job well, and don't worry too much about other things. You. Danzo snorted angrily, but in the end he had no choice but to turn around and leave, but the murderous look in his eyes explained his true thoughts in his heart. Mizumi, Kushina, don't worry, Naruto, I will protect it. 3 generations stood by the window, looking at the head of the Bofeng water gate on the Hokage rock. The aura of his body seemed to have returned to the state he was called Ningxiang when he was young. Chapter 6, The Kidnapping Incident in Union Village Part 1. In other words, why should I do this kind of thing? This kind of weather is more suitable for sleeping in the sun. In the expanded Yul Ramen shop, a little boy with a pineapple head said with a decadent expression on his face, weakly. Recently, the ramen shop is booming and there are too many customers, but the apprentices that Uncle Yul has just started to learn. The main task of cooking is still done by Uncle Yul himself, but the number of customers is too much. Sister Changpyu and Naruto Sakura are too busy to help out there. It just happens that you have nothing to do, so just come over and do what you can. Anyway, if you are not afraid of being taught by Aunt Jinna, you can sneak in to sunbathe. What? Ino laughed secretly. Although Shikamaru was lazy, if Nara Yoshino spoke, he would do it no matter how unwilling it was. It's really troublesome. The 4-year-old Nara Shikamaru was already showing signs of lackluster decadence in the future. Thinking of the consequences of not cooperating with Ino, although he was reluctant in his heart, he could only continue his work as a waiter helplessly. Don't complain. Uncle Yul paid a few of us very well, and you can also taste the various delicacies created by Sakura. Is there anything you are not satisfied with? Ino pointed Shikamaru with his finger, and he was speechless for his decadent character. Yes, Shikamaru, Uncle Yul's reward is indeed very generous. The most important thing is that you can eat delicious food. Xiao Peng Dun's Chudeo Dinkai's eyes are almost turning red, and his face looks longing. Some time ago, the Yul Ramen shop launched a brand new ramen and a variety of different foods, which caused the whole Konoha to be sought after. Many people need to make an appointment a long time in advance to taste it. Now we only need to do some waiter work. It's free to taste, but if you say it, many people will be envious of it. Yet, not only do we like to eat the delicacies offered by Uncle Yul's shop, but even the ninja dogs especially like it. Since my mother brought black pills to eat once, in the past few days, black pills have often been talked about. Inyazuka Toa and her non-existent Yuzino are carrying plates together. Fortunately, the children of Shin-Okai develop very early. The physical fitness of the 4-year-old is many times stronger than that of Sakura's previous life. Especially these children with family inheritance have better health. By the way, Uncle Yul, are you a child laborer? Sakura stepped on a long sword and flew in the air. The simple floating of her feet off the ground made her feel bad, so she simply created a sword with realistic gems and played the trick of flying a sword. The appearance of the sword is the shape of the magic sword in the TV series Fairy Sword 3 in the previous life, and it has been specially reduced according to her current body. Well, Aren't they all Sakura? You asked Ino to find them. Uncle Yul smiled, looking particularly innocent. Sure enough, the squinting eyes are all monsters. On the surface, Uncle Yul, who looks honest, can actually shake the pot, and he is so skilled. Kozakura murmured silently in her heart. Since discussing the future development with Uncle Yul a month ago, both parties have entered a busy mode. Uncle Yul came forward to persuade her parents, and then father and Uncle Yul came forward to persuade their parents. My mother was in charge of expanding the scale of the Yul ramen shop, and Sakura became a teacher, instructing Uncle Yul to cook the famous delicacies of the past life. Facts have proved that food is popular no matter where it is. The reopened Yul ramen shop is now full of customers every day. Many customers have to reserve a special seat in advance to have a meal. For this reason, Yul the uncle is already preparing to open a branch, and the newly recruited apprentices are preparing for the branch. Nara Shikamaru, Akamara Dinji, Inyazuka Toa, and Yu Azano were pulled over by Ino to experience life and earn a little extra money by the way. Apart from Nara Shikamaru, who is listless all day long, there are a few others. The children are very happy to work at the Yul ramen shop. The amount of pay is not important to the children from a few large families. The key is that as a waiter, you can taste a variety of new dishes in front of all the guests. This is what makes a few children most happy. Because of his identity, Naruto must not go outside to be a waiter, and he can only stay in the back kitchen and work as a helper with Sakura. After a busy day, when the shop closed, the children were exhausted, but after eating a meal, they regained their energy. Everyone returned home. Sakura stayed and discussed the branch plan with Uncle Yul and the others, which led to the last one to leave. Father Harano and Mother Harano Miyabuki went home one step in advance to prepare hot water, so that Sakura can take a bath and rest immediately after returning home. It seems that the training of chefs is imperative. Sitting cross-legged on the magic sword, Sakura rubbed her shoulders. She didn't want to be a chef all her life. It was the right way to be a capitalist behind the scenes with peace of mind. At this moment, a malicious soul fluctuation appeared in her perception. That direction seems to be the territory of the Hyuga clan. Xiaoying frowned, and she felt as if she had forgotten something, but the malicious soul fluctuation made her hesitate to go and take a look. Hyuga clan, what can happen at this time? While thinking, Sakura controlled the magic sword and flew over there. There was no way. Curiosity was really uncontrollable. It was not until the few malicious soul fluctuations began to move. Suddenly remembered. The Hyuga clan, Union Village, kidnapped Hinata. Thinking of the missions in Union Village of Thunder Country that I heard these few days came to sign a peace agreement, Sakura suddenly realized that in the original work, Hinata Hyuga had been kidnapped when he was a child, and the kidnapper was the one who was kidnapped. Union Village's mission was finally discovered, but Union Village instead beat them back and forced the 3 generations of Hokage to soften in the name of war. Later, Hyuga Ningji's father, Hyuga Hisasa, chose to commit suicide in order to protect his elder brother. Union Village? I can't let you succeed this time. After living in Konoha for 4 years, Kozakura naturally has feelings for this place. What's more, this incident can be said to be the source of the tragedy of Hyuga Niji. If Hyuga does not die, Hyuga Niji will probably not be that. The image that keeps fate on the lips all day long. In Sakura's perception, the malicious soul fluctuations are quickly escaping towards the village of Konoha, and among these malicious soul fluctuations, there is also a young child who has fallen into a deep sleep state. The soul, the kind soul, made Sakura sure of her guess almost instantly. Chapter 7, The Kidnapping Incident in Union Village Part 2. Speed up, you must bring the target back before Konoha's people find out. The leader of the Union Village mission, carrying a cloth bag behind his back, said in a deep voice. The pace at his feet has accelerated a bit. Once the Hyuga clan finds out that their eldest is missing, when they roll their eyes, they can't even run if they want to run. Drop. Yes. The three subordinates responded and quickly followed the pace of the team leader. They were ready to sacrifice when they received this task, but if they can survive, who wants to die in vain? It's near, it's near. Seeing Konoha's barrier is close in front of him, as long as he steps out of Konoha's barrier, Konoha will not be able to catch them when he wants to chase them. Just as the leader Izumi Saburo was dreaming about completing the task by himself, bringing the Hyuga clan eldest lady back to Union Village, and being worshipped by the villagers and praised by Lei Ying, a voice made him feel like falling into an ice cave. I said, if it's convenient, can you trouble some people to put the people down? So the cute little girl is actually put in sacks by you, you really don't know how to liangziangziyu. Sakura stepped on the magic sword with her feet on the magic sword, her left hand held a paper umbrella, and she looked at the tightly packed people with no expression on her face. She felt that Hinata, who was put in a bag behind Izumi Saburo, was just in a coma. At the time, my heart breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a kid. Izumi Saburo fixed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of how he was shocked just now, a murderous aura rose in his heart. It's a pity that such a cute kid didn't stay at home and sleep well at night, and he ran out and wandered around. It was really unbearable for me to kill you. But there is no way. Since you ran into him, I can only ask you to die. Izumi Saburo, who was afraid of delaying time and being discovered, threw the bag he was carrying behind his back, and he took out a kunao from his ninja bag, and moved his feet toward Sakura as fast as lightning. Rushed over. As a well-tested shinobu, Izumi Saburo would naturally not have any sympathetic thoughts. Just one child, there are many children who die in his hands, and there is no psychological pressure to kill another one. It's really troublesome. Facing the rushing Izumi Saburo, Kozakura sighed slightly and thought, the magic sword under her feet also flew straight towards Izumi Saburo, but her goal was not to fight Izumi Saburo, but to prepare. Save Hinata first. Oh, a kind of blood relay that can fly? Or can you control metal blood relay? But it doesn't matter anymore, go to hell. Izumi Saburo's eyes were full of cruelty, and when he thought of Sakura's death in his hands, a strange satisfaction arose in his heart. At the moment when the two parties were about to contact, a blue stream of light suddenly appeared under Kozakura's eyes. The light was fleeting, and no one noticed it. However, Izumi Saburo's face was full of surprise at this time. Hidden. Kunao passed through Kozakura's body, and Izumi Saburo's experience of fighting for many years told him that what was stabbed was not an entity, but a remnant that was not a real thing. Quickly leave with the goal, her purpose is to save people. Seeing Kozakura stepping on the magic sword and flying towards her back, Izumi Saburo instantly understood her plan, and immediately yelled at her three subordinates quickly, and she quickly turned her body and turned towards her again. Sakura rushed over, and Kuwa Shang was covered with a layer of thunder attribute chakra. After what happened just now, he no longer despised Sakura. The three subordinates who came with Izumi Saburo were also Zongnan. Hearing Izumi Saburo's words, they responded quickly. One of them grabbed the sacks and was about to run away, while the other two stayed and prepared to strike with Izumi Saburo. Killing Sakura, you can't relax your vigilance in the face of any enemy. This is something they learned when they first left school. Even if the opponent is a little girl, they must not be underestimated. This is countless deaths in the Ninja World War. The lesson of blood left by the predecessors on the battlefield. You guys are really troublesome. Seeing the three people surrounded by triangles, Kozakura's brows can't help but frown. If they are dragged by them, Hinata will be taken away. The speed of the ninja is very fast, not to mention here. It was originally the edge of Konoha, and in a short time, the person with Hinata could run out of the enchantment. However, although the idea is good, you have forgotten one thing. Sakura suddenly laughed, her pink hair dazzling in the moonlight. That is, I can fly. As soon as Sakura said this, Izumi Saburo was stunned for an instant. Ninjas can indeed do a lot of things that seem incredible to ordinary people, but for flying, in addition to the Tsukage Tengami Oniki in Uegaku village, the ninja world, I haven't really heard of how many people can fly. Desperate. These two words can perfectly describe the mood of Izumi Saburo and the others. It is like on the cold weapon battlefield, when everyone is holding swords and cutting each other, one of them suddenly dropped the sword in his hand and turned around. He took up the laser cannon and aimed it at the enemy. In the face of this kind of behavior, like opening and hanging, in addition to despair, he probably only cursed two vulgar words from the bottom of my heart. Damn, take the target out of Konoha's area at full speed, as long as we run out of the barrier, we will win. Izumi Saburo turned his head and shouted that the key now is whether his subordinates can take the target and run outside the barrier in time. As long as they catch up with the outsiders, their mission this time will be completed. Want to run? Don't you think I can only fly? Sakura raised her brows, opened her umbrella with her left hand, and stretched her right hand toward the ninja of Union Village who was running away. A red streamer flashed in her pupils. Reality. The ground underneath Union Village's feet fluctuated, and a layer of rock suddenly emerged from the ground, but in the blink of an eye, Union Village's feet were firmly fixed to the ground. Damn, who is this guy? Izumi Saburo and others quickly ran over and stood with Nakanin, eyes full of anger, and the result of a good plan was ruined. Now Konoha's people probably have discovered that the Hyuga clan's eldest lady has disappeared. Hand over people obediently, I can let you go, or else, you all stay here. Kozakura once again stood in front of a few people, and there was no mood swing in the aquamarine pupils, but it was this kind of emotionless gaze that made Izumi Saburo and the others even more frightened. Damn it, since the plan fails, let's implement plan number 2. Izumi Saburo's gaze narrowed, and there was already a commotion in the village of Konoha behind him. Obviously, what they were doing was discovered, and there was Sakura blocking in front of him. For a while, he would not be able to get rid of Sakura's barrier. A look of determination appeared in the eyes of several people at the same time. Izumi Saburo stretched out his hand and pulled out the kunao, stab at the sack containing Hinata. The so-called number 2 plan is specifically set for the current situation. Once the mission fails and there is no way to take people out, then directly kill the target. The eldest lady of the Hyuga clan is killed, which is enough to give Konoha is looking for trouble. Asshole, you are looking for death, gossip empty palm. Chapter 8, Runaway Daughter Control. An angry voice sounded, and an empty palm of gossip that followed was directly shot on Izanzabaro's body. The violent chakra shot Izanzabaro away instantly, and the big trees on the road passed by the bump broke. Wow! Izumi Saburo opened his mouth and spit out a big mouthful of blood. Even if Union Village was proficient in ninjutsu and had a strong physical fitness, he was caught off guard by a gossip attack, and he was seriously injured. Dare to kidnap my daughter! Hyuga Hisus took dozens of ninjas from the Hyuga clan and surrounded Izumi Saburo and the others. In a pair of white eyes, anger was almost turned into substance. Although other ninja villages have always coveted the white eyes, they are brazen. It has never happened before in Konoha's area to start with the Hyuga clan eldest lady. Let down Hinata obediently, I can forgive you not to die. Lay done. Pseudo-dark. Izumi Saburo didn't answer, his hands quickly formed seals, and the thunder-attributed chakra turned into a thunder and rushed towards Hyuga Hisu. Dying struggling. Hyuga Hisu snorted coldly, and escaped Izanzabaro's thunder with a move. You are fooled. However, Izumi Saburo laughed. His real purpose has never been to rely on thunder to deal with Hinosa, but to attract the attention of Hinosa. As for the purpose, Hinata. Hyuga Hisu and the other Hyuga tribes around him tried to save Hinata with a flashing technique. However, Izumi Saburo and the others came with a mortal heart. When Hyuga Hisu discovered their thoughts, the three held them together. Hinata's Nakanin has already taken out Kumu and wiped it towards Hinata's neck. No matter how fast the instantaneous technique, it takes time to react, but Kumu is only a short distance away from Hinata's neck, and time is too late. Hyuga Hinata's eyes were splitting, and he couldn't wait to reach Hinata in an instant to block the knife for her. Ha 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 ha, we won in the end. Izumi Saburo laughed frantically, and soon, as long as his subordinates use a little harder, he can kill the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, and then the follow-up plan will be successful. However, in the next second, Izumi Saburo's laughter stopped abruptly, and Hyuga and others also stopped. A small hand grasped Kyowa, who was about to stab Hinata. No matter how hard the owner of Kyowa was, she still couldn't continue to pierce Kyowa. The blade of Kyowa was only a short distance from Hinata's neck. Separation, but this line of separation, at this time has become the end of the world. Give up obediently. Heart. Using the space gem to teleport to Hinata's side, she caught a faint yellow light flashing in Kozakura's eyes by Kyowa. The owner of Kyowa, who was still struggling, softened and fell asleep directly on the ground. Lay done. Go, you guys go to death together. Izumi Saburo's crazy cry came over, and a thunder and lightning spread along his feet, and struck straight towards Sakura and Hinata. The heart of Hinata, who had just relaxed his mood, was raised again in an instant. Stand up. Stubborn dying struggle, thunder attribute ninjutsu. Give it back to you. The oil paper umbrella was stowed and placed on the magic sword. Sakura held Hinata with one hand and stretched out the other. The purple energy circulated in the palm of her hand. The moment Izumi Saburo used the thunder to approach her, it was directly absorbed by the purple energy, and then the purple energy mixed with the blue thunder attribute chakra shot out from the palm of Sakura's palm, and rushed towards Izumi Saburo. How could it be possible? Izumi Saburo's eyes widened and his face was unbelievable. However, the lightning speed blessed by the power gem was already reaching the extreme speed. When Izumi Saburo had just given birth to the idea of avoiding, the blue and purple lightning had already arrived before his eyes. After the strengthening, Lei Dun walked on Izumi Saburo's body, causing him to let out a scream, but after the thunder and lightning, the seriously injured Izumi Saburo ushered in another new round of blows. Bagwa. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Seeing his daughter encounter life crisis twice in a row, Hyuga has completely entered a runaway state. A set of gossip palms forced Izumi Saburo into a floating state, and his body was lifted off the ground to take the whole set. Bagwa palm. By the time Hyuga retracted his palm, Izumi Saburo had fallen to the ground and couldn't die anymore, but what was puzzling was that Izumi Saburo's face had a successful conspiracy smile. No, I'm impulsive. His face changed, and he regretted his impulse. Izumi Saburo was sent by Unjin village to sign the peace agreement, but now he is dead under the palm of the Hyuga clan, and he can think of it with his toes. When he came out, Union village would definitely use this excuse to make trouble. Father! Father! Dispelled by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata woke up, and when he saw that he appeared in the forest somehow, his face suddenly showed a dazed expression. Is Hinata injured? Isn't it scared? Father is here, don't you be afraid. The originally sullen-faced Hyuga Hinata instantly turned into a heart-warming dad. An instantaneous technique ran to Hinata's side, took Hinata's hand and began to ask. Daughter control. This word suddenly flashed in Sakura's heart, and Hyuga now seemed to be a full-fledged daughter-in-law, and there was no feeling of disappointment with Hinata in the original book. But it's no wonder that Hyuga has not committed suicide in order to protect him. Hinata is only 4 years old and has not yet started practicing. He did not appear to be defeated by his sister, who was a few years younger, because of his unwillingness to start. Naturally, the Japanese football team will not be disappointed by Hinata's talent as in the original book. However, this daughter-in-charge Hyuga Nisa really made Sakura feel a little surprised. In the middle of the night, a group of people gathered in the Hokage office of the third generation. The third generation was sitting behind the desk smoking a cigarette, and in front of them stood the three of Hyuga Hinata and Sakura Hinata. It seems that Union Village has sent people this time to sign the peace agreement, but it should be for the Hyuga clan to roll their eyes. The third generation smoked a cigarette with a serious expression. The most troublesome thing right now is that they came to sign the peace agreement, but they died inexplicably under the gossip palm of the Hyuga clan. With the character of Union Village, they will definitely use this excuse to make trouble. If there is a war, the Hyuga clan will fully support Hokage-sama. Hyuga Hizuto coldly face, thinking of the psychological shadow that Hinata might leave, he can't wait to pull Izanzaburo and the others out to whip the corpse. The third ninja war has just passed. If there is another war, 3 generations only felt a terrible headache, and in the end they could only wave their hands. Let's do this for the first time. The subsequent situation depends on the attitude of Union Village. The 3 generations of grandfathers, let's go back first. Sakura sat on the magic sword, dozing off for a while. Beside him, there was also Hyuga Hina, who was also sitting on the magic sword and was very curious about the fact that he was flying. Field. Well, Sakura did a great job this time. If you hadn't caught it in time and dragged it off, I'm afraid they might have kidnapped people. A smile appeared on the 3 generations' faces, and the blood inheritance was in the limit. Every shinobu village is very important, and the transplantable thing like the white eyes is even more important. No one wants to get this blood inheritance boundary in the enemy village. Japanese football, you should also go back first. I will convene the elders to discuss the follow-up matters, and I will notify you when the time comes. Okay. Hyuga Hitachi responded. And when he turned his head to look at Hinata, his face turned into a cowardly smile. Hinata, let's go home with my father. Tomorrow day my father will take you to see Sakura's sister Sakura again, okay? Well, Sister Sakura, goodbye. Hinata greeted Sakura softly, and was led by Hyuga Hizusu. Seeing this, after saying goodbye to Sandai, Sakura also controlled the magic sword to fly away from the window. The third generation laughed at this action, and she couldn't help thinking of Jalea, the apprentice who likes to jump the window most. Chapter 9, Work and Pay Off Debts, Boy. On. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, people came and went in the ramen shop. Whether it was Ino and the waiter who had just recruited, they were all busy with their feet, when Hyuga Nisa came here with Hinata's little hand. I also felt a little surprised. As the head of the Hyuga clan, he has a lot of things to be busy every day, and he doesn't have time to pay attention to the changes in the ramen shop. Sister Sakura, I'm here. Sakura, who was pulled out of the kitchen by Ino, just walked outside when she heard Hinata's happy shout. Hello, Patriarch Nizu. Kozakura greeted Hyuga Nisa first, and then took Hinata's hand and pulled her to sit down beside her. Thank you for what happened yesterday. Hinata Hizuru made a stern face, seeing Hinata, who was very close to Sakura, the jealousy in his eyes almost became real, and her daughter had never been so close to herself. Ah, why is it so close to Sakura, who has just met? Ah, you don't have to be polite, the patriarch of the Japanese foot, everyone is from Konoha, this is what I should do. Kozakura coughed slightly, and she couldn't bear the faintly resentful expression on Hyuga Nizuo's face. It was too unreasonable. Nevertheless, I still have to thank Miss Harano for her help, but if there is a need in the future, the Hyuga clan will definitely help. Hyuga made a promise, with a trace of fear in his eyes, if there was no Sakura's timely move yesterday. Izumi Saburo and the others are really very likely to kidnap Hinata. Even if they don't, Hinata's life will be greatly threatened. Needless to say, the Japanese foot chief is so serious. Hinata and I are now friends. Friends are in danger, so naturally they need to help. Sakura took the dessert from Ino and put it on the table in front of him, picked up a piece and handed it to the table in front of him. In front of Hinata. You only met once, how come you became friends? Also, why is Hinata so close to you? Haven't you laughed at me much? Seeing Hinata smiling happily and tasting the sweets that Sakura handed over, Hyaganezu was jealous, and the whole person exuded a very uncomfortable atmosphere. Is the patriarch of the Japanese foot wondering why I have such a good relationship with Hinata? Kozakura took a sip of tea from the teacup, trying to prevent herself from seeing the sour face of the Japanese foot that was almost dripping with vinegar. Hyagahizuga didn't speak, but his eyes were shining with this meaning. Sometimes, fate is very magical, just like Ino and Naruto. When we first met, we became good friends who talked about everything, and Kamaru and the others were like this. Obviously I was a stranger before, but I can quickly become good friends. All this can only be said to be the magic of fate. Sakura said with a smile, and then took another sentence. Of course, in addition to fate, there is also a problem of attitude. I am willing to open my heart to be friends with them, and they can also feel it, but the patriarch of the Japanese football team is too serious. Face, how could Hinata dare to joke with you? Is it too serious? Hinata thought carefully. It seems that this is true. He is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. He must be calm. When facing other members of the family, he is used to this expression, so although I was very happy when facing Hinata, the expression on his face was still subconsciously like this. In addition, the overall atmosphere of the Hyuga clan was relatively old-fashioned, and he rarely went to chat with Hinata. No wonder Hinata was always a little nervous when facing him. The patriarch of the Japanese foot may wish to observe how the other parents and children in Konoha village get along when they have time, and perhaps a solution can be found. Sakura suggested, and she could feel the feeling that the Japanese foot loved Hinata. However, the face of Hyaganezu is too serious, and the majesty of being the owner of the house all the year round is not acceptable to ordinary children. I'll think about it. Hyaganezu was thoughtful, ready to sneak out into the street to see how other people's parents and children get along. At this moment, a dark part wearing a mask suddenly appeared, interrupting Hyaga's thinking. Master Nezu, Master Naruto, please. After saying this, Anbu disappeared in an instant. He was just a message, and other things had little to do with him. Hyagahizu's brows frowned, and it seemed that he was about to discuss what happened last night. Miss Harano, Hinata will ask you to take care of her first. I'm going to the Hokage office first. Okay, don't worry, I will take care of Hinata. Sakura was anxious for Hyuga to leave. Chatting with such a staid and serious person, she was under a lot of pressure. After Hinata left, Sakura took Hinata directly to the kitchen. Hinata's personality was a bit introverted, and he was not suitable for the job of a waiter. On the contrary, he helped to make some snacks in the kitchen. The thing suits her. In the streets of Konoha village, a Xiaozhang Tatis hung with a fan mark on his back walked with his head down unhappy. The brother who said he was going to play with him actually released his pigeons again, which made him very much as a brother. It's uncomfortable. When I walked near the Il ramen shop, the hungry Tuan fan Xiaozhang Tai walked in without much thought, looked at the menu, and after ordering a tomato egg noodles. She continued to feel unhappy and sulking. Someone eats bawang meal? Or is it a kid from the Uchiha clan who came to eat bawang meal? Several question marks appeared on Kozakura's head after receiving Ino's notice. How could the Uchiha family have a big business, and how could they need to eat bawang meal? In the original book Junbume, even Uchiha, who is an orphan, is not short of money. She believes that ordinary people eat the king's meal, but the Uchiha clan? It's strange that they can do such humiliating things with their arrogant personality. When Sakura walked out of the kitchen and saw this Xiaozhang who had been arrested for eating the overlord's meal, she almost didn't laugh. Suzuki Uchiha. Think of the junior two boys who became particularly lonely because of the hatred in the original, and then look at the whole face of the tomato-like Xiaomasa, who is blushing. Sakura suddenly wants to laugh out loud. This can be regarded as the black of Zoe are young. History? You know me. Uchiha Sasuke's face instantly turned redder, forgetting that it was embarrassing to be arrested for eating the overlord's meal without any money on him. I didn't expect the other party to know him. In just a moment, Sasuke felt that his life had become gloomy. Forget it. Sakura looked at the busy Shikamaru and others in the shop, and suddenly had a very good idea in her heart. It seemed pretty good to gather 9 people from the same period to work together. Well, can you send someone to the Uchiha clan's residence with me? I will go home and give the money to you. For some reason, Sasuke suddenly felt a cool breeze coming out of his back, as if something was wrong. The same thing is going to happen. It's not in a hurry, let's sit down and have a good talk. Sakura smiled at the corner of her mouth, and finally came across this opportunity. You ran into it yourself and wanted to leave so easily. Chapter 10, Work and Pay Off Debts, Boy. In other words, it was because your brother released his pigeons and eloped with Uchiha Shisui, so you ran out in a fit of anger, but you forgot to bring your money, right? After Sakura's repeated questioning, Sasuke hesitated to tell the truth. Brother, he didn't elope with brother Shisui. Hearing the word elopement popping out of Sakura's mouth, Sasuke, who has a serious brother control plot, instantly exploded. Then why did he leave your brother aside and leave with someone else? Sakura smiled and secretly changed the concept, trying to change Sasuke's thinking so as to realize her next plan. If it wasn't for being seduced by someone else, do you think he would be willing to abandon your lovely brother? He just has a mission. Sasuke stammered in defense, but thinking that his brother has been putting his pigeons more and more recently, the alarm in his heart instantly made a big alarm. Could it be that his brother was really stopped by the water? The eldest brother seduced him away. But as far as I know, ninjas have to pick up quests in advance. Your brother doesn't seem to be an Anbu or Shinobu, how could he always receive urgent quests? Sakura tried to reverse Sasuke's thinking. So your brother was actually hooked away by the vixen outside the house. If things go on like this, one day, your brother will completely throw you down and ignore you. Impossible, brother won't ignore me. Sasuke's tears were about to come out, and his head couldn't help being caught in the endless loop of his brother being hooked away. Don't panic, do you want to hook your brother's heart back again? Kozakura took a sip from her teacup, but she laughed in her heart. It seemed that her plan could be implemented soon. Is it really possible? Sasuke's eyes gleamed, as if someone who fell into the river grabbed a life-saving straw. It's very simple, just follow my method and make sure your brother will change his mind. Kozakura's mouth curled up and smiled happily, but somehow, Sasuke felt a chill in his back. Put this on, and you will be a welcome lady in the store first. No, young Master Yingban, first pay the debt you owed. Kozakura took out a pink cat ear accessory and handed it over, her eyes full of expectation. Yes, do you want to wear this? Sasuke's expression is very tangled. Although he is young, he also thinks that cat ears should be worn by girls, right? Yes, what you just ate was actually a special tomato egg noodles. There is only one serving in the world. The price is very expensive, so if you want to pay off your debts, you definitely can't work like everyone else. Kozakuramian lied without changing her face. Your job is to put on this cat ear jewelry and stand at the door. When a customer comes, just smile and say welcome. When you get off work in the evening, I will tell you how to get your brother back. Okay. Thinking of his elder brother, Sasuke was instantly energetic, took the cat's ear jewelry and put it on his head, ran to the store, and took the initiative to start work. It's so cute. Ino, with red hearts in his eyes, he muttered to himself as he watched Sasuke, who was blushing at the door and wearing cat ears. Kaka. When the camera shutter sounded, Kozakura smiled and put down the camera in her hand. This photo is very memorable. Sasuke in his childhood was not cold and lonely after Uchiha was exterminated. On the contrary, he was very shy. This picture, wait to see how he still gets cold. Naruto, you walk with me. Kozakura took the called out Naruto and rushed away. Now she is going to make a dress to carry out her next plan. In the clothing shop in Konoha village, Sakura started drawing the clothes she wanted to make with a pen and paper. The shop owner was very curious when she saw it. Little girl, the one you want to make is not cheap. The owner of the clothing store reminded him. According to Sakura's description, the materials used for making are more expensive. 2 4-year-old children should not have that much. More money. Don't worry, boss, we are not short of money. Sakura took out a wad of money and patted it on the table. The business of the ramen shop is very hot, and such a small amount of money is really nothing to her. As long as you can do everything I want before the sun sets in the afternoon, I can pay double the wages. Okay, no problem. The owner of the clothing store agreed without hesitation. Before the sun sets, this can be done. It only takes a little bit of effort to speed up, but it's twice as much. It's nothing like wages. The owner and staff of the clothing store started to get busy, and as big customers with good money, Sakura and Naruto were invited to sit and wait. Naruto, have you encountered something? Why do you look unhappy? Seeing Naruto's head down and her expression low, Kozakura asked worriedly. I don't have it. Naruto smirked and scratched his head, as if the expression just now was fake. You laughed too fake. Sakura ruthlessly pierced Naruto's smirk. Keep it obediently, don't think you can hide it from me. It's nothing, but I feel that Kozakura seems to care about the person named Uchiha Sasuke. There is a hint of worry in Naruto's pupils. He has no friends for a long time and finally made friends like Kozakura and the others. The bottom of my heart is naturally very important to this friendship, but the appearance of Sasuke today made him feel that his friends seemed to be attracted away. Don't worry. Sakura suddenly realized that after a long time of trouble, she was a little jealous and worried that she would lose the friendship that was finally acquired. No matter how many new friends we make in the future, you will always be you. There is only one Naruto. This is something that will never change. So, stop frowning, your status in my heart is always no one can replace it. Really? Naruto asked in surprise. Of course, be more confident, you are Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura smiled helplessly, stretched out her finger and nodded Naruto's forehead. What should I say, the grudge between Indra and Asura is true. It's deep enough. When Shikamaru and the others appeared before, Naruto didn't feel any worry or other emotions. As a result, when Sasuke appeared, Naruto immediately had a tendency to explode. It's worthy of being entangled in the legend. The love of Sanshung Sanshi. Ah! Hey! Naruto started to giggle again. Since meeting Sakura, he feels that the world has become brighter. He has partners of the same age who don't dislike him, Uncle Yul, Uncle Harano and others who don't hate him. There is no need to worry about not having enough food every day. When helping in the kitchen, the chef apprentices did not show any emotions that hated him. All of this made him feel like he was living in a dream. Chapter 11, Does my brother eat first, take a bath first, or eat me first? On. Welcome. Today, almost all the customers who come to the ramen shop for dinner feel as if they have hallucinations. The smiling and shy little boy standing at the door of the ramen shop seems to belong to the Uchiha clan, right? When did the proud Uchiha clan actually come out to work? Time slowly passed, the sunset was west, and the afterglow of the sunset fell between the sky and the earth, covering everything with a layer of golden red gauze. Although he has been a welcoming boy all day, Sasuke still feels a little shy now. However, what he doesn't know is that he has attracted countless female customers for the ramen shop. These female customers, most of them are to come and take a look at this innocent Xiaozheng of the Uchiha clan. Finally off work, the guests walked away slowly. Ino and others rubbed their shoulders, sat around the table and began to enjoy the leisure time after a day of work. So tired. Suzuki also sat there a little listlessly, smiling all day, and he felt that his face was almost stiff. Well, today because of Suzuki, there are a lot more guests than before. Ino covered his mouth and laughed. Moreover, most of the visitors are female guests. It seems that Suzuki is still very popular. Sasuke's face became stiff, and he was in a daze when he recalled being molested by some bold female guests. It was a nightmare experience. Cut, those people really don't have the eyes, they actually like Suzuki so much, don't I look handsome? Yue said with a little jealousy, why hasn't anyone discovered how handsome he is after working here for so many days? Could it be that this is the heavenly jealous talent? Because you are not as cute as Suzuki. Shikamaru said the truth. According to my observations, most mature women prefer Suzuki, who is easily shy and cute. As for your particularly lively and popular, Suzuki is far less popular than the cute style of Suzuki. I am back. Sakura took Naruto and appeared in front of the crowd. Naruto was still holding a backpack in her arms, and what was in it was their achievements today. What did you do? Ino asked curiously. Well, keep it secret for the time being. God, Sakura said mysteriously, and then ran Naruto and Suzuki towards the second floor of the shop. Really, why does Sakura feel so abnormal today? Ino said weakly. In the lounge on the second floor, Sakura took the backpack Naruto was holding, and after opening it, she took out some clothes and decorations and placed them on the bed. Okay, that's it. You can put on your clothes here and let me see the effect. By the way, I will teach you exactly what to do. Kozakura said expectantly, and after speaking, he directly pushed Suzuki to the side of the bed, and then voluntarily pulled the curtains up, allowing Suzuki to change clothes inside. Suzuki seemed embarrassed. The clothes always felt like something was not right. But when he thought of his brother, Suzuki cheered himself up and cheered. No matter what, as long as he can change his mind. After 10 minutes, the blushing Suzuki pushed open the curtain and walked out. This suit made him feel so embarrassed. Well. Kozakura covered her nose and stepped back a few steps. The shyness of the young Suzuki and the clothes are just a little foul. Very good, just wear it like this, the expression is also perfect, and then you have to remember 2 lines. Concentrated, Sakura began to touch her chin to arrange the lines for Suzuki and the facial expressions that she would need to use. A few minutes later, after Suzuki nodded and said that he had understood, and after a live demonstration, Kozakura satisfactorily let him go and change back to normal clothes. Suzuki. What's happenin'? Suzuki turned his head in confusion, and the expression on his face matched the outfit, and there was an inexplicable scent of cuteness. Crack. Kozakura put down the camera, feeling very satisfied with the moment she captured. It's okay, you can change your clothes and go. Suzuki couldn't figure out what Sakura was going to do, so he could only change clothes with questions. After Sakura put the camera away, she turned her head and saw Naruto looking in Sasuke's direction, and she was already in a foolish state. Naruto. What's the matter? Sakura nodded his forehead. Ming Tao came back to his senses, the expression on his face was a little dazed. Why were you in a daze? Sakura asked. Sakura, is he a man or a woman? Naruto asked this question in a difficult tone, and Suzuki just now made him deeply puzzled. Of course it's a man. Sakura laughed, and said, but the state he was just now was a typical female gangster, with a female appearance and a male gender. It feels, good, terrible. Naruto shivered, and when he thought that Suzuki who looked like just now was actually a man, he felt a chill in his heart. When Suzuki changed his clothes and came out, Uncle Yul and the others had already prepared dinner. At this moment, 9 of the future Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang gathered together for the first time. After dinner, everyone went home separately. Hinata was also taken away by the Hyuga clan's guards, while Suzuki returned to the Uchiha clan's residence with his backpack a little nervously. "Husband, do you think Suzuki is a bit weird today?" Uchiha Mikoto looked at Suzuki, who ran into the house as soon as he got home, and said, "He seems to have a nervous expression." Children always have to be careful with their own little secrets. Uchiha Tomitake waved his hand indifferently, and said, "As long as this child is not as precocious as Itaki." Speaking of this topic, both Uchiha Tomitake and Uchiha Mikoto were a bit silent. The eldest son Uchiha Itaki is too mature, completely leaving them with no sense of accomplishment as a parent. I only hope that Suzuki will not be like his brother. In the room, Suzuki clenched his fists, finally made a decision and began to change his clothes. "I am back." At night, Uchiha Itaki returned home under the moonlight. When he saw that there was no figure of Suzuki in the house, his expression was a little confused. "Where did Suzuki go?" "In the bedroom. I ran in as soon as I got home, and I haven't come out yet." Uchiha Tomitake sat on the main seat, looking at his calm and overly eldest son, and sighed slightly. Too much burden has been placed on him. "Itaki, you go call Suzuki, and the meal will start right away." Uchiha Mikoto walked out of the kitchen with the dishes, and ordered Uchiha Itaki. "Okay." Uchiha Itaki nodded, and walked towards Sasuke's bedroom, preparing to apologize for the act of letting Suzuki pigeons off today. Chapter 12, Does my brother eat first, take a bath first, or eat me first? Under. Welcome home, brother. However, Uchiha Itaki just turned around and heard Sasuke's voice coming from outside the door. Uchiha Itaki raised his eyes and looked up, and his eyes suddenly became blood red, and 2 pitch-black gojade slowly rotated inside. "S.A. Suzuki." Sasuke's figure appeared in front of several people, and Mikoto Uchiha who was holding the plate froze directly in place, and the 3 gojade writing wheel eyes that had not been used for a long time were scared. Is brother going to eat first? Or take a bath first? Or eat me first? Wearing a cat girl maid costume, white stockings on her legs, cat paw gloves on her hands, a black cat tail hanging behind her, Suzuki, tilting his head, smiled and read out the lines that Sakura specifically explained to him. Patter. The chopsticks that Uchiha Tomitake had just picked up fell directly to the ground, and the 3 hooked jade in his eyes showed a vague sign of turning into a kaleidoscope, but fortunately, Uchiha Tomitake was also a person who had seen strong winds and waves. After taking a few breaths, I finally controlled my writing round eyes. Nizai, what have you taught your brother? Uchiha Tomitake stared at Uchiha Itaki. His hopeful son was originally expected to be as talented as his brother Itaki, but he is now as talented as he is. Obviously let Itaki teach Suzuki more about ninjas, but what is this teaching? But Suzuki looks really cute like this, very much like the daughter he and Mikoto imagined, right? This is his own son. How can he dress up like this? Uchiha Tomitake's thoughts are full of thoughts, and Uchiha Itaki is all stunned at this time. Why he disappeared for a day, Suzuki suddenly became like this, but Sasuke's dress is really cute, I want to hold it in my arms. Stroke it. Shaking his head severely, Uchiha Itaki threw out the fantasy in his mind, and was about to ask what was going on with Suzuki, when he saw his mother suddenly ran over, pulling Suzuki to sit at the table with a smile on his face. Mikoto. Husband, don't you think Suzuki looks cute like this? Uchiha Mikoto interrupted Uchiha Tomitake, her eyes filled with excitement and smiles. Do you remember? Didn't you particularly wish that Suzuki was a girl before? Uchiha Tomitake said nothing. When Sasuke was not born before, because he already had the eldest son of Itachi, who was very talented, he hoped that the child who was about to be born could be a girl. In the end, Sasuke was born. He was actually quite disappointed at the time. Father, mother. Listening to the conversation between his parents, Itachi Uchiha opened his mouth to say something. Brother, do you like me like this? Sasuke tilted his head with a gentle smile, and followed the way Sakura taught him, putting his hands up in front of him, and a pair of furry cat's claw gloves looked extremely cute. I like. Uchiha Itachi, who was dazzled by Sasuke's smile, subconsciously said what was in his heart, and when he recovered, his somewhat stern face flushed with shame. Okay, don't worry about it. Since you like them all, let Sasuke dress up like this. Anyway, it won't affect anything. Uchiha Mikoto was so happy that she wanted a cute and well-behaved daughter in her heart, but she was born as a boy in the second birth. This disappointed her for a long time, but although her dream was not realized at the beginning, but Sasuke's current appearance is okay, but he once wished. Uchiha Tomitake and Uchiha Itachi are silent anymore. Naturally, the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi does not need to say much. He is still in a trance until now. The impact of Sasuke's catgirl-made dress on him is a little too big. As for Uchiha Tomitake, looking at the outfit Sasuke was wearing, he was secretly thinking about whether to buy one for Uchiha Mikoto himself, and let her wear it for himself. The next day, as soon as Sasuke arrived at the store, Sakura pulled him aside expectantly. How did your brother react? My brother seems to be very happy. I asked him that, he also said that he likes me to wear this, but the happiest one seems to be the mother, and even the father seems to like me to wear this way. Sasuke recalled the reaction of Uchiha Itachi and the others, and felt a little happy. My brother liked to wear it by himself. If this is the case, I should be able to draw my brother's attention back soon, right? Since they like it, let's keep going. Sakura's lips raised slightly, smiling like a charming little demon. Well, as long as you come to work in my shop, I will make a few more similar clothes for you, so that you can get your brother's attention back as soon as possible. How about it? Okay. As long as he can bring his brother's attention back to him, it doesn't matter if he sells his soul. That's good. Sakura smiled very happily. Now that she jumped into her own pit, don't even think about running. If you want to see how the effect will be before, you can take a few photos. I must. Sasuke won't refuse, right? Here, Sakura tried to dig a hole to make Sasuke jump in, while the Hokage office on the other side was full of dignity. Just now, Union Village's plan for handling this matter has been passed. They resolutely refused to admit that they had sent someone to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan patriarch, and they sharply accused us of killing them to negotiate with the mission leader. Finally, they also said that unless the corpse of the Japanese foot patriarch is sent there, they will go to war with Konoha in Union Village. The three representatives are dignified. The Third Ninja World War has not passed for too long. Every village is recuperating, especially Konoha. Originally, there were several ninjas in the Third Ninja World War. Ninja, the fourth generation of Naruto, is known as the Golden Flash of Heifeng Mizuno. 4 years ago, in the Kyuubi Rebellion, he used ghouls to seal his martyrdom and died with his wife. In the three ninjas, Ashimaru defected. Senju Tsunade had already left Konoha and wandered around the world. Jiraiya also chased his two companions away. He was also older. In addition, in recent years, the village has had some discord with the Uchiha clan. If you really fight with Union Village, I am afraid it will be difficult to win. Union Village is too arrogant. This battle must be fought, and they must be taught a lesson. As a representative of the radical faction, Danzang was the first to jump out, wishing to have a fight with Union Village immediately, so that the other party would know who is the boss. Chapter 13, Coping Methods Top. The third generation of Hokage only glanced at him, and did not say anything. For his old classmate, the third generation of Hokage knew it well. If he really handled things according to his method, Konoha would have long since ceased to exist. Was Konoha still when the first and second generations were alive? Sarutobi, what's your expression? The other party has already been forced to do this, do you want to continue to compromise? Was angry with the expression of the third generation of Hokage. If it weren't for considering that there are other people here, Danzo, I want to shoot the table. It's naturally impossible to compromise. The third generation of Hokage took a cigarette. The other party asked for the corpse of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. If you really want to compromise, let's not say that Konoha's face will be lost, even if it is the Hyuga clan. He belonged to the Hokage family, and had to turn his face with him. Since there is no compromise, then just go to war with the other party directly. It's just a union village, and it's not that you have never fought. Tuanzang coldly snorted. In the past Ninja World Wars, Konoha fought several times, now there is only one in Union Village, is it possible that they will still lose? The Third Ninja War has just passed just a few years, and the village's strength has not recovered, and it has just experienced the Ninja War, coupled with the Kyuubi rebellion a few years ago. Most of the ninjas in the village now want to rest and rest. What's more, not to mention the lack of high-level combat power. After the last words of the three generations of Naruto, Danzo was also silent. The battle between the ninja villages, the ninja and the ninja are all cannon fodder. Only the upper ninja can be regarded as the main combat power. As for the high-level combat power, they are the more famous ninjas in each village. For example, people such as the former Konoha White Teeth Flag Sakumo, Konoha Sunin, and the Golden Glitter Wave Feng Shuman belong to the real high-level combat power. They are the key to the victory or defeat of the war, but now Konoha the village has three generations of old people, and the Sunin either ran away or defected. The fourth generation of Mim Hokage followed his wife. The strategic weapon Kuo Renzulai is still just a child, and the Uchiha clan is still a kid because of the 9. The Ono rebellion and Konoha are at odds, and Konoha is now in the weakest state in history. Then, do we have to admit it? Danzo is very unwilling, but he is also powerless in the current situation. Oh, you go back first, let me first think about what to do. Three generations waved their hands and drove everyone out, and the wrinkles on their foreheads became more and more in the smoke. Danzo and Hyuga Hinzu both retreated. Along the way, Hinata Hinzu's face was gloomy and terrible. The other party's purpose was already obvious. It was for himself. With the past style of three generations of Hokage, it is estimated that it can only be in the end. Half-compromisingly hand over the body of a member of the Hyuga sect. In the next few days, the atmosphere in the village began to become serious. Almost everyone knew about Union villages forcing Konoha. The fear of war instantly appeared in everyone's minds, and there were few people on the streets. A lot, the business of Yul Ramen shop has been greatly affected. Have you heard about everything in the village recently? The Yul Ramen shop was deserted, and a few people who had been free sat together, chatting about the recent events in the village, and Ino looked mysterious when he learned something from his father's mouth. I heard my father say that the people in Union Village, the Kingdom of Thunder, are already preparing for war over the border recently. These guys are really too much. Inyazuka said angrily with her arms folded. The Inyazuka clan and the Hyuga clan were originally closely related, and he had also heard the reason for the matter. Obviously they wanted to kidnap Hinata, but after being discovered by Patriarch Hyuga, they stubbornly resisted, and finally died in the hands of Patriarch Hyuga. It is really disgusting to be beaten up now. What? They actually want to kidnap Hinata? When several other people heard this, they were astonished and furious. They all liked Hinata, a cute little girl. Even Sasuke, who disliked the Hyuga clan because of family relations, also expressed his gratitude to Hinata. Can't give birth to disgusting thoughts. Don't worry, you won't be able to fight this fight. Sakura, who is familiar with the development of the plot, sighed. The next step is the 3 generations of Naruto semi-compromising, and the story of Hyuga Nissa being forced to commit suicide by the Hyuga family elders for his brother. Damn it, if Sunan and Udame Hokage are still there, they promise not to dare to do this. Shikamaru said uncomfortably. Narashika had analyzed with him for a long time, and the reason Union Village is so tough now is nothing more than seeing the current state of Konoha's talents withered. Just as several people were speaking out against Union Village, a white hair dressed up as an Anbu sprang out. Harano Sakura, 3 generations of adults want to see you. Kakashi, who was dressed up as Anbi, came to the Hokage office. Sakura felt very confused. What did the 3rd generation of Hokage look for at this time? Is it to surrender yourself, the helper who killed the mission leader of Union Village? Sakura, I want to ask, what do you think of the recent events in Union Village? As soon as they met, the 3 generations of Hokage asked straightforwardly, which surprised Sakura in her heart. Why would the 3 generations of adults want to ask me what I think? Kozakura asked in a puzzled manner. She is just a 4-year-old child, so she can't make a decision on such a major event. Intuition. Sandai smiled, his face full of fatigue. I think you should have a solution. Hey! Sakura suddenly saw a black line. People say that girls have a 6th sense, but you, an old man, come here to join in the fun. My intuition is accurate. 3 generations laughed. In fact, he was forced to feel helpless. He wanted to find someone to talk to alleviate the pressure. Then he thought of Sakura, a man with a mysterious blood inheritance. If you really want to ask my opinion, I think it would be fine to just go back. Sakura sat on the magic sword and let herself fly to the same height as the 3rd generation. Since they want a war, then give them a war. It's not that simple. 3 generations shook his head, and Konoha can't stand the war anymore. I know, it's because of lack of combat power. Sakura naturally knows Konoha's current situation. If it were changed to a few years ago, Union Village would not dare to kidnap people. Yes, once Konoha and Union Village go to war, the other villages will definitely take advantage of the fire, and Konoha will be in danger by then. 3 generations nodded. Konoha's geographical location is the best, and the other ninja villages are eager to destroy Konoha and occupy this place. Chapter 14, Coping Method below. Konoha is indeed in an awkward state of insufficient high-level combat power, but 3 generations of adults, don't you think about the situation in Union Village? Sakura reminded. It's only a few years since the 3rd Ninja World War. We Konoha are indeed recuperating, but don't Union Village need to recuperate? Konoha occupies the best territory in the ninja world. After recovering, then with the harsh environment where Union Village is located, it should take longer than us to recover. You mean, Union Village is just holding it up right now? 3 generations took a cigarette, and a flash of light flashed in their eyes. That's right, Konoha occupies the best turf and has not recovered yet. Union Village compared with Konoha, the environment is countless times worse. Is it possible to recover now? Almost. Sakura nodded. To be precise, Union Village has calculated your character. Knowing that you will never go to war with them unless there is a special accident, they will such a tough attitude. Is that so? 3 generations still hesitated. But, what if Union Village recklessly launches an attack? The Ninja World War, which has just ended a few years ago, will probably begin again. I once heard a great man say such a sentence: if you seek peace through war, you will survive, and if you compromise peace, you will die in peace. Kozakura said something very seriously, and then analyzed the current situation for the 3 generations. Actually, as far as the current situation is concerned, it is impossible for the Ninja World War to happen. Ding Yunyankan will fight us by itself. Why? 3 generations asked puzzledly. In the Third Ninja World War that has just passed, it goes without saying that Cheyenne Village. Originally, the Third Ninja World War was due to the disappearance of the third generation of Fukage. Then the newly appointed fourth generation of Fukage wanted to relieve the village's problems. Under pressure, I chose to pour dirty water on Konoha's head. The Third War of Ninja World began, and the strength of Cheyenne Village was originally the weakest among the several villages. Ninja Village and the Kingdom of Wind are still at odds. After a big battle, they no longer have the strength to fight again. Sakura broke her fingers and started counting one by one. The 3 generations of Taiyang in Yanyan Village are 2 days old. Onogi is old, and his original character is very stubborn and conservative, and will not do things that are uncertain. Even if we go to war with Union Village, we are not absolutely sure. Under the circumstances, they won't get involved. As for the last hidden village in the mist, they are now almost crippled by a man who is in love with a puppy. Thinking of Wuyan Village, Sakura couldn't help feeling sad for them. She was controlled by Uchiha Madara and killed Lin, and then the whole village was almost crippled by Uchiha Soil for playing. The blood inheritance of the whole village was almost destroyed. The slaughter was wiped out. The 7 ninja swords were beaten to death by Matkai's father, Mat. The remaining 3 were severely wounded and escaped. After returning, they defected, and the remaining 7 were beaten to death. One was killed by the dried persimmon ghost shark without surviving a few years, and ran away after robbing the shark mussel. As for the later ninja sword users, their strength was completely incomparable. In that case, we only need to face Union Village, right? 3 generations thoughtfully, but then asked with some doubts, but, Sakura, why do you know these things? This kind of information is the secret of each village, and it is impossible to reveal it. What's more, Sakura is just a 4-year-old child. Why does he know so much? Because I can see it. Sakura raised her head and looked at the 3 generations, her aquamarine pupils resembling 2 pure and flawless emeralds. Time is like a river, and I am standing on the bank, gazing at the long river. 3 generations of question marks, why did this suddenly become the second one? In short, everything that happened in the past will be recorded by time, and I can clearly see everything that has been recorded. Sakura quietly looked at the 3 generations, with a faint smile on her face. Said, for example, the Kyuubi Rebellion, Naruto's life experience, the death of the 2nd generation of Hokage, the battle between the 1st generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara, and even how Konoha appeared, I know all this. The space seemed to freeze, and 3 generations of people were stunned there. Sakura's words were really incredible. If someone could control the time, it would be a terrible thing. If the 3 generations of adults don't believe it, then, time snapped. Sakura stretched out her left hand and snapped a finger, the aquamarine in her eyes became deeper, and the invisible power radiated, directly covering the 3 generations. This is. The pupils of the 3rd generation shrank suddenly, and he was particularly clear about his body. In recent years, due to overwork, his body has long been worse than before, and even his strength has dropped a lot because of this. But just after Sakura finished snapping his fingers, he felt that his body seemed to be returning to the time it was a few years ago. He originally thought it was an illusion, but when the 3 generations felt the chakra surging like a river in the body, understand that all this is true. My current strength can only reluctantly adjust your body to the state it was 5 years ago. Although it is not your peak period, it is much better than it is now. Sakura's voice sounded in the silent office, and the hidden emotions around them were uncontrollable and fluctuating. They were all 3 generation personal guards, so naturally they wouldn't have any bad thoughts. Emotional fluctuations are simply too much. Caused by shock. Although it was only a 5-year gap, the strength in it was quite different. During the Kyuubi Rebellion, the 3 generations were able to push the Kyuubi a long distance with one stick, but when Naruto and the others took the test, but it just couldn't hold it for a short while. It can be seen how much influence has been on his strength since he took over the position of Hokage again. This is just like Naruto in the original book. Before becoming Hokage, he was as energetic as Uchiha, but after becoming Hokage, the godlike characters in the ninja world suddenly became like kidney deficiency. Union Village? If you want to fight, let them come here. The physical condition has returned to 5 years ago, and the mentality of the 3 generations has also changed a lot. It seems that the whole person has returned to the time when he was young and was called Ningxiang. And 3 generations of adults, you don't need to be too nervous. If the war really starts, then I will run to Union Village to drag a few meteorites from the sky and level the whole Union Village. Sakura's tone is not fluctuating, so she can't fight Union Village head-on now, but she doesn't need to be hard-headed to ruin Union Village. With the power of infinite gems, you can pull a few meteorites down from space to hide Union. The village was flattened, and Thanos didn't have the ability to pull planets, but ordinary small meteorites were still okay. Reikage could block 1 or 2, can it block dozens of them? Chapter 15, The Opposition of the Elders. Top. Meteorite. 3 generations were almost choked by the smoke. Since ancient times, I have never heard of a ninja that can control a meteorite, right? If there is such an ability, it is really a strategic weapon. Yes, although my power can't control too much, small meteorites are still possible. If one is not enough, I will have a few more. The big deal is that I throw one at Union Village every day, and they can also annoy them if I can't kill them. Sakura's idea is actually very simple. She doesn't want to have another war in the ninja world, and as the source of the possibility of provoking a war, Union Village can only sacrifice a little. If the 3 generations of adults don't believe it, you can try it with me. Fearing that the 3 generations would not believe what she said, Sakura took the initiative to challenge her, and she also wanted to try how much she could exert now. Are you sure? 3 generations looked at her in surprise. Fighting is very easy to get injured, and at your current age, you probably haven't been in contact with chakra. I don't use chakra. Sakura shook her head, she didn't even know what chakra was. As for injuries, 3 generations of adults don't have to worry about this, I am very strong. Well, that old man will accompany you to practice your hands. Perhaps it was because they were much younger. 3 generations also had an urge to fight in their hearts. They also stood up immediately, and walked towards the training ground with Sakura. In the training ground, the 3 generations took off Hokage's imperial robes, and a battlesuit revealed the original character of Ninjao. Sakura, you can take action first, let the old man see Konoha's future. The 3 generations have some expectations. Sakura and the others are undoubtedly the pillars of Konoha's next generation, but they don't know how far they will grow in the end? Okay. Sakura replied, stepping on the magic sword with both feet, and took off leisurely under the gaze of the 3 generations and a group of Anbu ninjas, and then stopped after flying several tens of meters. 3 generations of adults, let's start. 3 generations looked at the sky and kept silent. Throughout the 5 great ninjutsu villages, only 3 generations of Tu Ying Liang Tianping Onoji possessed the ability to fly. At the height that Sakura currently flies, none of his ninjutsu can reach at all. Yes, as for the psychic ape demon to turn it into a golden hoop rod, the ape demon can extend, but the distance is enough, but standing underground holding a tens of meters long stick to fly in the sky, this flexibility it must be impossible to keep up. Well, no kidding, 3 generations of adults, please be careful. Xiao Sakura smiled wryly, this method is indeed a bit too ridiculous. After seeing the silent expressions of the 3 generations, she quickly lowered the flying height, and a red streamer flashed in her eyes. Reality. Dozens of kunao, like red crystals, appeared out of nowhere next to Sakura, blazing towards the 3rd generation under Sakura's control. Hey? Good, 2 done. 2 Lyubi. The 3 generations' eyes condensed, the whole body was high in fighting spirit, and their hands quickly formed a seal, and a thick soil wall rose from the ground to block him. Boom, boom, boom. Kyo slammed into the earth flow wall, but the little Kyo hit the earth flow wall full of holes, but when the smoke drifted away, there were no 3 generations of Hokage behind the earth flow wall. Figure. In the back, space. Sakura instantly felt the 3 generations of Hokage who suddenly appeared behind her, and immediately activated the power of the space gem, and a burst of blue light covered Sakura's body, and the 3rd generation of Hokage wanted to grab Sakura's shoulders. The hand penetrated Sakura's body strangely. Not an entity, but an illusion? No, my chakra is flowing normally. The pupils of the 3rd generation shrank, and their feet pressed the ground, forcibly changing the direction of the body's advancement, and then a few jumps away from Sakura. Huo done. Yan Dan. 3 generations couldn't figure out what abilities Sakura had just used, so it was better to try it out now. Crimson flames spewed out, and the 3 generations were once respected as Dr. Ninjutsu. They were proficient in the 5 elements of ninjutsu. A simple flame bomb was greatly increased in the hands of the 3 generations. Power. Sakura whispered in her mouth, and the rushing flame instantly turned into pure energy and was pinched in her palm. Then Sakura pushed her palm forward, and the purple energy mixed with the blue chakra rushed like thunder. 3 generations. Not good, the shadow avatar technique, water escape. Water front wall, earth escape. Earth flow wall. The pupils of the 3 generations shrank. From this thunder-like shock wave, he felt a dangerous aura. He didn't hesitate to quickly separate a shadow clone. The main body used the water wall, and the shadow clone was used by Jian. After the earth flow wall, the earth wall and the water curtain formed by the current rise at the same time, blocking the front of the 3 generations. The purple thunder was like a broken bamboo, which directly destroyed the earth flow wall and the water front wall, and then penetrated the body of the 3 generations unabated. Hey, 3 generations of adults, don't hide, I see you. Sakura didn't pay attention to the fact that the body was penetrated by the 3rd generation, but looked at the corner of the training ground with a little helplessness. Ha ha ha, the attack just now was very strong. 3 generations walked out from the corner, with a pipe in his mouth and a smile on his face. It's just a surprise fight, otherwise I won't be able to fight your soil clone. Sakura sat down cross-legged somewhat helplessly. Frontal combat is not what she is good at. The most important thing is that her body cannot support her to use the power of infinite gems for a long time to fight, otherwise there are really not many people in this world. It's no joke to beat her, the power that can destroy the world. It's already very good, at least before I never thought that someone could have such strength at the age of 4. The eyes of the 3 generations flashed by. With your Konoha's future, I am relieved, even if I go to the underworld, I will have the face to meet the teacher and them. It seems that you have made up your mind for the 3 generations of adults. Sakura heard the determination in the words of the 3 generations. My old bone can last a few years, enough to make you grow up. 3 generations smoked, revealing murderous aura all over. Before this, I would never allow anyone to destroy Konoha's peace. Although Konoha is no longer at its peak, the old man still has the ability to fight Union Village. This is the former ninjao. Sakura couldn't help but sigh. Although the 3 generations of Hokage seem to often compromise in the original work, he will still be tough when it is time to be tough, but the middle ear is too strong in the original work. Soft, will always be persuaded by Danzo. Chapter 16, The Opposition of the Elders Below. Regarding Sakura's affairs, the 3 generations gave an order to seal, and those who followed the 3 generations that day were all Hokage's direct Anbi guards, who were loyal. Therefore, everything about Sakura, except for the 3 generations himself and the Anbi who was watching that day. Besides, no one in Konoha village knew about it. Having witnessed Sakura's special ability different from that of a ninja, the 3 generations also made a decision about what Union Village has been persecuting. The next day they directly gathered the elders and the heads of the Konoha family for a meeting. Discuss. There is something about Union Village. That's my decision. You can vote to discuss whether it is a war or a peace. The three generations vaguely expressed their attitude of preparing to go back hard, and they immediately attracted a group of people to look at each other. Didn't the three generations always advocate a peaceful settlement and rely on compromise in exchange for peace? Why has it changed now? However, when they were surprised, the radicals headed by Danzo were particularly excited. They always wanted to be able to go back directly, but the three generations hesitated and disagreed. They did not expect that the three generations themselves first made hard preparations. For them, it was an unexpected joy. And most of the family heads actually agreed with the three-generation decision, especially Uchiha Tomitake and Hyaganazu. Needless to say, Hyaganazu, it is his good daughter that Union Village wants to kidnap, if not for that strength. He could not wait to rush over to destroy Union Village. As for Uchiha Fudake, the natural arrogant personality of the Uchiha clan made them quite complain about the past diplomatic attitudes of the three generations of Hokage. This time, seeing that the three generations finally became tough, they are also very excited. Of course, there is absolutely no shortage of those who support, and those who oppose are naturally two members of the elders, headed by Mito Minion and Zwan Na Xiaochun, as the disciples of the second generation of Hokage, the third generation and Danzo's teammates. These two people neither inherited the political methods of the second generation like the third generation, nor did they inherit the dark methods of the second generation like Danzo. Basically, their existence is useless except for occasional trouble for the three generations of Hokage. Sarutobi, we do not agree with you to do this about this matter. Mito Minion took the lead. Konoha can't stand the war anymore. If you do this, you will drag Konoha into the abyss. Yes, once you fight with Union Village, the other shinobu villages will definitely choose to besiege Konoha, and Konoha does not have the strength to fight for. Zwan Xiaochun also followed. In fact, the two of them disagree. The real reason is not Konoha's lack of strength, but because this matter is not good for them. The previous wars were provoked by other shinobu villages, and Konoha was always passive. One side has to fight, and after winning, they can get a lot of compensation. They will not object to anything, but if Konoha takes the initiative to provoke the war, it will not do them any good, and the current wood once Ya was besieged, it was a losing situation. They couldn't get much benefit from this war. Instead, they wanted to send the family's ninjas to the battlefield. This was a loss-making business. I also don't agree to go to war. An old man with white eyes among the members of the elders said. Grand Elder. Hyagahizu looked at the old man in disbelief. If Konoha chooses to compromise, he will use members of the Hyaga clan to quell the war at that time. His patriarch will definitely not go as Union Village requested. Death, but other people of the tribe are also fate, can't they just make sacrifices just like that, right? War is undesirable. Since this matter was started by the Hyaga clan, let's leave it to the Hyaga clan to solve it. We still have a corpse. Elder Hyaga's expression remained unchanged, and the old said. This war may not be fought. I only suggested how to respond to Union Village's request. There is no need for the Hyaga clan to make such a big sacrifice. Konoha ninjas must not abandon their companions. These are the words handed down by Lord Zhu. You can't choose to sacrifice your companions for the sake of short-term peace. Sarutobi frowned and said, he didn't expect that the Hyaga clan had something wrong at the last moment, but Union Village targeted the Hyaga clan in this matter. If the Hyaga clan is determined to decide what to do, his Hokage is not good. Opposed. Hokage-sama, don't worry, the Hyaga clan naturally has its own decision. The elder Hyaga was unmoved, and after speaking to the three generations, he pulled Hyaga and left. Let's dismiss the meeting first. The three generations sighed with a headache. When they wanted to compromise, a lot of people opposed it. When they wanted to be tough, there were still a lot of people opposed. It was really a headache. 3 generations of adults, if there really is a war, Uchiha will definitely help. Uchiha Tommy-take, who left last, said lightly. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he wanted to restore the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha. But no matter how Konoha's high-level team hid in it, it didn't give him a chance to repair it. If you have time, Tommy-take can ask Sasuke to invite his group of children to be guests at home. Of course, the 3rd generation understands what Uchiha Tommy-take meant, and he is also willing to repair the relationship between the village and Uchiha, but he is helpless. My good friend, I am too embarrassed to say anything about him, there is nothing he can do with him. Sasuke. Uchiha Tommy-take suddenly thought of the strange decoration that Sasuke had recently changed on that day. Well, it seems to be more and more like a daughter. Well, that little girl named Sakura should be able to help you. 3 generations said with a smile. He has no idea of treating Sakura as a child now, and he was shocked by some of Sakura's insights. Yes, in the matter of Uchiha and Konoha, he felt that Sakura should have a way, and he hoped that Sakura could find a way out. Then, let's retire first. Uchiha Tommy-take's heart moved, and the 3 generations will not aimlessly. Does Uchiha's future depend on the little girl named Sakura? After everyone left, the 3 generations sat behind the desk smoking a cigarette with a sad face. The opposition from the great elder Hyuga made him really wonder what to do. You, go to the ramen shop and call Harano Sakura over. Finally, the 3 generations suffering from headaches decided to summon Sakura to listen to her thoughts. Chapter 17, Rescue Hyuga Part 1. So 3 generations of adults, you have a headache for this matter until now. Kozakura looked at the 3 generations with an incredulous expression. Please, does this matter need to be so troublesome? You are the 3rd generation of Hokage, and you have to ask the elders for such a trivial matter? Besides, the elders oppose you. Did you really listen to it? What else can those old people do besides making trouble? Ahem. The 3rd generation was choked by the smoke. It seemed that when the 4th generation was in power, he was also a member of the undead group of elders. You are 3 generations of Naruto. Faced with this kind of diplomatic matters with other shinobu villages, no matter how much they say, the final decision is not your Naruto. Just 2 or 3 old undead opposed to you. Are you hesitant here? Don't forget, there are many more people who support your decision than those who oppose it. For the elders of Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun, Sakura did not have a half-hearted opinion. After reading the original work, she clearly knew that these people's actions had no effect at all except to add chaos to Konoha. But Minyan and Xiaochun are my former classmates. The 3 generations are still a bit entangled. Regarding Shimura Danzo and Mito Minyan who used to study together under the 2nd generation in the same class, he is always cruel. As in the original work, Danzo killed Uchiha with his back on his back. In the end, he didn't say anything, and even Danzo sent someone to assassinate him, but in the end the 3 generations just passed away with a smile. If the 2nd generation Hokage encounters such a situation, what will he do? Sakura asked suddenly. The 3 generations didn't speak, they just kept smoking. He understood the character of his own teacher. Union Village dared to send someone to Konoha to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. There is no need to wait for Union Village's subsequent threats. Thousands of hands will be able to assemble an army first to go to war with Union Village. As for the opposition of others, with a 1,000-handed character, it is good not to beat the opponent to death. I think the 2nd generation of adults created this elders group back then, just to give the major families a chance to participate in Konoha political discussions. The role of the elders group has always been to give advice to Hokage, not to interfere with what Hokage has already done. Decision. Sakura said in a flat tone. They are also the elders. Look at Union Village. The 4 generations of Lei Ying smashed the table every day. On the contrary, the Union village elders did not dare to breathe, and the 3 generations treated them with kind words every day. In the end, this group of goods actually made an inch. Teacher Fijian. The eyes of the 3 generations were in a trance. Yes, when did the elders begin to change? It seems that since I made a compromise with them for the first time, since then, no matter what decision I make, the elders will intervene. Even when I chose the 4th generation of Hokage, if it weren't for Jiraiya. The support of the explosive temperament, coupled with the fact that the wife of the Water Gate is Uzumaki Kushina, and the relationship between the Water Gate itself and the Uchiha clan is also good, it is estimated that the position of the Hokage has to fall into the hands of the elders. Thinking of this, the 3 generations quietly put down their pipes. Perhaps they have indeed been soft-hearted over the years, but they were ninjutsu back then. These 2 words are not only because of their proficiency in the 5 elements of ninjutsu, but also because of their tough style. You, go and inform Ryuju, let him write back to Union Village, let Union Village explain the intention to kidnap the Hyuga clan eldest lady, and prepare them for compensation. If not, wait for Konoha to give them. Submit the battle book. The voices of the 3 generations were unprecedentedly firm. Isn't it just war? Konoha's days of fighting a group have passed, and now it is just a Union Village. I think we should notify the Hyuga clan now. Kozakura reminded, if the old stubborn Hyuga clan forced the Hyuga to death again like the original, what is the point of what she did? Okay. 3 generations nodded and stood up. He also knew the stubborn reputation of the Hyuga clan, and this matter itself was related to the Hyuga clan, so he must be notified. Under Sakura's evil taste, 3 generations of feet floated in the air on a pink cloud. Sakura, why do you have to let me fly in the sky on the clouds? 3 generations were a little depressed. He also wanted to fly into the sky with a long sword. How handsome, but Sakura insisted on letting him step on it. Flying with the clouds, he said that if you have a golden hoop, you must have somersault clouds. What makes him most depressed is that this cloud is actually pink, and an old man himself is flying on the pink cloud. This picture it's a bit of a violation. Because only a somersault cloud is worthy of a golden hoop. Sakura covered her mouth and snickered. She deliberately created this pink somersault cloud with realistic gems. Who gave the 3 generations a nickname called a monkey, and the weapon is still the golden cudgel that the psychic beast ape demon turned into. Without a somersault cloud for him, Sakura always felt that the world was incomplete. And the 3 generations of grandfathers don't think they have a fairy-like temperament when stepping on the clouds. But, why are the clouds pink? The 3 generations were panicked, so those familiar with them could see them, and they didn't know how to arrange themselves behind the scenes. Pink clouds show that 3 generations of grandpas have a very young girl's heart. Xiao Sakura's eyes narrowed into a seam. Oh! The 3 generations sighed, always feeling that they were about to lose their chances, but people were already standing on the clouds, and this was halfway through the flight. The dark ninjas behind them had already seen themselves like this. It seems to be of no use to go down now. Today, many ninjas in Konoha saw a stunning spectacle when they looked up. A long sword and a pink cloud were flying fast over Konoha. On the long sword stood a little girl carved with pink jade. And on the pink cloud, how could it be their beloved 3rd generation Hokage standing there? The eyesight of the ninja allows them to see clearly, especially the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. The dynamic vision of the writing wheel eye is even more clear. This will also be used for Danzo to destroy the Uchiha clan in the future, and the 3 generations of Hokage are silent. Planted the bane killing the mouth. Soon, the 2 people arrived at the Hyuga clan's residence, lowered the magic sword and clouds to a distance of less than half a meter from the ground, and they floated to the front gate of the Hyuga clan's residence. It's a local tyrant. Sakura felt a pain. The Hinata clan's residence was really big enough. Such a large residence showed how rich the Hyuga clan was. Moreover, in the original work, after Naruto and Hinata got married, the house it should also be Hinata's dowry product. Otherwise, how can Naruto's savings be able to afford that kind of single-family villa? Don't you see that Haruno Sakura, a high-level Konoha, started to repay the mortgage after she married Uchiha Sasuke? Well, even the dignified film-level powerhouse was abruptly fainted by the mortgage problem. You must know that Haruno Sakura was the head of the Konoha medical department at that time, and it was still carrying decades of mortgage requirements. Still. Chapter 18, Rescue Hyagane. I really want to divide the land with the local tyrants. The Hyuga clan is a very old family. After years of accumulation, naturally there is no shortage of money. Seeing Sakura's heartbroken expression, Sandai couldn't help laughing. I've decided. Kozakura squeezed her hands. I have to do my business in the world of tolerance, and I absolutely can't live the life of paying off my mortgage every day. The arrival of the three generations made the Hyuga clan dare not neglect. A group of people from the Hyuga tribe who rolled their eyes hurriedly welcomed the three generations and Sakura in, but they told the three generations that the Hyuga Nissa was in a meeting and couldn't come over for a while. Three generations couldn't say anything about this, so they could only sit there and wait quietly with Sakura. Soon, Hinata Nizu, who received the notice, came over, but what made Sakura a little puzzled was that Hinata's white eyes turned a little red, as if he had just cried. I'm sorry, three generations of adults, because I have to deal with some things, so I came late. Hyuga Hizu reluctantly pulled out a smile, thinking about what happened at the meeting just now, can't help but clenched his fists, wanting to cry. Japanese foot, I have asked Luju to write back to Union Village. Only halfway through the words of the three generations, the great elder Hyuga walked in from outside. Three generations of adults, we have found a solution to this matter, and it will definitely not cause a war between Konoha and Union Village. Ah! Three generations looked stunned. What is the Hyuga clan going to do? Union Village wants the corpse of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, so we will pay them an identical corpse. Grand Elder Hyuga said in a deep voice. The exact same body. At the beginning of the three generations, I didn't understand it, and then it suddenly occurred to him that there was indeed a person in the Hyuga family who was exactly the same as Hyuga Hizu, but that person was the younger brother of Hyuga Nizu. Aren't you preparing? Just as three generations of adults thought, in order to protect his elder brother, the child of Nisara volunteered to die. As long as he handed over the body of Nisara, Union Village must have nothing to say, right? A faint smile was revealed. For them, those who split the family had always sacrificed. Hyuga Nizu sat there with his head lowered and remained silent, but Kozakura saw the blue veins violently on the hands of Hyuga Nizu clenched into fists, and his body was trembling slightly. But, I'm here to tell you that I have asked Luju to write back to Union Village, asking them to explain the kidnapping of the Hyuga clan eldest lady, and prepare the compensation, otherwise Konoha will directly talk to them. It's war. The three generations only felt that their brains were so irritated. How could the Hyuga family, a group of mentally handicapped stuff, be so hindered? He hasn't said that he wants the Hyuga family to make sacrifices, but the Hyuga family can't wait to kill their own people? What's this? Hey! Hyuga Hizuka suddenly raised his head, and the man in his eyes was astonished. In other words, there is no need to sacrifice at all for daily slack. Yet, Kozakura and I came here to inform you of this news, but who would have thought of you? Sandai sighed, isn't Hyuga Nissa dead in vain? Three generations of adults don't have to worry. If Union Village is determined to fight with us, then the corpse of Nikkei will naturally come in handy. The elder Hyuga was expressionless, and when he talked about it, there was nothing at all. I feel sad for the sacrifice of Hyuga Nikkei. Uncle Nisu, please bring the body of Uncle Nishin over. Konoha doesn't need him to make such a useless sacrifice. Sakura frowned. This elder Hyuga was really annoying. Sakura, do you have a way to save the day's slack? Three generations asked in surprise. With some certainty, I hope we won't be late. Kozakura can't be 100% sure, but if Hyuga is just dead, there is a way to save her life. Is it really okay? Hyuga was very excited, but it was his brother who was forced to death because of him. The corpse of Nipples was sent home just now, and I will have someone bring it over now. Let's go directly, and it will take some time to send someone to bring it over. Sakura stood up, ready to go directly to save people. Now time is money, and it can't be delayed. Little girl, the family of the Hyuga clan does not need you as an outsider to intervene. Nikkei sacrificed his life for the sake of Nikkei. He died well. Moreover, the current situation between Konoha and Union Village is unknown. Maybe he needs Nikkei. The corpse is here to calm the anger in Union Village. Grand Elder Hyuga didn't want a war very much. Once a war started, the Hyuga family would definitely send someone to the battlefield. If a corpse of a separated family could be exchanged for the clan family without going to the battlefield, this business would be simply worth it. Isn't the Uncle Nisan a member of the Hyuga tribe? If you exchange your companions for the piece of charity from others, your conscience will not hurt. Sakura's face was very ugly, and the attitude of this elder Hyuga really made her feel cold. To be able to sacrifice for the clan is the fate of dividing the family, and it is also their glory. Grand Elder Hyuga said with confidence. The Hyuga clan has been here for so many years and has long been used to it. Grandpa 3 generations, can I beat him up? Sakura didn't go to argue with the old stubbornness, but looked at the 3 generations with a cold face. 3 generations did not say anything, and this elder Hyuga made him feel very angry. That's good. The attitude of the 3 generations was obviously tacit approval. The corner of Sakura's lips twitched, a sneer appeared on her face, red light flashed in her eyes, and dozens of kyowa flew out from her side. The little girl is so uneducated. Grand Elder Hyuga frowned and snorted coldly. He didn't care about the reaction of the 3 generations. He just raised his hand and slapped it out with a gossip empty palm, wanting to blow away all these kunao. You are too naive, power. Kozakura sneered, and the chakra spouting from the palm of Elder Hyuga disappeared instantly. What? Gossip? Hushin. Grand Elder Hyuga was shocked, seeing that Kyowa had already arrived in front of him, and he couldn't think too much about it at the moment, and directly used the secret skill of the Hyuga sect family Hushin. The light blue chakra spewed from the acupuncture points around the body of the Great Elder Hyuga, spinning rapidly along with the movements of the Great Elder Hyuga, forming a big chakra ball on the spot. It's so naive, want to rely on the sky to block my attack? Don't you know that art is a big star? The moment Kyowa hit Hushin, purple energy flashed across Kyowa's surface. Before everyone could react, Kyowa directly exploded. Chapter 19, Rescue Hyuga Nikkei Part 2. Boom! The explosion directly blasted the Great Elder Hyuga out. Although he was not injured, the face of the Great Elder Hyuga was very ugly. In fact, normally speaking, the power of these kunao explosions is simply not enough to lift the Great Elder Hyuga out, but the Great Elder Hyuga did not make a full shot at first, and Hushin was only used in haste, and no one thought of the small the kunao that Sakura released would actually explode, which made Grand Elder Hyuga suffer a big loss. 3 generations of Grandpa, Uncle Nisan, let's go, hurry up and see if Uncle Nissa can be saved. Ignoring the black face of the rising Elder Hyuga in the bottom of the pot, Sakura stepped on the magic sword and floated on her own. She was too young and walked too slowly with her little hands and calves, so she just flew over faster. A little. Sandai and Hyuga also ignored the Elder Hyuga who was about to explode. Hyuga waved his hand to dismiss the other tribesmen who were attracted by the explosion, and took Sakura and ran towards the place where he lived. At the home of Hyuga, the young Niji Hyuga looked at a loss. He didn't understand why his father just went to a meeting and died when he came back. Looking at the body of Hyuga Niji's heart there was a burst of sadness. Ninji, where is your father's body? Hyega Hisus jumped in directly from the wall, and when he saw Ning Xiai in the yard, he felt a heartache. Master Nisu, my father's body is in the house. Although he was young, Ning Xiai has now some understanding of the concept of clan and division. Therefore, when facing the uncle Hyega Nissa, he is respectful. Attitude. He did not care about the attitude of Niji. Hyega Nissa is now dedicated to saving Hyega Nissa back. As the saying goes, only after the loss will he know how to cherish. After the death of Hyega Nissa, the originally suppressed Hyega Nissa, the heart of the younger brother's control, is already fully awakened at this time. Kozakura and Sandai also flew down from the wall. The pink cloud under Sandai's feet was stunned by Hyega Ningji, and then the eyes of Sandai were not right. Ahem, Sakura, let's go and save people. The third generation coughed slightly, ignoring Niji's gaze. Although the pink color is indeed a bit irritating, the feeling of flying directly without walking is also true. It's cool, just ignore the color or something for now. Okay. After running to the house with Hyega Hisu, Kozakura breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not too late to come. The soul of Hyega has not yet fully returned to the underworld, and there is still some rescue. Uncle Nisu, you close the door, lest there is too much noise to attract others' attention later. After Kozakura gave an order, she walked to the body of Hyega Nissa. I have to say that the true heart of Hyega Nissa is very similar to that of Hyega Hizusaka. It is no wonder that the elders of the Hyega clan want to let Hyega Hisasa replace Hyega Nisasa. The way to die. The young Niji stood with his mother, staring at Sakura curiously, not understanding why they came to see their father's body. Sakura, how is the situation? Is there any help? 3 generations asked. Fortunately, his soul has not been completely picked up by the underworld, and he can be saved. Kozakura took a deep breath, and the time gem activated, first to restore Hyega's body to an undamaged state, and then prepare to pull the Hyega's soul back. Soul? Sakura, can't you just let the time go back? It's only a while after the Slack is dead, can't you just rewind his time? 3 generations asked suspiciously. There is no one else here. Hyega Hihi is a firm Naruto faction, and the wife and children of Hyega and Nissa can also believe that, so the 3 generations did not hide anything. The most important thing is that he wants to use this opportunity to build momentum and let Hyega understand what Kozakura is. The meaning of the representative is that as long as Hyega is not stupid, she will definitely make a good relationship between her daughter and Sakura. Then, with the relationship of the Hyega clan, the relationship between Sakura and the Naruto family will naturally become closer. It's useless. Sakura shook her head and explained, the reason why people live is not only the function of the body, but more importantly, the cooperation of the soul. Without the soul, the body is just an empty shell. If the soul of Uncle Nissan has been attracted to the pure land of the underworld, even if I reverse the time of his body, he will still not survive. While talking, Sakura's eyes began to glow with orange light. At first, it was only a little bit. Until the end, the pupils of the entire eyes turned orange, completely losing the previous greenish color. Sandai and Hyega Nisaka couldn't help taking a step back. The breath now revealed from Kozakura made them feel that their souls were trembling. Soul, power, space. Over the body of Hyega Nika, a cloud of mist that ordinary people can't see is slowly dissipating. Just when it is about to disappear completely, the power of the soul gem envelops the fog, and then the invisible power is blessed to Hyega. The soul that was about to dissipate abruptly resisted the attraction from the pure land of the underworld. Based on the connection between the remaining soul of Hyega Riza and the part of the soul that has been pulled away by the pure land of the underworld, the power of the space gem is activated, and above the corpse of Hyega Riza, a grey space channel opens. Light blue. The energy of the space channel is limited to a fixed range. The grey space channel tumbling like fog, and dots of streamer flew out of it. This was the part of the soul that had been attracted by Hyega and Riparian. With a wave of his small hand, the space channel was instantly closed, leaving only the bright small light clusters hovering over the body of Hyaganake. Gather it for me. The orange in Sakura's eyes is more intense, like a shining gem. The dots of light slowly began to converge, and finally turned into a complete light group. Under the control of Sakura, this group of light quickly penetrated into the body of Hyaga Nipples. It's time to wake up. Kozakura stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers with a pop, and completely absorbed the soul of Hyaga Nissa into his body. Cough cough cough. Under the gaze of Hyaga and others, Hyaga's chest suddenly began to rise and fall. After a while, he coughed a few times and his eyes slowly opened. Hikari, you're okay. Hinata excitedly hugged Hyaga Hikari and cried, and the troubled Hyaga Hikari looked dumbfounded. Really? Gee. Passionate. Probably it's a rotten eye looking at people. Gee. Looking at Hyaga Hippopotamus who is crying with Hyaganake, the first thought in Kozakura's mind is not that the two people's brothers are deeply emotional, but subconsciously recalling the past life. I have seen the plots of the two brothers in Tanmei novels. Chapter 20, Hyaganazu and Number 039, S Heart of Change. Injustice. Secretly glanced at Ningji's mother who was immersed in shock and still hadn't recovered. Sakura suddenly felt that the tip of the other party's hair was shining with a faint green light. By the way, Hyaganazu and Hyaganissa are German orthopedics. Although I have experienced it once, I still feel incredible when I see it again. The three generations breathed out a smoke ring, calmed the shock in my heart, and reversed life and death. This terrifying power is even known as the of ninjas. I haven't seen it in the first generation of Hokage. 3 generations of grandfather, can you extinguish the smoke in your mouth? There is a seriously injured number who just came alive. Sakura covered her nose with disgust. She hated the smell of smoke in her previous life, not to mention the 3rd generation smoked pipes. Compared with modern cigarettes, the taste is much more irritating. Well, Grandpa forgot. The 3rd generation put away the pipe in embarrassment. Ningji, Masako. Hyaganisa, who had learned about the incident from his eldest brother, hugged his wife Masako and Niji, but after one death, he cherished the affection even more. Hikari, the bird in your cage. Hyaga Hizuka exclaimed at this moment. He hadn't noticed it before. It wasn't until Hyaga had just passed by and hugged Niji before that he suddenly realized that Hyaga had his forehead. The surface is bright and clean, and the bird curse mark in the cage that was originally used to restrict the separation of the family has disappeared. What? Hyaga was not clear at first, so it wasn't until he saw Hyaga's eyes staring straight at his forehead that he didn't react a little bit, and subconsciously opened his eyes, and suddenly he cried out in exclamation. The bird curse seal in the cage is a seal secret technique used by the Hyaga Zone family to control the division. In addition to allowing the clan to control the life and death of the division at any time, the caged bird also restricts the ability of the division's eyes, so that the division's eyes will never be able to do the sect. That way, there is no dead angle at 360 degrees, and the distance can't be seen as far as the zone family. However, just now after Hyaga Hikaden opened his eyes, he realized that his current observation distance with his eyes had increased a lot. Not to mention, the original blind spot of vision has also disappeared, which means that there are no more birds in his cage. It's better not to exist in the caged bird that is crazy. Sakura said disdainfully. A group of mindless mentally retarded people develop harmful things, what else do they say is to prevent the eyes of the division from being robbed by the enemy? Since you don't want to be robbed of the eyes by others, then try to improve your strength, and be in the same line as the 6 immortals. His eyes were played into this virtue. It is estimated that your ancestors know well, and you can't wait to get up in the middle of the night and beat your unscrupulous descendants to death. Speaking of this, Sakura stopped in an instant. Although the ancestor of the Hyaga clan, Otsuki Yamura, died, his soul did not seem to have disappeared. Instead, he kept a part of his power waiting for the white-eyed princess Hinata to collect it. Destroying the unscrupulous descendants of Daetong Mushiren, although his state cannot be compared with that of the 6 Dao immortals, this ghost really exists. Thinking of this, Sakura couldn't help but give a few sticks of incense to the Hyuga clan. Your ancestors are really looking at you. Well, I don't know if I can ask Ms. Harano Sakura for help. The expression on Hyuga's face was a bit tangled, his eyes fixed on Niji's forehead, his eyes full of bitterness. I know what you want to say, Uncle Nisaka, it's just a matter of effort. Sakura snapped a finger with her left hand, and a red light flashed. For you, it is not very realistic to erase the bird curse mark in the cage. But to me, I am reality. Well, my head, no more pain. Ningxi didn't know what was happening, but he felt that his head with a slight headache suddenly became more comfortable since he was imprinted with the bird curse in the cage. Husband! Masako Hyuga was shocked, and then burst into tears of joy. She also saw the clean forehead of Hyuga Hisaki. She understood what this meant when she heard Hyuga Hisaki's words of pleading for Sakura. Naturally, she was looking forward to it very much, and after the physical oppression that originated from the bird's curse in the cage disappeared, the joy in her heart made her cry. No one wants to let their freedom and life and death be controlled by others. As the saying goes, life is precious and love is more expensive. If it is for freedom, both can be thrown away. Nika, don't reveal the news that the bird in your cage has been lifted. Seeing the happy expressions of his younger brother's family, Hyuga heart moved, and the look in his eyes became completely firm. When the time is right, we will reveal it later. Big brother, what do you want to do? Hinata Risa frowned, and his heart jumped suddenly as he looked at the expression on Hinata's foot. It's time for the ancient system of the Hyuga family to change. Hinata Hinzu said in a deep voice. His joy just now touched his heart. There are so many divisions in the entire Hyuga family, but they are all in the same place. Under this tragic system. But brother, with our strength. Hyuga also wanted to abolish the caged bird system, but there was no way. The entire division of the family had a caged bird curse. As long as the caged bird is planted, the life of the division is pinned to the clan. In his hand, there is no possibility of resistance at all. Although Hyuga is the head of the patriarch, there is still a group of undead elders on his head. His foot, if there is a place where I am an old man, just say. My old man still has the strength to help. 3 generations said with a smile, and he agreed with the Hyuga clan to abolish the separation system. The caged bird killed countless geniuses. It also dragged down Konoha's overall strength from the side. That's right, if Uncle Nisu needs my help, just say it directly. There should not be such an extinct thing as caged birds. Kozakura also said aloud, who should have been brothers who were in love with each other, but because of decay. The system has become like an enemy, so it's better not to harm people. When you are ready, come and tell me, I'll help you remove the bird curse in the cage. Nisa Nisei thank you for the help of the 3 generations of adults and Ms. Harano Sakura. Hyuga Nisa solemnly bowed, especially Sakura, this is the most important step for the Hyuga clan to change. If Uncle Nikkei wants to thank me, let Ningxi come to my store to help out, so I can meet new friends too. Sakura hit Ningxi's head with her idea, which is very regrettable in her previous life. One of his characters, especially the long and black one, which is used for women's clothing and even wigs are omitted. Chapter 21, Union Village with muscles in the head. Hey, why should I wear this kind of clothes? Ningxi was holding a maid costume in his hand, and the corners of his angry eyes burst with blue veins, as if he had rolled his eyes. Because you are a welcoming boy, you must dress nicely in order to be more popular. Sakura pointed to Suzuki next to him, and said, you see that Suzuki is wearing all of them. What can't you wear? The Hyuga clan will never wear this dress. Ningxi argued for reasons. Although Sakura saved his father and helped their family lift the bird curse in the cage, he would never wear such a shameful dress. Sasuke is still the biological son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, so I'm still wearing it. Kozakura's mouth curled disdainfully. The family is Konoha's largest family, and your Hyuga family can only be ranked second and ranked number 1. The first one is worn, what are you afraid of the second one? Persevere boringly. Sasuke said with a cold face. He also wanted to tore off this suit and threw it on the ground and stomped on a few feet, but there was no way. Sakura had told him that if he was not obedient, he would, after printing out the photos of him in the cat girl maid outfit and other women's clothing, and sending it to Konoha. Sasuke felt desperate when he thought that Konoha would know about his women's clothes by then. The blame is that I was too pure at the time and was so miserable that I was deceived. However, people's happiness is often based on other people's pain. It would be great if this Hyuga family can also be pulled into the water. At that time, he will not be the only one to be ashamed. Put it on obediently. A smile flashed across Kozakura's eyes, and the power of the soul jewel was secretly activated, and it began to affect Niji's mind. When Niji woke up, she saw Kozakura standing in front of her with a camera and taking pictures, and she had been put on the maid costume for some time. Sasuke's face that had been cold for the past few days finally showed a smile. After being deceived for many days, he has been in a state of facial paralysis since he learned that he was deceived. Now someone finally comes to help him. After sharing the pain, Sasuke felt at ease. Be obedient. Kozakura shook the camera in her hand and smiled evilly. Otherwise, I don't mind letting all the people in the world of ninjas see the photos of women's clothing of the Hyuga family Hyuga Niji. I'll be obedient. Ning-Ci replied humiliatingly, tears gleaming in his white eyes. Don't be so sad. As the saying goes, there are only 0 and countless times in women's clothing. Just get used to it and you will fall in love with the feeling of women's clothing. Sakura comforted him. She was afraid that if this continues, Niji's brain blood vessels will burst. Absolutely impossible. Ning-Ci stared at Sakura with blank eyes. You wait, one day, I will defeat you, and then regain the trampled dignity of the Hyuga clan. Was this harming the pure heart of a young man again? Sakura silently spurned her behavior of hurting other people's hearts, then looked up and saw the 2 women's ladies, and she was immediately satisfied. Art, this is all for art. Today, the guests who came to the ramen shop for dinner found that there was another beautiful little girl in the shop. Looking at her eyes, she seemed to be a member of the wealthy Hyuga family. All of a sudden, the people who came in for dinner and passed by the door almost they would unconsciously look at Ning-Ci, the Hyuga family, that is the famous giant in Konoha. It is not easy to see them come out to work. The smile on Ning-Ci's face was about to be distorted, and there was only endless despair in his heart now, and the reputation of the Hyuga clan for hundreds of years was about to be destroyed in his hands. Don't think too much, just get used to it. It is impossible for us mortals to resist the rule of the devil. Sasuke patted his comrade in arms comfortably on the shoulder. He has accepted his fate, the lovely girl with emerald green pupils. He is a demon at all, as a mortal, just obediently obedient. Impossible, I will never admit my fate like this. One day, I will let her feel this humiliation. Ning-Ci gritted his teeth. Are you stupid? She was originally a girl. Isn't it normal to wear women's clothing? Sasuke laughed. It is humiliation for them to wear women's clothing, but people themselves are girls, so it's normal to wear women's clothing. Then let her wear men's clothing. Ning-Ci snarled in a low voice, not avenging him, he wouldn't scorn his eyes. Don't think about it, what can I do if she wears men's clothing? Then people will only say that she is heroic, not to mention, do you think we can beat her? Sasuke was expressionless, and it was not that he had never resisted. But every time he lost consciousness inexplicably, and then when he woke up, he was wearing a women's dress and taking pictures with Sakura. After several days, he had already accepted his fate. Is this fate? Ningxi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with grief and anger. Sakura is not clear about the conversation between Niji and Suzuki. She is now in the Hokage office with a look of surprise. Is Union Village crazy? Where can their self-confidence really go to war with us? The ninjas of Union Village have already begun to assemble on the border. 3 generations took a puff of cigarettes, and felt a headache for Union Village's brainless and rigid character. It seems that the 4th generation of Raikage feels that the 4th generation of Hokage has passed away, and no one in Konoha can cure him. Sakura naturally knew about the experience of the 4th generation Raikage and the Kiribi brothers. When he was fighting against the Water Gate, she was full of confidence, but she was directly shown by others. It is estimated that she now knows that the 4th generation of Hokage has died. Now, I think no one in Konoha will be so swollen if he can fight him. Union Village's ninjutsu is very famous, especially Raikage. Every generation of Raikage is very good at ninjutsu, and Union Village's secret Lei-Dun Chakram mode will greatly improve their physical fitness. Especially in terms of speed, the current Konoha, except for the 2nd generation deceased adult and Mizuman, no one can keep up. The 3 generations said that Union Village's attack methods were mainly based on ninjutsu. Each of them was disgusting because of their strong physique, just like the 3 generations of Raking. After breaking up by himself, they stopped thousands of people in Union Village. Ninja, Chakra was exhausted and died. In that battle, Union Village suffered heavy losses. That's not necessarily. Sakura shook her head and said. The 4th generation Raikage speed is indeed very fast, but the Uchiha clan who opened the kaleidoscope can already keep up, but the physical fitness of the Uchiha clan can't be matched. They compare nothing. According to Sakura's knowledge, although Uchiha does not have anyone who opened a kaleidoscope on the bright side, Uchiha Tomitake actually opened the kaleidoscope a long time ago, and even Itaki, who also opened a kaleidoscope in the original book, is not sure that it will be able to play. If he hadn't voluntarily died for Itaki and Suzuki in the end, Danzo's plan of extermination would not have gone so smoothly. Chapter 22, Uchiha and number 039, S guest top. Well, 3 generations of adults, how about making a deal? Sakura suddenly rolled her eyes and said, I went to the border to teach the army of Union Village a blood lesson. After I come back, I will use the seal. How about taking a look at the book? The Book of Sealing contains a large number of forbidden techniques, and it is not allowed to watch it casually. The 3rd generation smoked. The Book of Sealing was produced by the 1st generation, and it also contains a series of the 2nd generation and others. Forbidden techniques, in general, will never be shown to others except Hokage. I'm not watching casually. I'm planning to find some ninjutsu suitable for Naruto's practice. Anyway, we are going to enter the ninja school soon, so we should prepare for the future in advance. Among the group of companions around now, whether it is Niji Suzuki or Ino, they are all from large families, and they practice secret techniques of each family. Only Naruto, the 4th generation of the couple, died early, and no one is behind them. Let alone practice ninjutsu, Sakura is going to find a few ninjutsu suitable for Naruto in the Book of Seals to teach him to practice, so as to prevent Naruto from being really exposed to ninjutsu until he graduated from ninja school as in the original book. Naruto. 3 generations were silent for a while, and said, well, if you can successfully solve the border issue, I will hand over the seal of the book to you when you come back, but I can watch it here, but I cannot take it out. No problem. Sakura directly agreed. Anyway, she wasn't planning to defect with the sealed book. With her current memory, memorizing the entire sealed book was just a trivial matter. I will let someone take you to the border. Do you have any more requests? 3 generations asked. Can I choose the candidate myself? Sakura's eyes lit up, and the people who came out of the village together couldn't choose too casually, and had to choose a few powerful ones. Which one do you want to choose? 3 generations asked curiously. Since knowing that Sakura can see the past and the future, he has paid special attention to Sakura's words and deeds. I only need 3 people, Kozakura said, breaking her fingers. Heiji Kakashi is one, Uchiha Shisui is one, and Metkai is the last one. Akai. 3 generations full of question marks. Heiji Kakashi worked on his subordinates, and he was very strong, and he was relieved that Uchiha Shisui was the offspring of his old friend Uchiha Kika, and he was also very strong. It is called Shushin Zishui, he can understand both, but what is going on with Akai? Don't look down on people, 3 generations of grandfathers. Although they look uncomfortable on the outside, they have nothing to say about their strength. Sakura also knows that the current Akai is indeed not the peak moment of the 4th Ninja World War later, and since no one has seen the real lethality of the 8-door Dungia, Akai has always been a very inconspicuous object in everyone's eyes. But who can think of it, is such a nonchalant person who almost kicked the 6th-level Uchiha Madara with his life. In fact, if his father hadn't died, I would have liked his father to lead the team. Sakura feels a bit pity. In order to protect Akai and the others, Metkai's father, Mat Dai, opened the 8th door. The dead door. After killing 4 of the Wuyan 7 ninja swords, he died of exhaustion, but it was such a person is called Wanyan Zyuren in the village, and he is laughed at all year round. Maid Day? Can you tell me about him? The 3 generations also remembered what Akai and the others said when they came back, but no one believes that 10,000 years ninja can defeat the 7-9 Thos. Now it seems, the situation seems to be different from what I understand. There is nothing to say. In order to protect Akai and the others, Mat Dai opened the last door of the 8-door Dungia. The 7 ninja knife of the mist hidden died and suffered 4 deaths and 3 injuries, but he himself died because of the burning vitality. Sakura a brief talk about Mat Dai's glorious record, and then another sentence. Actually, the 8-door Dungia that Mat wears is not the peak. His 8-door Dungia is only in a semi-finished state. It simply adds various aspects of physical fitness, and the profound meaning is not perfect yet. If Mat Dai would have used the profound meanings of Akai later, there would have been no more Wu Ying 7 ninja swords. Neither Zixiang nor Yekai could resist the 7 ninja swords. How strong is the true power of the 8-gate Dungia? 3 generations asked. He had already planned to train an 8-gate legion in his heart. Mat Dai could kill 4 ninja swords and 7/9 in 10,000 years. A few more, who else would Konoha dare to provoke? Describe it this way, in a desperate state, the fully opened 8-door Dungia can rub the shadows of the 5 ninja villages on the ground. It is still the kind of resistanceless, but the side effects are too great, and it is completely desperate. Kozakura knew what he was thinking as soon as he looked at Sandei's expression. Don't think about cultivating an 8-door army. Few people can withstand the cultivation of 8-door Dungia, and few people can learn the fighting style. I see. 3 generations nodded, but still did not let go of the idea. Kakashi and Akai, I can make arrangements, but Uchiha Shisui needs you to communicate with the Uchiha clan. Okay, as long as you arrange Kakashi and Akai properly, there is no problem, I will say yes to Uchiha. Sakura is confident enough to persuade Uchiha Tomitake to release her. She is Sasuke's queen stylist and helped Sasuke make so many good-looking images. Also made the relationship between their brothers closer. The most important thing is that if she remembers correctly, Sasuke's mother Uchiha Mikoto and Naruto's mother Uzumaki Kuna are good best friends. Then she will break through here. She won't believe it. Uchiha Tomitake can resist the power of the pillow wind. In the evening, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke were walking on the road. Sasuke's face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. Why are you following me? And with this fool? I said, I have something to discuss with your father. As for Naruto, he can also help with this matter, of course I have to take it. Sakura said frankly, and I will also go to the field to inspect the hobbies of my uncles and aunts and your brother, so that I can better prescribe the right medicine and help you make more suitable women's clothing. Don't mention that to me." Sasuke was full of resentment. He was forced to wear women's clothing every day in the ramen shop. After returning home, his mother and the others even let their own women's clothing. The resentment in Sasuke's heart was about to break through the sky. "Well, why don't you tell me? I think Sasuke is dressed like that," Naruto said with a smirk. "Shut up, you fool!" Sasuke's angry roar startled the birds in the woods on the roadside. Under the setting sun, the three figures were unexpectedly harmonious. Chapter 23, Uchiha and number 039, guest below. "Hello Master Sasuke." Master Sasuke came back early today. Since entering the Uchiha family's residence, almost everyone met on the road will greet Sasuke with a smile. "Is this young Master Sasuke's friend? Very cute little girl." Hearing this, Sasuke's face became stiff, and the villain in his heart lifted the table directly. "Cute ass, okay, this is a demon." The 3 generations of what they did was really too much. Sakura sighed. The Uchiha clan was completely squeezed out to the outskirts of the village. The residence was the most remote, not to mention, and it was still surrounded by other families. No wonder the Uchiha clan was about to rebel. Uchiha Madara and Senjujima Seo founded Konoha, but everyone in Konoha avoided him except for Senjujima. After Uchiha Madara implemented his plan and suspended him, the position of the Bo clan in Konoha became embarrassing. Later on, the only Senjuzuma who was thinking of Uchiha in his heart hung up early again. After the second generation of Naruto Senjuma took the position, he directly sent Uchiha to the awkward position of the Konoha security team. What does the Konoha security team do? Maintaining Konoha's usual law and order sounds very prestigious, but in fact this position is completely offensive, and certain people will certainly be offended during law enforcement, and these people are not alone without relatives and friends. In this way, basically, the Bo clan punishes one person, which is tantamount to offending a bunch of people. Over time, the entire Konoha clan begins to have opinions on Uchiha clan. The most important thing is that the Uchiha clan's arrogant personality. For the Uchiha clan, the people they recognize will protect even if they fight for their lives. Even if they die, they won't regret it, and they don't recognize it. A blank face when I see you is the best result. The love of the Uchiha clan is very passionate and extreme. As long as it is recognized, it is eternal. Even Qin Shaojian said that the Uchiha clan's love is too deep. Once you lose the love in your heart, you will become crazy. In this regard, Uchiha Dato is the best example. The original Dato was a Miyoshi boy with a sunny and cheerful personality and friendly to others. However, after being designed by Uchiha Madara, Shisalin hit and killed Kakashi's Chidori. After going up, the whole person directly changed his temperament. The eyes of the writing wheel opened directly from Urguyu to the pane of the kaleidoscope, turning the soil from the sunshine boy into the indifferent boss, and even attacked Konoha under the control of Madara, releasing the 9 tails. It is estimated that no matter who it is unexpectedly, the masked man who was inseparable from the 4th generation of Naruto would be Uchiha stirred on the tail of the crane. Just like now, Uchiha's people think that Sakura and Naruto are good friends of Sasuke, so they will greet each other with smiles. If they are replaced by others, no matter how strong they won't look at you. Obviously I was so squeezed out by Konoha, but I still greeted my people with a smile. What an extreme family! Sakura still likes the Uchiha clan's vigorous character that loves love, and hate is absolutely unobtrusive. Sakura still likes it very much, at least when dealing with these people, you don't need to be circumspect. I am back. After walking for a long time, the 3 talents finally arrived at Sasuke's home. The smile on Naruto's face remained unbroken along the way. In other places in Konoha, almost all the villagers who saw him were disgusted. It's better to treat each other indifferently, but in the Uchiha clan, almost everyone you meet will greet him with a smile, which he has never felt before. Hey? Sasuke came back very early today. Uchiha Mikoto was a little confused. Since Sasuke went to work at a ramen shop in Yule, he would come back late every day. Hey? Is this Sasuke's friend? Hello Aunt Mikoto, I'm Harano Sakura. Sakura said hello with a smile. Well, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was a little embarrassed, mainly because he had never had this kind of experience of communicating with elders. Uzumaki. Uchiha Mikoto was stunned for a moment. The surname reminded her of her good friend, who was not there at a young age. If her child is still alive, Sasuke should be as old as Sasuke. That's it. Does Aunt Mikoto think this surname is very nostalgic? Harano Sakura saw the sadness in Uchiha Mikoto's eyes and said directly, speaking of which, doesn't Aunt Mikoto think Naruto looks familiar? The same blonde hair, the same blue pupils, smile like the Sunday. Most importantly, the same strange mantra. Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto covered her mouth in shock. At first she didn't quite understand what Sakura meant. Until the last sentence, her friend had the same catchphrase, and she was also at this age. That's right. Naruto is indeed the child of Senior Kushina. Sakura said. Great, great. Uchiha Mikoto embraced Naruto with excitement, tears could not stop flowing down. When the 4 generations of couples had an accident, she had just given birth to Sasuke not long afterwards, plus at that time, no one of the Uchiha clan was able to approach the battlefield, and he didn't even know that Kushina had given birth to the child at the time. He thought it was Kyuubi who broke the seal during the birth of the child, which led to the death of all 4 generations of couples and their children. What the is going on? Naruto looked at Sakura in a bewildered way. Why did this gentle aunt who smiled and hugged herself suddenly and started crying? And what Sakura and the others said just now that they are Kushina's children, what's the matter? Aunt Mikan is your mother's friend, the kind that has a very good relationship. Even when the two were pregnant, they discussed that if they were both daughters, they would just marry Jinlan, and they would be boys, let them be good brothers. If you have a man and a woman, then you will be married. Sakura explained with a smile, thinking about the plot of the original, although the two are not brothers, they are more emotional than brothers, and they have become good friends. Sakura, do you know who my parents are? Naruto asked anxiously. He was an orphan since he was a child. Whenever he saw other children with their parents, it was the time he admired the most. Your parents are great heroes. If it weren't for them, Konoha would have long since existed. Kozakura raised a finger and said, I can't tell you everything at the moment. That would bring you great danger, but when your strength reaches a certain level, I tell you everything as it was, and you will be able to see them again at that time. Is that so? Although Naruto was a bit disappointed, he soon reassured his courage. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to become stronger. See you again? Could it be that Kushina and the others? Uchiha Mikoto was a little surprised. Could it be that the 4 generations of the couple have not died? Chakra seal. Sakura pointed to Naruto's abdomen, and Uchiha Mikoto understood instantly that the Uzumaki family was best at sealing. It seems that the 4 generations of the couple had sealed their chakra before they died. In Naruto's body. Chapter 24, The Key to Solving the Problem Top. Is there a guest here? Uchiha Tomite walked in from the door, and when he saw Naruto, his eyes were slightly confused. Husband, come on, this is Kusina and the others. Uchiha Mikoto stood up and said, taking Naruto's hand. Armizuman and Kusina's children. Uchiha Fumite had a feeling in his eyes, nostalgia and a touch of guilt. If I hadn't cared about the elders at the time, neither would Watergate. Naruto looked at Sakura as if asking for help, why this new uncle looked at him so strange. Senior Tommy Take, wouldn't you ask us to come in and sit for a while? Sakura said to break the somewhat sad atmosphere, and if he continued to let Uchiha Tommy Take stand there to miss the past, it would be dark. Several people walked to the room and sat down. Uchiha Mikoto went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and Naruto and Sasuke were also sent to help by Sakura. Only Uchiha Tommy Take and now sat opposite in the living room. You came here today not just to tell us that the children of Mizumino are still alive, right? Uchiha Tommy Take is not stupid, naturally knowing that Sakura will suddenly come to the Uchiha clan and it is absolutely impossible to just be a guest. Senior Tommy Take knows me. Sakura felt a little strange. She and Tommy Take Uchiha must have never met. The 3 generations of adults mentioned you and told me that you are likely to have a way to ease the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha. Uchiha Tommy Take did not hide it, and directly confessed to the 3 generations. There are indeed ways to relax the relationship. I don't know if Senior Fuyo wants to relax for a while or completely reverse the relationship. Sakura nodded, she was indeed the old man of the 3rd generation. If you can, I naturally want to reverse the relationship completely. There was a curious look in Uchiha Tommy Take's eyes, and Sakura didn't behave like a child at all. But I want to listen to both methods. If Futake Senpai wants the Uchiha clan to integrate into Konoha for a short time, it will not be too difficult. Just make some changes. Kozakura also said straightforwardly, the first thing is dressing. The Uchiha clan always like to wear their own clothes, but they rarely wear Konoha ninja vests. In this way, the Uchiha clan is invisible. The middle is to put yourself outside Konoha. No matter what credit you make, everyone will only think that the Uchiha clan did the work, not the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The result is, the Konoha villagers don't have much sense of identity with you at all. No matter how much you give, they still belong to outsiders who are paying for Konoha in their hearts, not their own people are sacrificing for Konoha. If you want to change this, just you can change the costumes first, so that all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan wear the vests sent by Konoha. The second point is the character issue. The arrogant character of the Uchiha clan makes you reluctant to put down your body and get in touch with others. It is obviously for the good of others, but in the end you will always change things because of your arrogant attitude, just like it's the same as the resident. Konoha put the Uchiha clan's resident in Konoha's most remote corner. As a result, you didn't resist, instead you just kept your grudges in your heart. This has no effect at all. It will make things worse. Therefore, the personality of the Uchiha clan must begin to change. They must take the initiative to contact the Konoha villagers and start with small things, such as opening some necessities shops in Konoha. Over time, everyone I am used to the days when the Uchiha clan is around, so I will naturally not reject you. The third is the image problem. The Uchiha clan is too serious. You should laugh more so that the villagers of Konoha feel that you are actually very gentle, not very indifferent. You obviously have a passion, but in the end, I always leave myself alone because I like to be cold. This must be changed. As for the end, it is the problem of the security team. To be honest, this is the most serious. The Konoha security team looks beautiful, but they are actually offending people. Maintaining Konoha's law and order is destined to offend many people. Under the influence of these people's relatives and friends, their attitude towards Uchiha will also deteriorate. In the end, he obviously did a lot of things for Konoha's public order. Not to mention the benefits, it also caused countless people's resentment. On this point, you can choose to release part of the rights of the garrison, and let ninjas from other families and some civilian ninjas also work in the garrison. You must divide Uchiha and the garrison into 2 concepts. It seems to weaken Uchiha's rights in Konoha, but it allows other families and ninjas to share the pressure. Even if Konoha villagers hate it, they will only hate the security team, not the Uchiha clan. To sum up, from now on, Tomitake Senpai must change the Uchiha clan's ninjas into Konoha's costumes, and then laugh at people when they go out. Other Uchihas who are not ninjas should also take the initiative to attack. The contact with these villagers made everyone accustomed to the Uchiha clan who appeared in their lives, and then all other families were drawn into the security team to let the villagers know that the security team cannot represent Uchiha. In this way, Konoha and Uchiha will be able to relax the relationship slowly, but this method is only temporary. Kozakura picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot tea. After talking so much, her throat was about to smoke. It's that simple. Uchiha Tomitake frowned, just change his clothes and smile more? Or else. The Konoha villagers have a bad attitude towards Uchiha. To put it bluntly, isn't it because they don't understand? The Uchiha clan does the same thing as an otaku, not contacting others, plus because of the work of the security team let people spread some rumors, and naturally people will misunderstand them. Kozakura couldn't help rolling her eyes. The Uchiha clan was simply too lonely. It was like a Yule ramen shop, a popular Konoha ramen shop. Everyone in Konoha's family has been there, but it's the only one. I haven't seen Uchiha, and even the Uchiha clan is shopping on the street. The Uchiha clan is kind-hearted, but the fatal point is that they can't express themselves. They obviously want to lie down on their bodies and ask for warmth, but they have to be arrogant. If you don't take the initiative to say some things, who knows what you think? As long as you work hard to show a gentle and enthusiastic side in front of others, so that everyone can understand the heart of the Uchiha clan, the relationship will naturally ease. Not to mention, the Uchiha clan are all handsome and beautiful, with no appearance at all. The question, as long as you smile more, you can definitely win the hearts of many villagers. Uchiha Tomitake's mouth twitched, it seemed to mean Uchiha to make a laugh. Chapter 25, The Key to Solving the Problem next. What about the second method? Uchiha Tomitake asked. If you want to completely reverse the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha, you must find the key to the problem. Sakura said. No matter how well you do it, you can't bear to make trouble in it. Shimura Danzo. Naturally, Uchiha Tomitake also knew Danzo, a person who had always looked at Uchiha, but he was the elder of the Konoha elders, and even an old classmate of 3 generations of Hokage. He was still in control of the roots. There is no way to deal with Danzo. Yes, Danzo can be said to be a particularly contradictory guy. He thinks he has inherited the will of the 2nd generation of Hokage. He feels that what he did is for the good of Konoha, but in fact it is just him. It's self-hypnosis. What should you say about Danzo? Basically, 9 of the 10 Naruto fans are not waiting to see him. Whoever asks him to do things is basically a trick, whether it is the death of Uchiha Shisui or the forcing Uchiha attack to exterminate the clan, or maybe they went to Yin village and conspired with Sanjiao Hanzo to kill Yahiko. Basically everything Danzo did led to countless tragedies. Someone once said that when you find a tragedy in Naruto world, but you don't know who caused it, then yes, it must be done by Danzo. The reputation of Konoha Nabe King is not in vain. Although Danzo has done countless wrong things, in his own mind, he never feels that he has done it wrong. Instead, he has always firmly believed that he is doing it for Konoha's good. To put it bluntly, this kind of person is a typical person. He lied to himself, said too many lies, in the end even believed himself. Although I don't quite understand why he hates the Uchiha clan so much, it is certain that as long as Danzo is alive, the Uchiha clan will not think about it. Sakura took a sip of hot tea and said, so, if to completely resolve the awkward relationship with Konoha, Danzo's life and death is the key. But Danzo is the elder Konoha, it's not that easy to get rid of him. Uchiha Tomitake did not want to get rid of the Danzo who has been making trouble behind his back, but the other party is the elder Konoha and a 3-generation-old classmate. There are 3 generations. Guarding, no one can move him at all, or else he would have been slashed by a group of enemies with the things done by Tuanzang. Of course I know this, and in order to get rid of Danzo, besides the right time, you also need to take advantage of the righteousness. Sakura said in an unhurried manner. Everyone must feel that the Uchiha clan is on the weaker side. It was only when Danzo was persecuted that they had no choice but to revolt. As long as this point is taken, Danzo will be killed and then made a little bit outside. Public opinion, spread the things Danzo did before. I believe that few of the Konoha villagers will sympathize with him. We have collected a lot of Danzo's black material, and we can take it out anytime as long as we need it, but we get rid of the timing of Danzo. Uchiha Tomitake frowned. Danzo himself is not weak, and he hides at the base all day long. It is not so easy to kill him. When you kill him, I can talk about it later. Now the key is to kill the most critical steps in the Danzo plan. Kozakura raised her index finger and said, first, let the Uchiha people follow what I said before. To ease the relationship with the villagers of Konoha, and strive to make most people change their views on Uchiha. Second, just wait. Waiting for Danzo to take the initiative to find Uchiha's trouble. Uchiha Tomitake is not stupid. Naturally, he understands what Sakura means. As long as Danzo takes the initiative, then Uchiha can take advantage of the trend and pretend to be weak. On the side that was being bullied, at that time, if Uchiha who was bullied had no choice but to resist back, no one would say that Uchiha was wrong. Yes, with Danzo's character, Uchiha's sudden change is bound to make him alarm bells. As far as I know, what Danzo most wants to do has never been to limit Uchiha's development, but to put Akibo is completely annihilated. Sakura's voice silenced Uchiha Tomitake. To be honest, he still didn't believe it very much. Even the second generation of Naruto who was hostile to the Uchiha clan had never thought of destroying Uchiha. I know you can't believe it, but time will prove everything I said. Danzo has been waiting for a long time. If nothing unexpected happens, he will choose the time to do it in the last few years. Sasuke is 4 years old, and only 3 years are left until Uchiha was annihilated in the original work. Should he not be so crazy? Even if Danzo hates Uchiha no matter how much, but the destruction of the Uchiha clan will still attract everyone's opposition, even 3 generations will not agree with him to do that. Akibo Fuyu hesitated. Under normal circumstances, he really can't do it, but what if the Uchiha clan wants to start a rebellion? Sakura said. As long as there is this reason, no one will say anything if he kills Uchiha. Rebellion. Uchiha Tomitake's hand holding the teacup tightened suddenly, his face was uncertain. In the past 2 years, there have been more and more dissatisfaction with Konoha in the family. Not long ago, the great elders were looking for it. I once talked about the topic of making Uchiha the leader of Konoha. If Danzo really uses this as an excuse, no one can say anything after Uchiha is destroyed. The Uchiha clan is not monolithic. Except for Uncle Futake, you are the head of the family, those elders in the family also have great rights. Uncle Futake, you want to ease the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha and return to peace, but what they want it's not just that. In the original work, after the death of Shisui, several Uchiha members rushed to Ataki arrogantly, questioning Ataki with an arrogant attitude. You must know that Ataki is the child of the Uchiha patriarch, who dares to speak to Ataki so arrogantly. Naturally, there are people behind those people who are backing them, and the only one who can compete with the patriarch is the elder. However, this is also an opportunity. Kozakura suddenly changed the conversation and said, it's time for the Uchiha clan to usher in change. And those old stubborns who clung to the glory of the past will only be a curse. Since they want to rebel, let them rebel. Just let them give Danzo a hands-on opportunity, and Uncle Futake, you can also take this opportunity to clean up the Uchiha clan and retain Uchiha's peace-loving elites. Those who want to rebel, let them go and bite the dog with Tuanzang. What do you want to do? Uchiha Tomitake asked in a deep voice. The power of the elders in the family is too great now, his patriarch often defies, Just like Sakura said, it happens that he can take this opportunity clean up all the Uchiha clan who don't listen to orders. Chapter 26, Finalize the plan. First of all, let those who are loyal to you change the external image of the Uchiha clan as I said before, and then secretly contact the group of people who are loyal to you, and reveal the plan a little bit. How much should be disclosed is up to you. Decided for myself, the last thing is to stare at the group of people in the clan who want to rebel. Once their rebellion reaches its climax, Danzo should take action. Sakura thought for a while. The most important thing now is to change the image of the Uchiha clan in the eyes of the Konoha villagers. This is also the most important part of the follow-up plan. Also, if you find enough corpses and prepare them, follow them as you wish. The number of people you are walking with is ready. When Danzo takes action, I will disguise those corpses as the Uchiha people who left with you. Then you can successfully retreat behind the scenes and wait for the opportunity to come back again. Konoha. Sakura also had a vague plan in her heart as to when to make Uchiha come out again. Tomorrow, I will contact my staff for a meeting and inform them of the plan. Uchiha Tomitake did not say anything against, but after a while of silence, he asked with some confusion, "Why are you helping Uchiha?" "As far as I know, Uchiha's reputation in the village has never been very good, right? Because Sasuke is my friend." Thinking of Sasuke's fate in the original book, Sakura couldn't help but sighed. Did Sasuke really want to live a life of deception and hatred all his life? At the age of 7, he experienced the hatred of the genocide, but it was his closest brother who did it. In order to be able to have enough strength to revenge, he did not hesitate to cut off the bond with the 7th class, and threw himself into the Ashimaru. After I got my brother, I learned that all this was just a scam. In the first half of his life, Sasuke lived in the hatred of the destruction of his family, and in the second half of his life, Sasuke lived in the regret of killing his brother by mistake. Even if he was finally pulled back by Naruto, is that kind of ending really good? The Uchiha clan was annihilated, and his brother died, but the Konoha elders who were the culprit only died, and he became a one-armed hero. He went to work outside every day, even his own daughters. They don't even know each other. As a friend, I can't just watch him so painful. Are you friends? A relaxed smile finally appeared on Uchiha's serious face. It is Sasuke's luck to have friends like you. Naruto, Sasuke, you two be careful not to fall. In the kitchen, Uchiha Mikoto looked helplessly at the two children competing with each other. The two were like natural enemies. They had a very good relationship, but they always wanted to compare with each other. 4 years ago in the Nine Tails Rebellion, if I hadn't scrupulously ordered from the elders, maybe they wouldn't die at Watergate. Glancing at the kitchen, listening to the noisy noises of Naruto and Sasuke there, Uchiha Tomitake's eyes were full of guilt. This is not your fault. Even if Uncle Futake rushes to the battlefield, it is useless. The black hand behind the scenes will not be so easy to let go, and even if Uncle Futake uses a kaleidoscope to control Kyuubi, then the Uchiha clan will only usher in the greater fear of the elders. Kozakura is non-committal. There is a curse mark left by Madara in her body with soil, and Hiju is watching by her side. He can't do it even if he wants to stop, otherwise he would not have hoped that the 4 generations would recognize him. It is estimated that I want the 4 generations to actively recognize him, and then be able to stop his behavior, but unfortunately, all days are not fulfilled. Uchiha Tomitake's pupil shrank, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is his biggest hole card, and it is also a secret he has always kept. Even the 4th generation of Naruto does not know very well. As a result, Sakura actually knew that he has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Uchiha Fudake's heart suddenly shook. Uncle Fuyak doesn't need to look at me like that, I won't tell you about it. Sakura smiled indifferently. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes is very powerful, especially in the field of illusion, but Sakura who possesses spiritual gems, illusion doesn't work for her at all. Sakura was chatting with Uchiha Tomitake about Konoha's past. It was obvious that one was a middle-aged uncle and the other was a 4-year-old girl, but the two of them sat face to face without any sense of disobedience. As soon as Uchiha Itachi pushed open the door, what he saw was such a scene. "Father, is there a visitor in the house? This is your brother's good friend." Uchiha Tomitake introduced Sakura. "This time I am a guest at home because I have something to talk about. You can also come over and listen." For the son of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Tomitake is still very satisfied, with a strong talent, and a mature personality. The only dissatisfaction is that sometimes his mind is too deep and he is not as cute as his brother Sasuke. Speaking of this, I almost forgot. Sakura quickly interrupted Uchiha Tomitake. At this time, if Itachi knew their plan, maybe Danzo could call the door tomorrow. "I am here this time on the order of 3 generations of adults to call Uchiha Shisui." "Shisui? Is there any task to find him?" Uchiha Tomitake asked. Uchiha Shisui is an Anbyo controlled by the 3 generations of Naruto, but they have been training Itachi in the family recently, so the 3 generations only asked Sakura to ask about Uchiha Tomitake. "Well, I'm going to the border between the country of fire and the country of thunder, so I want him to follow along to protect me." Sakura did not hide it. It is estimated that this matter will appear in the hands of the heads of the major families soon. There is no need to hide it. "Is it the recent provocation of Union Village?" Uchiha Itachi asked suddenly. "Well, in order to prevent the war from recurring, I had to go to the border to persuade me to fight." Sakura nodded, looking sad and compassionate. "Once Konoha and Union Village go to war, there will definitely be heavy casualties. Such a scene is not what I want to see. War." Itachi lowered his eyes and didn't speak. He hated war from the bottom of his heart, otherwise he wouldn't directly destroy the clan for Konoha's peace. "How come 3 generations will let you go? You're just a 4-year-old kid." Uchiha Tomitake frowned. "It is related to the major issue between the 2 shinobu villages, and it is impossible for a child to solve it. Because I am capable of raising Union Village to the ground." Sakura smiled sweetly. "As long as you show the strength value appropriately and frighten Union Village, the war will naturally be impossible. Didn't you say yes to persuade him? Shouldn't the persuasion be the result of both parties sitting down and discussing and talking? Why did it suddenly become a display of force value?" Uchiha Itachi was full of question marks on his forehead. Chapter 27, Konoha and number 039, S. Arrogant Blue, a Rare Beast. On. Outside Konoha's gate, Metkai, wearing a green frog tights and a kappa-like hairstyle, is entangled with the indifferent Kakashi around him with excitement. As an elite of the dark part, Kakashi doesn't have much time to wander outside. With Kakashi's opponent, Metkai always felt that his youth was incomplete. "Kakashi, come and have a youth showdown with me. The early morning is a new beginning of the day. It's better to be more vigorous, and don't be so depressed." Akai jumped up and down. It's a pity that Kakashi was indifferent to this. Kakashi, who has not recovered from the death of his teacher and teammates, is very indifferent. If the person next to him is not Metkai, he was indifferent when he was a child. If you know a good friend, he would have been intimidated by his writing round eyes when he changed to another person. "Be quiet, this task is not that easy, save a little more energy to avoid unexpected accidents." Thinking of the 3 generations entrustment, Kakashi reminded Akai rare. Don't you a person to the border? The route is also within the scope of the country of fire. It can't be much dangerous, right?" With Akai's brain, he couldn't think of any danger. Within the country, no mentally retarded ninja village would provoke Konoha. "It's not necessarily." Kakashi replied, a dignified touch flashed in his exposed right eye. 3 generations told him that if there is a danger on the road, then he must definitely bring the girl named Sakura back at all costs. It can be seen this time. The mission is definitely not too calm. Speaking of which, in addition to the objects to be protected, are the only two of us left in this mission? Akai asked curiously. Usually the missions are at least a 3-person team, or a team led by one shinobu took 3 ninjas, or mixed together to form a team, and it was rare for 2 people to go on a mission. No, there is one more. Kakashi was silent for a while, and said, Uchiha Shisui. Hey? Uchiha Shisui? Is that the genius of the Uchiha clan? Akai had also heard of Shisui's name. After all, Shushin Shisui was famous in the 5 ninja villages. Ah! Kakashi replied, and then he leaned against the wall and said nothing. I've decided, I want to challenge Uchiha Shisui. Akai suddenly clenched his fists and looked up into the distance with a face of determination. Youth can only become stronger in constant challenges. Kakashi dangled a dead fisheye, expressionless. Hey, Kakashi, did you hear what I said? I'm going to challenge Uchiha Shisui, and then you will be the referee for us. Akai is very dissatisfied with the sigh of depression revealed by Kakashi. He wants his old friend to get out of the darkness quickly, instead of being immersed in grief all day long, but he is not good at comforting others, so he can only find a way to transfer the card. Cassie's attention is lost, but this method seems to be of little use at the moment. Before Akai and Kakashi waited for too long, 2 figures, one large and one small, walked out of the village of Konoha, followed by a group of small carrot heads and several adults. Now, Dad, Mom, Uncle Yul, Sister Changpyu, Naruto, Ino, and everyone, you don't need to send it away. I'm just going for a special mission, not to die. You don't have to worry about me so much. Since this mission requires leaving the village for a period of time, Sakura can only tell her parents what happened. Although she successfully convinced her parents with her 3-inch tongue, the final result was a big one. Early in the morning, this group of people got up early and prepared a lot of things for her to take. If Uchiha Shisui hadn't arrived in time and sealed everything in with the storage scroll, it is estimated that Sakura would have to drag a giant backpack on the road. Sakura, you must pay attention to your own safety outside, eat on time, don't catch cold, you must protect yourself, and come back safely. Mom Haranomiyabuki resisted the tears and kept her annoying advice there. Knowing that she could not persuade Sakura to stay, she could only exhort a few more words. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely come back safely. Brother Shisui is a well-known ninja in the whole world of ninja. He is very powerful, so there is absolutely no need to worry about safety. Kozakura nodded heavily. Even if it was for her parents and these friends, she would definitely return safely. Come back early, don't worry your mother too much. Harano Omen, who was very cheerful on weekdays, was also a little silent. In the end, he just said such a sentence and stopped speaking, and his frown revealed the bottom of his heart. Uneasy. Well, I know. Kozakura replied, and said to Naruto, now, Naruto, you must be fine these days when I'm away. Don't mess around. Ah, I will. Naruto wiped the corners of his eyes and said, it won't be long before I can go to the ninja school. I will definitely practice hard and become a strong ninja. Whenever there is any danger, let me protect it. You. Okay. Sakura smiled, and said to Uncle Yul, Sister Changpyu, Naruto will ask you first. If you have anything to do, go directly to Uchiha's house and ask Uncle Futake for help. Sakura said the last sentence in Uncle Yul's ear. The voice was so small that no one other than Shisui heard it. I will. Uncle Yul said. Recently, the uncle is developing new delicacies. When you come back, the uncle will make you a big table of delicious food. Then I'll wait to taste it. Kozakura looked at the time, waved to Ino and the others, and said, it's getting late, I should set off. You must be obedient when I'm away. Ah, when I come back, I will give you a surprise. Well, It doesn't matter if you are surprised, you just need to come back safely. I don't want the beautiful cherry blossoms to wither before they bloom. Ino said pretendingly and relaxedly. I will not wither prematurely, not to mention that even if it is withered, it does not mean it is over. The withered flowers will eventually turn into nutrients for the new green leaves, and when the new spring comes and the green fields are budding, it is the most youth, the climax, the hottest moment of burning. Kozakura suddenly thought of what Ake had said to Uchiha Madara when he opened the 8 gates in the 4th Ninja World War, but the strongest one didn't pay attention to it and said it directly. Well said, this is youth. As soon as Sakura's voice fell, a green frog suddenly jumped out. The kappa-like watermelon hair, thick eyebrows, and gleaming teeth made Sakura's heart excited. Chapter 28, Konoha and number 039, S. Arrogant Blue, a rare beast. Under Metkai, self-proclaimed Konoha's arrogant blue beast, but anyone who really knows him knows that this guy is completely a strange beast with a pretty head. Although Metkai is not good at ninjutsu, he is Konoha's first-class master in physical skills, especially the forbidden art of 8-door Dunjia, which is even more powerful. In the state of 7 doors, Akai has a shadow level. After opening the 8th door, after burning his life, he has the same power as the 6 immortals, but the duration is too short, and the price is his own life. However, although Metkai has a rather strange head, his personality is iron-blooded and determined. He is called the only real man in the Naruto world with the dry persimmon ghost shark. In his childhood, due to his poor ninjutsu level, he was often ridiculed as a fool. However, Metkai did not give up training because of other people's ridicule. Instead, he worked hard to exercise physical skills. Finally, after learning the forbidden technique given to him by his father Motte, he finally broke through. A lot of fame. Although Metkai's strength is very strong, most of Konoha did not know this. It was not until the 4th Ninja War that Kakashi, who had seen the power of the 8 doors Dunjia, set out to train a group. Watermelon Taro. Metkai regarded Kakashi as his opponent for life. After Kakashi joined Anbu, he also submitted an application to the 3rd generation of Naruto, expressing his desire to join the Anbu, but was rejected by the 3rd generation of Naruto. Akai's strength is insufficient, but Akai's character is really not suitable for Anbu's work. The corners of Sakura's eyes twitched when she saw the other party's frog-like costume, and she couldn't wait to poke her eyes blindly. This weird aesthetic is simply powerless to complain. Girl, I did not expect that there is someone like you who knows youth so well in Konoha. My Metkai would like to admit you as my best friend. For our blooming youth, let us walk around Konoha upside down 20 times. Right. Kai showed his iconic smile, his teeth gleaming strangely in the sun, and the group of Naruto Sasuke shuddering. No, I'm just a child, too much high-intensity exercise will affect physical development. Kozakura refused without hesitation, and asked her to walk around Konoha like a Kai, not to mention whether she could hold it. She didn't want to be looked upon with strange eyes. Oh, it's such a pity. Akai's face was full of pity, but in the next second, he showed a mysterious smile again. Girl, I have a magical outfit here, I don't need it. Before Akai finished speaking, Sakura refused in a cold sweat. She knew that the magical dress Akai was talking about was the green frog costume. Let her wear that. She would rather go now. Desperately with Uchiha Madara. Girl yo, although you rejected my gift, I can see that you are still full of youthful breath. Come on, let us run a youthful run around Konoha. Thumbs up. The gleam of the white teeth was so dazzling that Kozakura and the others couldn't help but raise their hands to block their sight. Actually, you are the real Konoha White Fang. Sakura was very speechless. It would be a shame not to shoot the toothpaste advertisement for this tooth. Konoha, white teeth. The smiling Uchiha Shisui smile froze. When he thought of the legendary Konoha white teeth, when he saw Akai's weird shape, he felt a sense of collapse in his heart. It's getting late, let's hurry up. Things have crooked to his father's head, Kakashi can't continue to watch the excitement there, so he quickly walked over to remind him. Kakashi Sr. Uchiha Shisui asked politely. Kakashi's reputation is still great in Konoha, and with the reasons for writing round eyes, Uchiha Shisui also knows a little bit. Ah, let's go? But the person we are going to give each other hasn't arrived yet. Akai scratched his head and said puzzledly. I'm the target of your escort. Kozakura twitched her mouth. Is this a natural stupidity or a bad head? Ah! Akai was stunned for a while before he could react. It is actually a child we are going to escort, and let her go to such a dangerous place. Uncle Kakashi, can I hammer him? A few green veins popped out of Kozakura's forehead, and she felt that the flat and watery mood she had developed during this period of time was about to be broken by Akai. It's okay if you don't hurt. Kakashi's mouth moved under the mask. Uncle, is he that old? Obviously he has just grown up this year. That's good. The corners of Sakura's lips curled up slightly. She held the oil paper umbrella with her left hand, and with a light movement of her right hand, Akai who was standing still flew up without warning. Ah, what's going on? Akai's limbs fluttered in the air, but he couldn't get his strength, and suddenly his whole body was trembling. Isn't it a supernatural event? After a lot of noise, the few people were ready to go on the road, facing away from their parents, and Naruto Sasuke and a group of people waved, and Sakura just walked towards the border line under the protection of the Kakashi trio. Once the mission officially started, not only did Kakashi and Shisui enter a focused mode, but even Akai became reticent and focused on guarding against the enemy's sneak attack. Uncle Kakashi, Brother Shisui, and Uncle Akai, if you don't mind, you can sit on my sword together and don't have to walk so your feet. With a thought to Sakura, the size of the magic sword quickly expanded, and the 4 people squatting on it did not appear crowded. The feeling of flying is really comfortable. Akai said with a look of enjoyment. Although the speed of the magic sword is very fast, Sakura shrouded an invisible shield near the sword to blow it towards him. Most of the wind was blocked, so several people just felt the comfortable breeze blowing on their cheeks. Well, it's really good. Kakashi took out the gift from his ninja bag on the day of his adulthood. Jalea gave him the gift Dear Hot Paradise, and he felt flying for the first time. I also think it's pretty good. Flying in the sky like a bird, free and easy. Zishui's eyes showed a look of yearning, and he opened his hands slightly, as if to grab something. Big brother Zishui likes peace. On the way, Sakura asked suddenly. Of course. Zishui nodded without hesitation. There is no war, no killing, no unnecessary death, and everyone can live together in peace, and there will be a lot less tragedies in the world. Chapter 29, Army Division Konoha on the border. One more. Seeing the look of expectation in Shisui's eyes when he talked about the topic of peace, Sakura really wanted to make a comment. Just for the so-called peace, you were directly deceived to death by Danzang. Hearing the last words of Shisui, Kakashi flashed a touch of sadness in his right eye. If it weren't for the war, Lin would probably not have died. Akai also agreed with Shishui's words that if it were not for war, he would not have been on the battlefield at a young age, and his father would not have to die to protect him. With a common topic, the atmosphere between the few people has improved a lot. Shisui and the 3 have experienced war firsthand, so they have a great desire for peace, and Sakura's previous life was living in peace. Naturally, we don't want war to happen. Kakashi felt that he was depraved. He was obviously an elite of the dark side. He should be meticulous when performing missions. But what should I say about the situation now? Several people are sitting on the magic sword and flying in the sky. There is no need to worry about enemy attacks. There are a lot of things to eat and drink in the storage scroll of the water belt. In addition to eating and drinking every day, he only has to watch relatives. He is hot in heaven, and I always feel that if this continues, the ninja quality he has cultivated for many years will be gone. I'm back, but, this kind of salted fish life is really good. Kakashi, who has lived in pain for many years, had the idea of salted fish for the first time. If the 3 generations know that the reason why Kakashi was so salted is because of this mission, I am afraid I will regret it. I sent it out for a mission. For this kind of peaceful mission journey, Shisui also likes it very much. He doesn't need to kill or guard against sudden enemy attacks. The spirit is much more relaxed. The most important thing is that with Sakura, a companion who also likes peace, 2 people can enjoy themselves. Talk about life without war, everything is so beautiful. The only person who is not very happy is probably Akai. As a rare beast who vowed to keep his youth from fading, high-intensity exercise is already his daily compulsory homework, but these days, staying high in the sky every day, there is only one under his feet. With the strange sword, his youth can't burn at all. Although Sakura has told him more than once that it is safe to stay on the sword and will not fall, Akai's heart is always a little uneasy. Tien's leisurely life made him listless. After rushing for several days, the few talents finally reached the border. As soon as they landed, Akai fell to the ground in tears, and finally reached his destination. Fortunately, his youth has not been completely taken. Corrosion. After receiving a notice that 4 strange people had fallen from the sky, Naruto, as a military commander, immediately thought of the 3 generations informing him, and immediately ran out of the camp. This is... Naruto's mouth twitched and looked at Akai, who was lying on his stomach, crying, only feeling the pain in his head. He is feeling that his youth has not completely disappeared. Kakashi replied, and he and Naruto are also relatively familiar people. This is Sakura, the 3 generations of adults told me about the matter. Naruto looked at Sakura with a strong curiosity. In addition to the information given to him by the 3 generations, the most important thing is, this Sakura is still a good friend of her son, and it has even changed her son's tired and lazy character, which makes Naruto feel very unbelievable. Hello Uncle Luyu. Sakura smiled and said hello to Naruto. This famous high IQ talent in the world of Naruto was finally sent to the sky by the beast Jade with 10 tails and 1 tail, but his son eventually became Hokage's military advisor just like him, which is considered to be the hereditary business of their Nara family. Senior Luyu. Shisui also said hello. Shisui has always respected the seniors like Naruto. Yeah, okay, Luyu Senior. Akai jumped up, with traces of tears remaining on his face after air drying. After giving Naruto a smile with flashing teeth, he hugged his hands on the ground directly under the speechless expressions of the people. Ran towards the camp. Oh, youth, reburn, if you can't run 200 laps upside down, then do 3000 push-ups to punish yourself. Akai screamed all the way and ran out, causing many ninjas in the camp to look dumbfounded. Senior Luyu, the current form doesn't seem to be great. Kakashi asked. The atmosphere in the camp was very solemn, and all the ninjas couldn't see any smiles on their faces along the way. Well, it seems that Union Village is determined to start a war with us. Not only has a large number of ninjas assembled, but also the 2-tailed people from Union Village are sent here. Naruto said in a deep voice, the figure that flashed away in the opposite camp yesterday is not the Airway Renzhuli of Union Village in the intelligence. The other party even sent Renzhuli, which shows that there is really a war plan. Is Airway traveling again? Sakura thought for a while. Airway Renzhuli was a Yama man of Union Village. In the original work, he was captured by Kakudo and Faden. The strength is also very strong. The most important thing is that, the human column force of Union Village can perfectly control the tail beast. 3 generations of adults told me that you have a way to get the other party to retreat. With Naruto's IQ, I still don't understand, how could a 4-year-old kid let Union Village retreat? Union Village is a famous war madman. This is very simple. Just ask the other party to watch a meteor shower. Sakura said with a smile. Meteor showers are not common. Ask Union Village to watch a meteor shower. They will definitely retreat. Meteor shower. Question marks appeared on several people's heads. Can Union Village retreat by watching the meteor shower? In the end, Chudeo Dingzao, who couldn't hold back any words, still asked this question. Just watching the meteor shower will definitely not allow them to retreat obediently, but if they are allowed to have a close contact with the meteor shower. Sakura smiled very softly, but whether it was Narashiko Hisa, Kakashi, and Shisui, their eyes widened. They were not stupid. They naturally heard Sakura's meaning. What is a meteor? That's a meteorite, come in close contact with the meteorite, and the rhythm of being killed properly. Can it really be done? Nara Lu couldn't help asking for a long time. If someone can manipulate a meteorite, then it will be a fatal threat to any shinobu village or any country. No problem, I can still make a small meteor shower. Sakura said with an okay gesture, and then said with some regret, it's a pity that I am too weak now, or I can just pull one. The asteroid comes down and surprises them. Hee. Naralukuji said with a smile, surprise? The shock was almost the same, and the volume of asteroids fell from the sky, not to mention Union Village. It is estimated that none of the 5 great nations will be left, and the entire ninja world will be finished. Chapter 30, Secret Art: The Art of Spiritual Pollution Part 1. Second more. While several people in the tent were discussing, there were waves of curses from outside, from Konoha and from the other side. What are you doing? Listening to the noise outside, Sakura looked puzzled. Why is there still a curse in the ninja war? Recently, the ninjas responsible for guarding the border have been under a lot of pressure, so this activity spawned. Every day they stand in front of the dividing line and scold each other vigorously, which can be considered to ease the start of the war. Tension. Naraluyi smiled. These ninjas on the border are under great pressure. They have to prevent the other side from crossing the border every day, and they have to prevent their own rebellion from running out. They cannot relax at all times. Therefore, for Narashika has been quite familiar with the behavior of standing on their own territory and cursing each other. I'll take a look. Sakura became interested. She thought that she had the experience of spraying multiple shots by herself on the internet. The scene of tongues fighting against Confucianism has made her unforgettable. I will see it again today. In this similar scene, Sakura felt that her heart was already ready to move. Several people walked to the front line together. At the edge of the camp, several people in Konoha ninja vests were standing there, pinching their waists with their hands, and swearing in their mouths. On the other hand, in the camp of Union Village, there were also many ninjas standing there. Their in Konoha were cursing at each other, and the familiar postures of both sides almost made Sakura think that she had traveled to the scene of some mother-in-law battle, especially in Union Village, but the big dark-skinned gents with muscles pinched their hands. She cursed at her waist. The enchanting posture made Sakura couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. The borders are all very empty areas, so Sakura's laughter spread so far in an instant. When Sakura smiled like this, the people on both sides who were in the scolding war couldn't fight anymore, and there was no such feeling in my heart. Up! Hey, Konoha ninja, what are you smiling at? Although the people in Union Village were surprised at Sakura's age, it was not that there were no children on the battlefield. Therefore, everyone in Union Village was only surprised that they recovered in an instant, but smiled at holding their stomachs. Sakura leaned forward and backward. A group of people were very angry. It's nothing, I just want to laugh when I look at you. A group of big men with such a strong personality are like girls when they quarrel. Don't you think it's a violation of peace? Kozakura stopped her laughter, but the smile on her face was still there, so good Naruto made her feel the pastoral style just now. Who do you say is a girl? A group of people in Union Village were all angry, thinking that their group of powerful ninjas were actually called women, which was a kind of insult to them. It's you guys. Look at your behavior just now. Where is the awareness of being a man? I won't talk about quarreling. The key is that you have to pinch your waist and pinch your orchid fingers. What a ninja, it's the business to wear women's clothing and be a women's boss. Sakura's eyes rolled around, and then he gave a few words to Narashika-isa. Is it really good to do this? Even though they are opponents, they are all ninjas. Naralu couldn't bear it. If he did that, I'm afraid Union Village will die with them, right? They are all our enemies now. What kind of mercy is there for the enemy? Just to be angry with each other, it can also make us a little bit happy. Sakura took a few photos and said, just follow the above. Get it, take it as fast as possible. Okay. Naralu glanced at the opposite side sympathetically, then turned back to the camp and started to get busy. It didn't take long before Sakura had what she wanted. Narashika handed it over to her with a tangled look. At the same time, the ninjas in the camp behind followed him curiously. This was specifically ordered by Sakura, in order to let everyone witness the next scene. When the Union Village saw so many people coming from Konoha, they were also nervously summoned. The two sides only faced each other across a dividing line, as if they were about to fight at any time. Uncle Liu, are you looking for someone? Sakura waved his hands and created small speakers on the front, then took out a player and connected it to the speaker. After testing the sound, after confirming that the sound could be transmitted to the other side, Sakura nodded in satisfaction. Find it. Naralu's voice was very heavy. Just now I found someone to try Sakura's words, and the result is that his eyes are hurting even now. A few ninjas with unnatural expressions came out, thinking that the things just now had to be done in the public. They felt ashamed and dying. Although this matter is very difficult, but there is no way, everything is for the opponent, everything is for the village. I will report your sacrifices to the 3 generations of Hokage-sama, you will all be the heroes of Konoha. Sakura flickered at these people with a serious face. Narashika next to him covered her face. If Konoha's heroes are all those virtues, it is estimated that the first generation Hokage could jump out of the grave and take Konoha everyone. Whacked to death. Are we, heroes? For the village. Everything is for Konoha. The expressions of a few people became firm in an instant. Didn't they just make some sacrifices, and they didn't need to shed blood? The teacher had already taught them when they were in school. The ninja has to learn to sacrifice for the village, but it's just image and reputation. Transformed. Several people used the transformation technique at the same time to become the appearance of the people who quarreled with them, and the two in the middle became the appearance of the 4th generation Raikage and Kiribi directly following the instructions. Does the stupid Konoha ninja think that becoming a 4th generation Raikage-sama can deceive us? The ninjas in Union Village began to mock them, especially when they saw that the few people had turned into the woods at the same time. It was even more triumphant. I was so scared that I ran into the woods and hid. Konoha ninja is really timid. The softness of Konoha. Where is our Union Village? They don't even deserve the name ninja. Is this Konoha's ninja? Obviously occupying the best place, it turns out to be so timid and useless. I see that the first ninja village is blown out. Naralu was not angry, but just stood there and cast a sympathetic look at the opposite, hoping that you will be so arrogant later. Chapter 31, Secret Art: The Art of Spiritual Pollution Part 2 Part 3. The cursing from Union Village was intense, but the Konoha people here were so angry that they couldn't wait to go up and fight Union Village right now. After waiting for a while, just when Konoha's fighting spirit was high, several people in the woods finally made a move. Sakura saw this, smiled slightly, and pressed the switch of the player beside him, and the sound of music instantly sounded. Come on, be happy. Live, have a lot of time anyway. An itch echoed in everyone's ears. The people in Union Village who were scolding were like ducks caught in their necks, their faces flushed, although they didn't understand what was singing inside, but this melody, why does it feel so ambiguous? Accompanied by the sound of music, several people who had gone into the woods to change clothes also walked out, exposed in front of everyone. Puff, what the is this? Mom, my eyes. Oh, it's disgusting, I can't stand it. A group of people turned green in an instant, and even vomited out directly. What appeared in front of everyone was a group of dark-skinned, muscular guys, but these muscular men are now wearing sling underwear, black silk fishnet socks on their legs, and bunny ears on their heads. Headdress, a pair of high heels stepped on the foot. For the specific image, please refer to Neza when I committed suicide in the cold. Originally, if this dress is worn on a beautiful woman, it can be called seductive and confusing, but when it is worn on a group of men, especially when they are tall and strong, with muscular knots, and the skin of Union villagers who are particularly dark, then it has nothing to do with the word temptation at all, and the only words that can be described are probably hot eyes. The moment these people appeared, Shishui closed his eyes. He was afraid that his riding wheel would be blinded directly. This look was really terrifying and too spicy. Even Kakashi, who had been cold and unresponsive, shivered uncontrollably, feeling that what he had eaten before was rolling in his stomach, and he might vomit out of his mouth at any time. The group of people on Konoha's side was scared enough, and Union Village on the other side was completely stunned. Especially when they saw the opposite person facing the two people in the middle, their eyes widened and their heads looked like it was banged, like it was struck by a sledgehammer. This group of people who used the transformation technique lined up sideways. In the middle of the queue, the fourth generation of Reikage and Kiribi are pinching their waists with one hand, making a gesture of air kiss with the other, with a faintly shy expression on their faces. As soon as the kiss was blown, many people at Konoha vomited instantly, and even the initiator, Kozakura, felt uncomfortable in his stomach for a while. Just jump up and twist for me. Forcibly suppressing the feeling of vomiting in the bottom of my heart, Sakura snapped her fingers and gave an order. After the transformation, a group of people gritted their teeth secretly, their eyes twisted with the music with tears, although now they are using transformation. Their appearance is not what they are, but wearing this clothes and twisting their bodies enchantingly makes people feel very shy. The most important thing is that they feel that they are in this shape. Spicy eyes want to vomit. PL. 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 The moment they twisted their bodies, the weapons in the hands of the ninja in Union Village on the opposite side were frightened. The faces on the opposite side were so familiar to them. Except for their companions, the most important thing was the fourth generation Reikage and Reikage in the middle. Kiribi's face, their beloved 4 generations of raking and Sir Kiribi actually made this kind of action, still wearing such shameful clothes, even if they kept telling themselves that it was a fake, but everyone in Union Village, but there is still an urge to cry and vomit blood. Kaka, kaka. Sakura held a camera in her hand and surrounded these people to take pictures, especially the 4 generations of Reikage and Kiribi in the middle were the focus of attention, and Kakashi, under Sakura's gesture, could only reluctantly holding a video camera, resisting the urge to vomit blood, recorded the dance of these people. Although it was embarrassing at first, but twisted and twisted, these people actually became a little intoxicated. Anyway, they are not what they are now. No matter how enchanting, no one will say that they are ashamed, right? With this kind of thought, a group of people twisted vigorously. Behind them, Konoha and everyone knelt on the ground and vomited, while Narakaiju and Uchiha Shisui turned their backs, life and death. Not daring to turn his head, Kakashi wanted to learn from the two of them. But looked at the camera in his hand, forget it, let's continue shooting. The people in Union Village on the opposite side were dumbfounded at first, then nauseated, and now they are about to vomit blood, especially when they see the most vigorous 4-generation raking and Kiribi twisting in the middle of the queue, they can't wait for it right away. To die. What happened? Why are they all gathered here? Did the opposite Konoha make any big moves? Yuuki's voice came from the rear. She was talking with Niuyuri just now, but she heard a noisy voice here. Worried about Konoha's attack, she ran over quickly and saw a bunch of people surrounded here with a collapsed vomit. Ren looked up and looked at the place where the song came from, and he was immediately shocked in place. Four generations of Lord Reikage, and Lord Kirabi. The wooden man screamed directly, and a layer of scarlet-tailed beast chakra wrapped her up, and then quickly retreated. Originally, the screaming of the wooden man made Airway Yuja think she was in danger, so he quickly released a layer of chakra to protect her, but in the next second, he saw the opposite side through the visual sharing of the tail beast and the human Zulai. The scene of the spicy eyes shocked her, and chakra's control was unstable and immediately disappeared. Is this a youth ritual? Akai, who ran upside down, asked suspiciously. With his gross nerves, he didn't even realize what was happening. As for the shape of the spicy eyes, his own shape was originally a bit spicy. This can only be regarded as a pediatrics. That's right, Senior Akai, they are doing a youth dance competition. Would you like to participate in it too? Kozakura's eyes lit up, and she decided to give the other a greater stimulus, and let the other side take a closer look at the power of mental pollution. Oh? Youth dance competition? Of course I want to participate. Tell me, what should I do? The two words youth made Akai excited in an instant. I didn't expect that there are so many companions who also pursue youth. I am not alone. No one knew what Akai was thinking. When she heard Akai's question, Sakura pointed her finger directly and made Akai stand in the queue, sandwiched between the fourth generation of Reikage and Kirabi. Senior Akai, just follow them and twist. By the way, remember to show your youthful smile to the other person. Chapter 32, Take you to see the meteor shower top 4th more. Akai, I'm sorry for you. At this moment, Kakashi's heart was full of guilt. He watched his best friend get on the thief ship, but he didn't stop him. I hope he won't blame himself when Akai knows the truth. The addition of Akai undoubtedly completely destroyed the psychological defenses of everyone in Union Village like a heavy hammer, but in an instant, everyone spit out all that was left, and even the two-tailed man's strength was driven by the wooden man. Not being able to hold it, not only she vomited herself, but even the second tail in the seal was about to vomit. The unstable tail beast's chakra ran around her, which explained the current complicated situation of the second tail. Okay, you can stop now. After the music stopped, Sakura immediately stopped a few people. She was also very uncomfortable now. She could bear the previous muscular and expensive dances, but the green-skinned frog of Akai, plus dancing. At the same time, I didn't forget whether it was a tooth-flashing smile. The impact is really terrifying. Hey? Is it over or so soon? Akai feels a little unfinished. I feel that my youth is surging, otherwise let's have another paragraph. No, you should exercise more in youth, just dance once in a while. Sakura covered her mouth, and she started to think of Akai's dance again in her mind, and her stomach rolled again. Yes, and, Kay, you didn't achieve the plan you made earlier, so it's time to punish yourself. Kakashi hurriedly helped to change the topic, and if he asked Akai for a while, he felt that he could go to Dato and Lin and the teacher to meet with them. Oh, well, youth definitely does not allow me to relax a little bit. The next 3000 push UPS, if you can't do it, you can throw dumbbells with your hands 1,000 times. Akai's eyes were burning with flames, but before he left, he added, if there is another game like this next time, please tell me. Okay, yes, I will definitely. Finally dismissed Akai, Sakura sighed in relief, then gave a smirk, and used the power of real gems to replicate thousands of photos of the 4th generation Reikage and Kirabi's hot dance and threw them directly. Go to everyone in Union Village. When you first arrive, there is nothing to send. I will send you a few photos to keep as a souvenir. These are the collections of your great 4 generations of Reikage and Kiribi. Only I have them in the world, but you should collect them well. Don't lose it. Vomit. After being reminded by Sakura, coupled with the flushed expressions on the 4 generations of Reikage and Kiribi in the photos that were thrown over, a group of Union Village ninjas began to vomit again. Look, my method is very useful. It not only hits their minds, but also tortures their bodies severely. With this horrible situation they are vomiting now. If we attack, they promise to lose. Up! Kozakura said to Narakaju as if asking for credit, but when Narashiju heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Yet, it not only tortured the opponent's body, but also hit the opponent's mind, but the key point is that you do not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. The opponent has no ability to resist, but we don't have the ability to attack either. This is a mistake, a pure mistake. Kozakura smiled wryly. This is indeed a trick that can hit the opponent, but it can also hit herself. It can be called a map cannon-like trick. Damn Konoha ninja, you dare to slander Reikage-sama as having a better reputation than adults. Yumujin stood up straight and looked at Sakura and her group angrily. The red-tailed beast chakra covered her body, revealing an unknown aura. Is news person Zulai? Very good, but the kitty still has to be a little behaved to be cute. Kozakura's face remained unchanged, and he said something that made News very angry. Who do you think is the kitty? A somewhat low voice came from Yamu's body, with anger implied in the voice. This is News consciousness. A group of people in Union Village showed fearful expressions one after another. Although the wooden figures have been widely recognized in Union Village, people still feel the fear of the tail beast unconsciously in their hearts. Am I wrong? Your body is originally a kitty, or a blue-black one, with very few bloodlines. Sakura does not have any expressions of fear. The tail beast is indeed terrifying, but it is also for ordinary ninjas. The riding wheel eyes of the Uchiha clan have a very strong restraint on the tail beast, and Uchiha on his side Shishui, but he has a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, and the kaleidoscope's pupil technique is a kind of heaven-defying existence like other gods. With Shishui, even if the 2 tails run wild again, they are completely beast. It was Shishui's stare. Even if Shishui didn't want to expose the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, his soul gems also had the ability to control the mind, and for creatures like the tail beast that were afraid of mental attacks, they were still deadly. Little guy, you angered me. The voice of Airway Yuri was full of anger, and no one had ever dared to call her a kitty. Cut, you're just a pet that the 6 Dao immortals left for your offspring. You really think how powerful you are? Sakura curled her lips in disdain, and said something that made you travel angry but didn't know how to refute it. If a riding wheel can restrain you to death, tell yourself, you are not the pets left by the 6 immortals, what else can you be? Another trip. In the end, Kozakura did not say the words, but silently read them silently, but it was these silent words that changed Yamu's expression greatly. Yalu, how does she know your name? Yumurin was shocked. According to what Airway Yalu told her, the name has a special meaning for the tail beast, unless it is a person recognized by them, otherwise everyone only knows how to call them by a few words. What? I was immersed in what Xiao Sakura said, and I was shocked to hear that Lu Dao Xianren, the bad old man, was extremely suspicious in his heart. She just said your name silently, although she didn't say anything, but according to the lip language I've studied, she definitely said your name. As a shinobu, Yumurin has naturally learned lip language. Although she is not particularly proficient, she still can't admit a simple name. Impossible, she has never been in contact with me, it is impossible to know my name. Yulu said in a deep voice, the tail beast's name has never been publicized, just like it is by the wooden man and Kiribi, even he knew the name of the tail beast in his body, and he wouldn't tell others. Chapter 33, Take you to see the meteor shower medium first more. Hey, Little girl, why do you know that name? After much deliberation, I couldn't understand it, so I just asked directly. Is it weird to know this? I know a lot. Kozakura shrugged her shoulders. For example, your names, for example, the name of the old man, for example, your origins. For example, the prophecy that the old man finally entrusted to you. Who are you? In Yugi's body, Jin's eyes widened again. Knowing the names of the remaining tail beasts, she can still understand it, maybe from which ancient book he saw it, but Sakura the old man mentioned in her mouth made her a little confused. She instinctively told her that the old man Sakura was talking about was the six-way immortal Otsuki Ui, and the last words Sakura said made her a little bit at a loss. The thing that 6 Dao immortals told them before their deaths was always the secret of all the tail beasts in their hearts. No matter how close the tail beast and Renzulai were, no tail beast had ever said it. Well, I'm just an ordinary kid, at best I know a little bit more. Sakura didn't say much, he knew most of the so-called secrets in this world, and naturally included the 6 immortals. The thing about Otsuki Hakata. Could it be that? At this time, the eyes of Yalo brightened. She remembered the prophecy said by the 6 immortals, call the names of the 9 wild beasts and play with the blue-eyed youth. Are you the old man? Said that person. What do you think? Xiao Sakura rolled her eyes angrily. Okay, I'm a girl, a real girl, not a teenager. That's right. Yalo was suddenly disappointed. They waited for thousands of years, just to wait for the son of the prophecy that the old man said, but finally saw a hope, and finally disappointed it again. Don't be too disappointed, I know who the old man said. Sakura's words rekindled hope in Yuri's heart. Quickly tell me, where is he? He asked impatiently. According to the old man, when the son of prophecy appeared, it was when the 9-tailed beasts and the old man met again. For the time being, I can't say clearly, this world is not so peaceful. Kozakura said something pointedly, and then stretched out her right hand towards Yuri. You should understand. What? After thinking about it for a while, he finally controlled chakra to spread towards Sakura. Be careful. Seeing this scene, whether it was Nara Kakashi or Kakashi and Shimizu, they all took a nervous step forward, blocking Sakura behind their backs. An Xin, I won't do things that are uncertain, and she won't hurt me. Sakura comforted a few people, and then took a step forward and reached out to touch the chakra that stretched out again. In just a moment, Sakura felt a strange chakra pouring into her body. In the dimly sealed space, Traveler looked at Sakura expectantly, but Yokaijin had a cold face. The appearance that Konoha had just arrived really hurt her too much, especially the 4th generation. Reikage and Kiribi, she didn't know how to face those two people after returning home. Can you tell me now? No outsiders will hear you here. The journey couldn't wait to ask again, the 6 Dao immortals are like fathers to them and these tail beasts. They have waited for thousands of years, so that they can see the 6 Dao immortals again. The prophetic son of the 6 ways of immortal Daitong Muyuyi is called Uzumaki Naruto. He is the 9-tailed Zulai of this term, and is also the reincarnation of Ajura Chakra, the second son of 6 ways of immortal. Sakura said briefly, and didn't worry at all about the Yugi who was watching next to him. Given the importance of this matter by Yuri, he would never allow Yugi to tell others about it. Ashura. The trip put his heart down again. Ashura and them all knew each other, and because Ashura had a very good personality, the relationship between the two was also very good. In addition, there is one more thing to tell you. Sakura thought of the Mujin being captured by Akatsuki in the original work, and said, now an organization in the ninja world is preparing to attack the tail beast, and their leader has already the outer golem has been summoned, you better be careful. What? The outer golem? The body shivered again. They will never forget the days when they were dominated by the outer golem. If the 6 Dao immortals are their father, then the outer golem is their mother, that thing. They have unparalleled restraint on all of their tail beasts. Don't worry too much. They won't do it in the last few years. When they are ready to start doing it, maybe we have grown to the point where we can resist. Sakura comforted Akatsuki. At present, he will not do anything to the tail beast. After all, the important members of the Akatsuki organization have not returned to their positions. It is impossible for Pen, which is controlled by Nagato himself, to single out the 5 ninja village. If you want to do something about the trip again, just pass my level first. Yomuran snorted coldly. Although she knew nothing about the conversation between Yulu and Sakura, she knew clearly that someone wanted to catch the tail beast, the Renshuli, and the tail beast of Union Village. The relationship between them is very good. Unlike other shinobu villages, it is normal for the wooden people to care about and travel. Now, I believe in Yumujin. Another trip grinned, and Kozakura shook her body. Is this the rhythm of beauty and the beast's love? But it's not right, and the brigade seems to be a female tail beast. Anyway, it's probably like this. Kozakura suddenly reached out and snapped her fingers, and the space changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an endless grassland scenery, but this time only Kozakura and the space were left. The two traveled again, and there was no Yuma figure. This is the spiritual space I created. You can leave a part of your chakra here, and it is convenient to contact you for anything in the future, but you don't need to tell your person Zulai about the existence of this place. Why? She was lying on the grass again. This kind of environment made her feel quite comfortable. Although Yumujin is your human Zulai and has a very good relationship with you, she is also a ninja in Union Village. Some things are not convenient to talk to her. Sakura explained, this space is she plans to use it as a secret base in the future. There will be a lot of people inside, and it will not be known to Yuma for a while. Of course, when you think you can really trust Yugi, then tell me, and then send a part of her chakra. Okay, I understand. Lu nodded again. Now she has a good relationship with Yugi, but it's just not bad, like the things that are not secret, let Yugi know that it doesn't matter, but there are some secret things that she really can't let her know at the moment. After the brigade left Chakra partly, the consciousness of the two people returned to the seal of the tail beast on the wooden man. Where did you go? Yomuran asked, feeling a little panic in her heart for no reason, as if her own things were taken away by others. Chapter 34, Take you to see the meteor shower next second more. I didn't go there, I just went to talk about some little private secrets. Kozakura rolled her eyes, pretending to be mysterious, as if she and Yulu had told some secret. Yumu's popular chest rises and falls rapidly. Although she hated Niu in her heart when she first became Renzulai, but after so many years, Niu has already become a very important friend in her heart. But just now, Lu actually talked with Sakura behind her back, which made Yugi's heart extremely unbalanced, and his eyes were full of hostility when he looked at Sakura. Well, Yomuran, don't listen to her nonsense, but there are some things that can't be told to you now, which will bring you danger. There was a panic on the trip. It is connected with Yomuran's mind, and I can naturally feel it. Yukito's current mood also felt a little speechless for Sakura's evil taste. I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Yomuran gritted his teeth and glanced at Sakura angrily. Now she is still a girl, and she is only capable of forbearance, and this is the second tale. The strength is counted together. Okay, let's contact me if I have anything in the future. We are still in a hostile state now. Sakura waved her hand, and she and Yuri and Yuki were able to speak here calmly, but it doesn't mean Konoha and Union Village. The dispute is over. Humph, don't think that the trip likes you again, I will let you off easily, this war, you Konoha better surrender obediently, I won't be merciful. Yumujin put his arms around his chest, very proudly snorted. Tseo Jiao girl, she is indeed Zhu Li who can communicate with Yalu, and she has completely inherited the cat's tsundere character. Sakura whispered. Although the wooden man said it was very fierce, Sakura did not. She didn't feel murderous or malicious in her body, but a feeling of jealousy. As for Yokaijin's current mood, Sakura can also understand that the tail beast and the human pillar are very special to each other, especially the human pillar and the tail beast, who have achieved the same mind, from the initial hatred to hatred. In the current mutual understanding, the two sides have formed a deep bond in the process. For both sides, the other is the most special one, but Sakura and Yuri just now talked with Yuki behind their backs. This made Yu Ren an illusion that his precious things were taken away by others. After so many years of hard work, he was able to communicate with Yu Travel. In the end, Sakura was only a few words away. After leaving the trip again, anyone who is jealous in the Mu Ren's heart can be used to stir fry. What are you talking about? Who is arrogant? Yumujin instantly exploded her hair. The young woman was far from being as calm as she would be in the future. Sakura's words caused her emotions to fluctuate. It's nothing, you heard it wrong. Sakura waved her hand and said meaningfully, as for this war, I advise you to return obediently, otherwise it won't be beautiful if the entire army is wiped out. Ha, just because of your Konoha's strength, you want our entire army to be wiped out. Yumujin sneered again and again. This time in the war, we will definitely win. Really? Then wait and see. Sakura reminded her. There is a meteor shower tonight, so remember to come out and make a wish to the meteor. Hey? What kind of meteor shower? Yu Ren was full of doubts. Why did he suddenly mention the meteor shower again? The conversation in the spiritual space was only for a moment. In the eyes of Narashiko and others outside, Sakura's right hand and Niu's chakra were only touching, but no one knew that the two sides had not only completed the exchange, but also knew. A part of chakra was left on Kozakura's side. Are you not injured? Shisui glanced at Sakura worriedly. The chakra of the tailed beast was terribly aggressive, and the ordinary ninja would be burned the moment he touched it, let alone a child. Don't worry, it's okay. Sakura smiled, and said to Naraluyi, Uncle Luyu, let's go back first, and wait until tonight to give them gifts. Yet. Naraluyu didn't know what Sakura and Niu were doing, so he nodded and greeted everyone back to the camp. The Yugi man on the other side also brought everyone back to the camp. Today's trouble is exhausting her body and mind, especially her soul. First, she accepted Sakura's mental pollution, and then she was traveled outside again. The facts were shocked, she just wanted to sit down and calm down for a while. A group of people in Union Village returned to the camp with the same soft legs as Konoha. Although Konoha's people vomited uncomfortably, they were very happy. After all, it was the other party who made the ugly face, and Union Village was upset, all of them cursed, but had to obey the orders of Yu, which can be said to be suffocated to the limit. At night, the camps on both sides were full of flames, and the bonfire was blazing, bringing a ray of light to the dark world. Today's night the moon is sparse, and there are not too many stars in the sky, only the moon is still shining. Sakura, Nara Keijiu, Akimi Mizusa, Yamanaka Kakashi, Heiji Kakashi, and Uchiha Shisui and the others walked to the border dividing line, while Metkai was working hard in the camp and vowed to take the first few steps. The youth I missed was found back, so I didn't follow it. That's it, you will cross the boundary further. Narashika stopped for a long time. If they stepped on the line, it would be their fault to cause a war. The moon is scarce, but it's a good day to watch meteors. Sakura took a deep breath. The purple and red energy entangled in her right hand. As her right hand was gently raised, Kakashi and others on the side tightened their muscles and felt a strong danger. Found it! A few seconds later, a gleam of light flashed in Kozakura's eyes, her right hand clenched into a fist, and she slammed it downward. Naraluyu and the others looked up at the sky and wanted to see the specific effect. They didn't let them wait for too long. Several bright streams appeared in the sky. With so many meteorites falling together, hundreds of miles around will be destroyed. Let everyone prepare to find a way to escape. Narulukuji was shocked. A small meteorite was nothing, but if so many fell together, Konoha would definitely be affected. Don't worry, Uncle Luyu, I am ready. These meteorites will shrink a lot after friction, and I also limit the destructive power they produce after falling. You don't have to be afraid of spreading to Konoha. Sakura waved her hand, and after explaining it for a while, she shouted at the camp in Union Village. Sister Mu-ren, hurry up to see the meteor and make a wish, maybe you can find Ruyi Langjun sooner. You bastard, who is looking for Ruyi Langjun? The angry roar of the wooden man came from the camp of Union Village, and the ghost wanted to make a wish to the meteor to find a boyfriend. Chapter 35, Union Village Service Soft Third More. In the sky, the light is getting brighter and brighter, and the firelight caused by the friction between the meteorite and the atmosphere has attracted everyone's attention. It's not good, it's a meteorite, and a meteorite has fallen towards us. The big camp in Union Village was noisy. At first everyone thought that only normal meteors flashed in the sky. However, as time went on, the meteors continued to enlarge in everyone's eyes and became brighter and brighter. The talent discovered a frightening fact that these meteors are falling towards the ground, and the direction of falling is exactly on their side. Damn it, how could a meteorite fall suddenly? Yamu's face turned blue, and if so many small meteorites were all smashed down, all the ninjas gathered near the border would have to die. Ready, I will attack with the small tail beast Jade, trying to crush all the meteorites before they hit the ground, and then let the other ninjas completely destroy the small meteorites after the crushing, and try to minimize the damage. The journey is not calm again, the tail beast can indeed be reborn, but the feeling at death is very real. She is not a creature with special hobbies, and she doesn't want to experience the feeling of death without any problems. It is good. After hurriedly calling someone to give a few words, the wooden man directly turned on the tail beast. A giant monster with a black flame-like pattern and mainly blue appeared in the camp of Union Village, with two beasts behind it. The tail swayed uncomfortably, bringing up hurricanes. The wooden man started the tail beastization, and the other Union Village ninjas were also busy, and they found their positions according to the instructions, ready to take action at any time. Coming. After the meteorite dropped to a certain level, the brigade warned again, and then a large number of chakras began to condense in the mouth, and soon turned into a small black chakra ball, which is a reduced version of the tail beast Jade, although the power is not as great as the full strength, but the victory is less consumption, and can be used continuously. The black tail beast Jade flew out and slammed straight towards the meteor in the sky. As soon as the tail beast Jade and the meteor came into contact, it caused a violent explosion, and the small meteorite was split apart in an instant. The shock wave from the explosion can even be felt by Sakura and the others. Yuri's mouth kept condensing one after another with small tail beast Jade, and quickly aimed at the meteor to shoot past, but at this time, although Yamuren was able to cooperate with Neo Yuri to complete body tail beastization. But the chakra of the brigade itself is limited, and it cannot be used for a long time like the 8-tailed 9-tailed Jade to fight with the tail beast Jade. After a dozen tail beast Jade has been condensed in a row, the chakra of the brigade has already bottomed out. Now, most of the meteors were torn apart by the tail beast Jade, and were completely attacked by other ninjas. However, there was still a meteor falling in the sky at this time. Yamuren, I'm sorry, my chakra is no longer enough to condense the tail beast Jade. Yala said apologetically, her voice was a bit exhausted. Although there are many chakras of tail beasts and they recover faster than humans, but they can't stand such an efficient aggregation of a large number of tail beast Jade, if you give her a short paragraph. The recovery of time can continue to condense the tail beast Jade, but now the meteorite is close in front of her eyes, and it is about to be smashed down. There is no time for her to recover. It's okay, we should be able to stop the remaining meteorite. The wooden man gasped for too hastily, and then traveled a lot to consume chakra, which also put a certain burden on her. Looking up at the rapidly approaching meteorite, Youmuran's face was very ugly. Union Village is good at thunder escape, but most Union Village ninjas are good at thunder escape plus swordsmanship or ninjutsu. There are not many long-range attack methods at all. It is still difficult to crush a meteorite falling at a high speed, and the strength of the ninja on the front line is not too high, and the difficulty of crushing the meteorite is a bit too difficult. Big. Wait, the landing site of this meteorite is not in the camp. At this time, the trip was screaming. From the wooden man, let people use the earth to protect the camp. The meteorite's fall site is next to the camp. As long as you block the shock wave after the fall, it will be fine. Youmuran's eyes lit up, and he quickly called someone to gather all the ninjas who could use soil in the camp. Soon, a whole circle of soil walls rose up, enclosing the entire Union Village camp. It's just that because Union Village is not good at soil escape, the earth wall in this circle has been smashed, not to mention the unevenness. The most important thing is that the earth wall is completely pieced together section by section. Boom! As if the sound of a thunderstorm sounded, a small meteorite finally hit the ground. The shock wave caused by the violent explosion spread towards the surroundings. The nearby flowers and trees were torn apart in an instant. Wait until the smoke caused by the explosion dissipated. After that, a huge sinkhole appeared on the spot. Crack, crack. A series of cracks spread on the soil wall outside the camp of Union Village. The place where the meteorite fell was not a small distance from the camp, and they were not affected much. We survived. Fortunately, that meteorite was not directed at us. Great, we are not dead, we are not dead. The faces of the ninjas in the camp of Union Village couldn't help showing the aftermath of the aftermath with a smile. At that moment, they all felt that they would have no bones, but who would have thought that the meteorite was wrong? That little girl must have done it. Youmuran thought that in the daytime, Sakura asked her to watch the meteor shower, and suddenly there was something she didn't understand. Let me ask. Another trip said, and he quickly sank his consciousness into the private mind chat room created by Sakura. I knew you came back and asked me. Sakura was already there waiting for her. Please tell Yugi after you go back, if they still insist on the war in Union Village, the next meteorite will fall on inside Union Village. I see. He has no feelings for Union Village, so there is no mood swing when it comes to this. By the way, if she asks how the meteorite was gotten down, you can just say that it is a powerful ninja from the first generation of Naruto. Seeing that the brigade turned around to leave, Sakura quickly added that she didn't want to cause trouble for herself so early. Anyway, the first generation of Hokage is dead, and no one knows whether he has left any good things to use. Protecting Konoha and using him as a shield is simply perfect. I understand. Hearing Kozakura talked about the original Naruto Senjujima, and she couldn't help shivering again. The man with superb fighting power was terrifying, and the tail beast was no different from a small pet to him. After traveling back and telling Yugi what Sakura had said to her, Yugi went silent. After a while, he sighed. He was unwilling to let the camp evacuated and everyone returned. Go to the border post. Chapter 36, Danzo in a bad mood. Fourth more. So, the matter is considered solved. Naruto looked at the Union Village ninja who was packing up and retreating. He still couldn't recover his mind. With Union Village's tough style, he retreated so easily this time. Isn't it a conspiracy? How about it? Kozakura asked back, and then told the truth. If you just drop a few meteorites, of course it won't scare them away, but I just conveyed a sentence to them. If they are still so stubborn, I will throw the meteorite over Union Village. That's it. Naruto suddenly realized for a long time, it is no wonder that Union Village will retreat. If this is really to get a few meteorites above Union Village and throw them down, the whole Union village will be finished. In fact, Sakura has kept her hands. The meteorites she pulls down are very small. If she cruelly pulls a large meteorite called by Uchiha Madara during the 4th Ninja War in the original book, here none of the Union village ninjas wanted to survive. However, Sakura's original intention was to frighten each other, not to kill them. This kind of small meteorite just met her requirements. After thinking about it, Kozakura stretched out her right hand and waved to the place where the last meteorite fell. A basketball-sized ore flew out of the sinkhole and flew straight in front of her. What is this? Seeing Sakura's movements, everyone was puzzled. TNY meteorite iron. Sakura reached out and clicked on this shiny metallic ore. She didn't expect that there would be extra gains this time. This was a surprise. Is this the outer meteorite iron? It is said that it is very popular in the country of iron. Kakashi looked at it and said, but your meteorite iron still needs to be repeatedly forged. It can be added to the weapon, there are still too many impurities in it now. Kakashi's father, Sakumo Heiji, is famous in the ninja world for his white-tooth sword technique. He killed countless people in fear of the wind. He was also one of the few who was issued by the major ninja villages. When encountering Konoha White-Tooth during the task, he can give up the task and not suffer. Punish one of the few people who ordered this. Although Kakashi is now famous for ninjutsu, he had some understanding of what materials can make the quality of the knives better during the period of time when he practiced the sword technique with his father when he was young. I understand, but I don't know how to strike iron. Kozakura thought for a while, and simply snapped a finger, wrapped the meteorite with a flame of real gems, and then let it float by her side. It burned, but strangely, everyone around did not feel the heat from the flame. Such a long calcination should remove impurities. The Tianjia in the village of Konoha is the largest weapon merchant in the country of fire and Konoha's largest supplier of weapons. After you return to the village, you can ask them to help make a weapon from this meteorite iron. Naralu suggested that meteorite iron is a material that can be met but not sought. Those craftsmen who forge ninjas, even if they don't charge any fees, or even paste the materials themselves, they are very willing to make them and create a powerful ninja. Gukei is the pursuit of all craftsmen. Heaven? I know. Sakura instantly thought of Tian, who was called the rich woman in the original book. The fighting style is also called the second generation of Zionin. Every time she fights, others consume chakra, but she is completely consuming money. Generally, ninja saves money. The detonation symbols she used were all thrown out without money, and the level of local tyrants would definitely make the corner cry. Everything went well for Sakura here, but some people in Konoha village on the other side were very unhappy. In the gloomy root base, Tuanzang was sitting on a chair, and his figure was covered by the shadow. The whole base revealed a lifeless aura, as if the people here were all lifeless. What are the changes in the Uchiha clan over the past few days? Danzo asked aloud, his voice full of anger, as he determined to inherit the second generation's last wish and give the Uchiha clan to the people who completely wiped out the Uchiha clan. Danzang watched the Uchiha clan's relationship with Konoha under his own plan. I became more and more stiff, and I was so happy that I could eat more bowls even for meals. However, in the past few days, the Uchiha clan suddenly changed their behavior like a convulsion, which made Danzo feel in his heart. It's so uncomfortable, I can't wait to immediately destroy Uchiha's clan. Report to Mr. Danzo. According to the news from the informant in the Uchiha clan, a few days ago, Uchiha Tomite secretly convened a meeting with the group of people loyal to the Patriarch faction. The next day, the Uchiha clan had a meeting. It has become like this, but since there are no people in the faction loyal to the Uchiha Patriarch, we don't know the specific content of the meeting. There was no ups and downs in the voice of the root ninja below, and through the mask, only a pair of dead eyes could be seen. Hurry up and investigate the matter clearly. We must not take the evil Uchiha clan lightly. Danzo knocked on the crutches irritably. thinking of the changes in the village's attitude towards Uchiha in the past few days, and his heart became even more impatient. "Yes, Danzo-sama." The reporting ninja hesitated for a while, and said, "There is one thing that the subordinates guess is likely to be related to the changes in Uchiha's clan." "Hey? Say." Danzo came to the spirit. He must find the cause as soon as possible, and then deal with it. Absolutely cannot let the Uchiha clan continue like this. On the night before the family meeting was held in Uchiha Tomitake, Kuabiranju, and another little girl went to the Uchiha station with Suzuki Uchiha. According to information, the little girl often went to the office of the third generation of Hokage recently, and the Hyuga family when the eldest daughter of the clan was kidnapped. The little girl stopped the ninja in Union Village, and it was after the little girl and the third generation of Naruto went to the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga family faced the third generation of Naruto. The provocation of Union Village has turned into support. That little girl, I remember it was Haruno Sakura, right? After listening to the report, Danzo also remembered. At that time, he heard of the name when it just broke out about the kidnapping of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan in Union Village. At that time, he was concerned because of Sakura's peculiar blood. After a while, I saw that Sakura was just hanging out in the kitchen all day long, and the things in Union Village made him busy, so Danzo didn't pay attention to Sakura's movements. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan's affairs would actually be different. She is related. Where is she now? Danzo asked, a murderous look in his eyes. According to intelligence, she and Kakashi Heiji, Metkai, and Shimizu Uchiha left the village, and the destination is the border between the country of fire and the country of thunder. Send a few more people and set off immediately to kill her. Danzo's face was cold. Although he has not yet figured out whether the matter has anything to do with Sakura, his habit has always been that he would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Don't get too much entanglement with Heiji Kakashi and others during the battle. The priority is to kill Haruno Sakura. In addition, if you have a chance, put Uchiha Shisui's eyes with Heiji Kakashi's left eye. Bring back. Danzo's eyes are full of greed, riding round eyes. He has been coveted for a long time, especially Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 37, Halfway Interception. First more. In the past few days, the villagers in Konoha village felt like they had hallucinations, that the proud and terrible Uchiha clan actually learned to welcome others with a smile. In Konoha's streets, people come and go. In addition to vendors and pedestrians, Konoha's police department is naturally indispensable. In the past, Konoha's police departments were all ninjas of the Uchiha clan. The characteristics are obvious. Uchiha's exclusive clothing can be seen in the crowd at a glance, and the Uchiha clan always has a cold face, as if someone else owes money. It's even more difficult to go with the surrounding crowd. However, in the past few days, almost all the vendors and pedestrians have noticed the changes of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha ninjas patrolling the streets have changed into the exclusive ninja vest of Konoha village, and they are no longer cold throughout the patrol. A face was expressionless, but replaced with a softer expression, occasionally showing some smiles. The Uchiha clan was originally a relatively high-valued family, but the arrogant attitude in the past made people afraid to approach it. Now it suddenly became a lot gentler, and it immediately attracted the attention of many fans. Even some the Uchiha people also received flowers from girls when they were patrolling. At the very beginning, the Uchiha clan members were very confused and somewhat dissatisfied with Uchiha Fudake's orders, but until they felt that people around them no longer looked at them with hostile eyes as before, and even walked on the road. When someone greets with a smile on their faces, their dissatisfaction quickly disappears. Human beings are social animals, and there was no choice in the past. Everyone's impression of the Uchiha clan is already accustomed to the deliberate smearing of Danzo, and the Uchiha clan has a particularly arrogant personality, for those who deliberately smeared. It didn't bother to explain things at all, and the relationship between the two parties began to get worse and worse. But now the Uchiha clan has taken the initiative to make changes, which surprised the villagers of Konoha and felt very happy. People are visual creatures. The Uchiha clan's men are handsome and beautiful, and their personalities have become so gentle, but in just 2 or 3 days, the reputation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha has greatly increased. For this change, except for the group headed by Danzo, the Konoha executives are very happy, especially Uchiha, who has let go of the police authority. The families who have benefited are naturally very satisfied. 3 generations stood by the office window and felt very relieved. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has begun to ease, and he has just received urgent news that Union Village has begun to retreat. Under the welcome, the 3 generations were very excited and took out the crystal ball, ready to comfort their restless hormones. Kozakura and the others didn't know the changes on Konoha's side. After waiting for several days, after the truce handed over by Union Village, Kozakura and others packed their bags and prepared to go back. "Thank you for helping me discipline Shikamaru. It's best to make him more diligent." Narashikageru smiled and told him that he still needs to deal with follow-up matters here, and there is no way to go back with Sakura and the others. "This, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult." Sakura wanted to complain. Shikamaru's character, even in a ramen shop, works as a cashier. The so-called situation is easy to change, and his nature is hard to change. I want him to become diligent. This difficulty is no less than that of making Heijua give up the resurrection of Daitong Myokagaya. "Well, please help me look at Ino, and don't let any weird little boy approach her." Yamanaka Kai is full of worry between his eyebrows. There shouldn't be anything weird about him during the time he left Konoha. Does the boy start with his cute daughter? "Uncle Hai, Ino is only 4 years old this year." Sakura's black line, what is this all about? Ino is only 4 years old this year, how could someone hit her idea? What if there is any psychological perversion? Yamanaka is anxious and wants to learn how to smoke a cigarette like Asuma, but if he smokes, he will definitely be rejected by his daughter. "Haha, hi, you don't have to worry so much, the village is still very safe." Chudeo Dingzuo grinned while touching his belly. "I'm not worried about that kid in my family, he can eat and drink. Now, it's getting late, we should set off too." After confessing a few more words, Sakura and Kakashi and the others set out for the return journey. They just left Nara Lucas's vision. Kakashi and the others instantly changed their images. Shisui took out a bunch of sweets. After eating, Metkai took out 2 dumbbells and began to exercise his arms, while Kakashi figured out his intimacy paradise and sat and watched. The calm rush time lasted until noon the next day. At the strong request of Metkai, several people all fell to the ground and walked slowly forward. Now they don't need to hurry like they did when they came. Happy to walk and relax. "Kakashi, come and have a youthful test with me." Akai jumped around Kakashi, feeling very dissatisfied with Kakashi's lack of energy. "No." Kakashi didn't lift his head, and threw himself on the book. "Kakashi, how can youth be wasted in this kind of book? You should be as passionate and unrestrained as I am." "Someone." Akai was interrupted by Kakashi before he finished speaking. At this time, Kakashi still had the lazy look before. After just reminding Akai and the others, they were already muscled tight and put on a fight stance. "There are a lot of opponents, be careful." In Shisui's eyes, the 3-goad jade turned slowly, and the short knife behind it was out of its sheath, and together with Kakashioka, it formed a triangle back to protect Sakura in the middle. "My youth has begun to boil with blood." Akai made a strange cry, but his expression was very solemn. He was just more nervous, but he was not stupid. He would not be careless when facing the enemy. In the woods, people in black robes jumped out one after another, with masks on their faces, and they couldn't see their faces, but the eyes behind the mask were full of coldness. These people are ninjas at the root. Feeling the familiar soul fluctuations of the other party, Sakura's brows furrowed slightly. This cold and dead feeling, like a dead person, and only the group of ninjas at the root can feel this way, and the malice on this group of people is obviously it was for herself. If she didn't guess wrong, Danzo should have been watching her. As for the reason, probably only the Uchiha clan. Zishui, your instantaneous ability is the strongest, and I will hold each other with Kai later. You take Sakura and go first. Kakashi's eyes were full of solemnity. With so many root ninjas, it seemed that Danzo was bent on keeping them here. Chapter 38, Kakashi from Thrift to Luxury Top Second More. Don't be so nervous, have you forgotten? I can fly. Sakura reminded him, regardless of whether he can be beaten or not, even if he can't be beaten, he will fly directly into the sky. Kakashi just remembered this, mainly because in the process of performing missions in the past, he hadn't really seen a few flying, and his inertial thinking made him walk into a dead end. Uncle Kakashi, take the liberty to ask, if you keep using all kinds of ninjutsu to carry out carpet bombing on them, how long can it last? Sakura asked. It happened that she had recently developed a new trick that could be tested on Kakashi. A few seconds. Kakashi gave the answer without any calculations. His own chakras are actually not too few, but there is a big money-consuming person who writes the wheel, who is constantly consuming his search every second. Kara, there are not many chakras in his body that can be used to release ninjutsu. If you continue to use ninjutsu, at most a few ninjutsu will be over. You stretch out your hand. Kakashi silently stretched out his right hand, and Sakura put a point between Kakashi's index finger on Kakashi's wrist, and the green light formed several weird rune patterns printed on Kakashi's right wrist. Uncle Kakashi, you only need to continue to use ninjutsu to attack them. As a copy ninja, you should not lack ninjutsu, right? Ninjutsu is indeed not lacking, but chakra is not enough. Kakashi looked at it for a while and couldn't see what this green rune was for, so he could only tell the truth. Don't worry about chakra. The rune I set on your wrist is used to solve this problem. After the rune is activated, every few seconds, after the chakra in your body is consumed, it will be activated instantly. Let your body return to the time period before the release of ninjutsu. Similarly, your chakra will return to that time period. Unless I actively stop it, your body will keep wandering repeatedly. In this short period of time, in a sense, chakra is unlimited. This is a skill that Sakura came up with based on the way Doctor Strange in Marvel dealt with Domum. It should be very suitable for Kakashi, a blue-consuming player, but then Sakura reminded him again. Although Mr. Kakashi, even if you are injured, you will return to the initial time period after the time rune is activated, but you will not forget the painful feeling, and you will continue to look back in time. For Kaka Teacher Xi, your spirit will also cause some pressure, I hope you can hold it. The rune made by Sakura can only trace back the time on Kakashi's body, not his soul time. That is to say, after the time rune on Kakashi is activated, his body time will continue to return. Before the beginning, but the memory will not be affected, and the memory from the beginning to the time when the time retracing is initiated will reappear in his mind after the time retracing. It is okay to have fewer times, but once too many times, memory collision is likely to cause confusion. This thing is amazing. Kakashi said so, but in the bottom of his heart he was very shocked. What does the time back mean? It means that as long as Sakura is willing, a dying person can instantly return to a state of heyday, even if it is immortal. Uncle Akai, Brother Zishui, stretch out your hand, I will give you one too. Sakura also set a rune on Metkai and Zishui, but the rune Sakura on Zishui secretly made some tricks to prepare for his life and death crisis in the future. Kill her. The leading Anbyo glanced at Kakashi and others. After confirming that it was the target he was going to kill, he did not rush forward with a short knife. Although Sakura was only a child, he came to them who were accustomed to killing. In other words, it is never important whether it is a child or not, as long as the task of Master Danzang is completed. Shisui is responsible for protecting Sakura. You come with me, don't show mercy under your hands. Although the root is also Konoha's power, but now the opponent is about to kill himself, Kakashi can't be stupid to be merciful, and immediately push the forehead that covers his left eye directly, revealing the blocked 3-gold jade. Right round eyes. Understand, my youth tells me that I should go all out. Akai took a deep breath and directly opened the 8-door dungeon. 8-door dungeon. The third student door. Open. Metkai, with blue veins bulging on his forehead, rushed out and kicked a rooted ninja in the cheek. Konoha tornado. Lei dun lei che. Kakashi, who chose to believe in Sakura, directly used his own housekeeping ninjutsu when he came up. Although Rachel at this time is far less proficient in using it in the later stage, and there are no many changes in the later stage, but it is now Kakashi's best tricks. There are more than 20 root ninjas responsible for intercepting and killing a few people. Out of hostility to Uchiha, Danzo can be said to have spared his life. If all these more than 20 roots are damaged here, Danzo's the roots also hurt muscles and bones, and root cultivation is very troublesome. Metkai is not good at using ninjutsu, and all his attacks are all kinds of physical skills. After the 8-door dungeon is opened, apart from avoiding the opponent's ninjutsu, all the rest are directly hard. It's not that there are no root ninjas who want to use illusions to make Metkai, but ordinary illusions have no effect on Metkai. Illusion usually creates illusions by interfering with the opponent's chakra, so as to achieve the purpose of trapping the opponent. There are only so few illusions that hurt the opponent's spirit. It is also very simple to disarm the illusion. As long as someone around me uses chakras to disturb the chakra flow of the caster, the illusion will be dismissed, but Akai has now opened the 8-door dungeon. After the 8-door dungeon is opened, Akai the flow speed of the chakra inside the body became abnormally violent, and the illusions used by these root ninjas were directly self-defeating. Faced with so many root ninjas, Akai didn't dare to be careless. The 8-door dungeon had now reached the 5th door, and the violent chakra rushed out of his body, and his skin began to become red and bloodshot. On the other side, Kakashi's predictive ability of riding round eyes allows him to easily dodge attacks and see through the enemy's offensive. When fighting in close quarters, he directly gathers Like, holding Like, and fighting with others. Once the distance between the two sides was stretched a little, he stopped Reichi directly, tied the seal with both hands, and threw the ninjutsu copied during the mission without money, and the whole person changed the fighting style of the past. Become particularly violent. Chapter 39, Kakashi from Thrift to Luxury Middle Third More. On Sakura's side, in addition to those who were desperately stopped by Akai and Kakashi, several root ninjas rushed over, but Shisui was not a vegetarian. Facing these root ninjas, there was nothing. He dodged, leaning on a short knife to easily drag the person, and even now he hasn't used a ninjutsu. Behind. Shisui, who was entangled with the few people in front of him, suddenly shook his body and forced them back with a stab. Then he took out a kunai with his left hand and threw it at Sakura. Kumo wiping Sakura's hair flew past, and directly shot to death a root ninja behind Sakura who had just emerged from the ground and wanted to sneak an attack. Big brother Shisui don't need to worry about me, just rely on them, they can't hurt me. Seeing Shisui always defending by her side instead of taking the initiative to attack, Kozakura sighed helplessly, and said, I think brother Shisui should kill them directly. You will lose if you keep it for a long time. Easy to get hurt. Their goal is you, and I must guarantee your absolute safety. Shisui remained unmoved. His task was to protect Sakura, not to kill the enemy. No matter how much Sakura said, he did. Will not leave casually. The Shisui on this side kept the space near Sakura from leaking, while on the other side, Akai, who had solved several people, had already opened the 6th door. The Saiyan chakra's arrogance wrapped his body, and his speed increased again. A level of Akai kicked 2 enemies out in the blink of an eye. When he fell to the ground, his neck was completely twisted, and he couldn't survive. There is no need to worry about affecting Sakura and the others. If this is the case, let's just solve you with one move, Dupani, Chow Peacock. Akai's body leaped high, and his fists kept hitting out. In just a few seconds, he had already hit hundreds of punches. The high-speed straight fists rubbed against the air and produced shock waves wrapped in flames. The fan shape covered the ground in front of Akai, and the root ninjas entangled with Akai were all within the shock waves' attack range. The most important thing was that Akai's attack speed was too fast, even if they wanted to avoid it. Not easy. Water escape waterfront wall. If there is no way to evade, they can only make it hard. Several people are making seals at the same time, and a stream of water sprays out of their mouths, forming a wall-like barrier in mid-air, covering all of them below. The flame shock wave kept hitting the waterfront wall, and the waterfront wall was swayed. However, the seemingly crumbling waterfront wall completely resisted the attack towards the peacock. Call! 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 Sixth door. There is no way one time to solve it. Erupted in trouble. Akai fell on the ground, breathing heavily in his mouth. Now that he is very young, he is far from as powerful as he later was. After Bayman Dungia used the sixth door once, his body was a bit unable to hold it. 8-door Dungia is very powerful, but when used, it will cause a great burden on the user's body. Now, in the sixth door state, Akai's body is already under a lot of load. If you don't stop the 8th door in time, the use of door Dungia will leave permanent concealed wounds on a small scale, and even death. I can't help it, even if it will leave a hidden injury in the future, I will recognize it. Akai gritted his teeth, and even if his body suffers irreversible damage in the future, he will recognize it. If the 8 doors Dungia is removed at this time, he will definitely be affected by these. The root ninja killed it. Just as Akai was about to drag his exhausted body to continue fighting, on his right wrist, the green rune suddenly lit up. The body can't bear it and automatically exited the state it was just now. Seeing that the Cyan Chakra arrogance suddenly disappeared from Akai's body, several root ninjas were also relieved. The state just now was a bit too dangerous, but now it seems that it should be an explosive secret technique and cannot be used continuously. This feeling. However, Akai was surprised. He felt that his body was inexplicably changed to the state when the battle was just started. The muscle strain caused by the previous use of the 8-door Dungia has disappeared. In other words, he can now use the 6th door again. However, the memory that followed immediately made Akai frown. It was the memory of his fight just now. The memory from that period of time was forcibly stuffed into his brain. The two repeated memories made Akai feel it's a bit uncomfortable, but this feeling is fleeting and has no effect. It turns out that this is what Kozakura said before. Don't worry about getting hurt. No matter how much you consume, it will instantly recover. The youthful roar is almost too much to be suppressed. Akai's eyes are full of fighting spirit. The biggest shortcoming of Hachiman Dungia is that it can cause damage to himself, but with the rune that Sakura gave him, there is no need to worry about this at all. No matter how serious the injury is, he can recover instantly. Come here, in that case, let him try to break through a new realm. 8-gate Dungia. Akai folded his arms on his chest, chakra surging frantically in his body. The 7th surprise door, open. How is it possible? It used a stronger power than before. Several root ninjas exclaimed, originally thinking that Akai had no more power to fight, but who would have thought that in the next second, Akai actually used a stronger power than before. This should be an explosive secret technique. Hold him, don't fight him head-on, as long as he can't hold it, we will win. The root ninja hadn't finished speaking, Akai, who was covered in blue arrogance, teleported to the middle of them. The violent chakras around Akai and the blue formed by the evaporated sweat. The arrogance made these people feel the tremendous pressure. Uranus. Hirudo. Both hands formed a weird seal pattern, the surrounding air was instantly compressed, and then burst out suddenly, and the air cannon shaped like a tiger's head covered all the surrounding root ninjas with Akai as the center. This is, hi-ho-ho? Uncle Akai is really messing up. Seeing the familiar tiger head air cannon, Sakura couldn't help but vomit. The load on the body of the 8-door Dungia is extremely large. With Akai's current strength, if a single blow does not kill the enemy, he will turn on the 7th. He estimated that he would only be slaughtered by his neck, but fortunately, he had the time of his release back on him. After the time went back, all the injuries suffered by Akai would disappear, so there is no need to worry too much. Chapter 40, Kakashi, From Thrift to Luxury Below 4th More. In the middle of the huge round pit, Akai lay there limply, motionless. If it weren't for the undulating chest and the look in his eyes, it is estimated that anyone who saw it would be able to regard this as a corpse. Although the physical injury left after opening the 7th door has disappeared after time retrospect, Akai's current spirit is very bad. Time retrospect will force the memories and feelings of the duration into the current memory. In other words, Akai used the 8 doors Dungia once, but after the time went back, the pain he felt doubled, and the double pain was still superimposed together instantly. If it weren't for Akai's own willpower enough, if it was strong, he would have fainted unconsciously now. Akai on this side was lying in the pit slowly recovering, but Kakashi on the other side was getting more and more vigorous. Shadow Clone Technique. 2 shadow avatars appeared beside Kakashi, and the 3 of them quickly formed seals with both hands at the same time, and the wind escape, fire escape, and thunder escape, 3 types of ninjutsu with different attributes were released at the same time. It's really stupid, how long can you last such a large amount of chakra consumption? Hidden behind the wall made by Tudun, a scornful smile flashed in the eyes of the leader of the Root Interception Squad leader. Kakashi's chakras are scarce in the 2 organizations of Konoha and the Roots. It's not a secret. If Kakashi used her own combat experience to entangle with them as before, it would be really troublesome to intercept the captain of the squad, but now Kakashi has given up her own advantages and chose this attack method that consumes a lot of chakra. This made him very disdainful. It seems that the legends about Heiji Kakashi circulated in the organization before should be fake. What he didn't see, however, was that whenever Kakashi used a few ninjutsu to consume the chakra, a faint green light burst out on his right wrist, and he was a little depressed because of the massive consumption of chakra. Kakashi will become alive again. More than a minute later, Kakashi was still carrying out a carpet-style ninjutsu bombing. For 2 or 3 minutes, Kakashi still did not stop. Instead, the speed of his hands became a bit faster, almost a ninjutsu can be released in 2 or 3 seconds, and the continuous bombardment of ninjutsu makes these root ninjas want to curse. Isn't it that Heiki Kakashi chakra is not much? But what is going on now? Chakra consumption of this intensity, even if Hokage comes, can't hold it. Don't worry about the feeling of lack of chakra, it's really cool. Kakashi's mood after being depressed for many years suddenly improved a lot. Think about his own experience in the past few years. When going on a mission, even when using chakra to drive, he has to plan carefully and try not to waste a single bit. When fighting, he also relies on IQ and physical skills to find the flaws, and then uses thunder and chidori to make a one-shot kill. Unleashing ninjutsu as crazy as today, I used to only dare to think about it when I was dreaming. It's a pity that the mental burden is a little bit heavy, otherwise I can feel the life without chakra for a while. Kakashi sighed. Although this feeling made him very refreshing, the task was still important after all. While separating 2 shadow clones to continue the bombing, the main body sneaked into the ground with earth escape. Damn, you can't continue to pester this guy, you must kill the target as soon as possible. You have no chance. A flash of determination flashed in the eyes of the interception team leader hiding behind the soil wall. The mission of Lord Danzo was the most important. He was now ready to let several other root members cover and attack Sakura by himself. However, the light of thunder was here. His side lit up. Heiji Kakashi? When the pupils of the interception team leader suddenly shrank, and he didn't realize when Kakashi was lurking next to him. Lei Dun. Lei Che. The right hand shining with thunder light passed through the heart of the interception team leader, blood splashed, and the interception team leader was killed instantly. 2 minutes later, the battlefield on Kakashi's side became silent. All the root ninjas had become corpses in the same place, and almost all fatal injuries were stabbed in the heart. Obviously, these people also died under Kakashi's Richi. Hey, it's a bit too much to play, but after all, I haven't felt this kind of relaxation for a long time. Kakashi leaned against a big tree and pulled his forehead back to block his left eye. He now feels that his headache is severe, the side effects of time retrospect and the mental consumption of writing round eyes make him feel bad. Now that he has stepped into the footsteps of Akai, he can only sit here and slowly recover. Here, Sakura and Shisui, everyone who felt that there was no sound in the two battlefields also roughly guessed the result of the matter. The root ninjas attacked even more frantically. For a while, Shisui felt a little overwhelmed. Brother Shisui, you are an output ninja, why do you do defensive work? Kozakura suddenly rolled her eyes and said, Brother Shisui, now use Huodun in front of her. Okay. Zishui took a step back, quickly forming a seal with his hands, and a fireball with a diameter of several meters spit out from his mouth. Art Fire Escape Fireball. Space. Transfer. Kozakura stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers. In front of House Fireball, a spatial channel quickly appeared and swallowed the fireball spit out by the water still. Hey? What's the matter? The root ninjas were a little confused, but before they could think about it, there was a scorching sensation behind them. A spatial channel opened silently behind them, and the water stopped spouting and disappeared. The fireball rushed out directly from the space channel behind them. Wow! Several people without any defense were directly hit by the flame. After the flame disappeared, several people had already fallen to the ground in a smoke, and the dead could no longer die. Brother Zishui, how about my assistant? Kozakura asked triumphantly, the space gem can control the power of space. She opened a connecting space channel in front of the giant fireball spouted by Shishui and behind several root ninjas. The giant fireball of Shishui was swallowed from one end. Then it was spit out from the other end. This attack method can completely hit the enemy by surprise. Excellent ability. Zishui's eyes were full of admiration, and then he said, let's go and see how the situation of Senior Kakashi and Senior Akai is going. When they found the two people, Shisui and Sakura were shocked. The two of them had severe kidney deficiency and left them alone. The key was that the place where they fought was already severely damaged. A huge round pit was blown out by Hirudo and Akai. The corpse of the root ninja was also scattered. The scene was extremely bloody. The Sakura I was watching almost didn't vomit it out. The corpse on Kakashi's side is nothing. It's a good ground. Now it's like being plowed. The trees collapsed, the rocks shattered, and the ground was covered with traces of flames. Uncle Kakashi, what did you do? Sakura's black line can destroy such a large area like this. How much ninjutsu did Kakashi use? Chapter 41, Strong Resentment from Suzuki Top First More. Although I said that your body can go back in time, and you don't need to be afraid of injury, but I remember that I also said that going back in time will have a great impact on your spirit, right? Seeing Kakashi and Akai sitting back to back, Sakura looked helpless. One out of the 8-door dungeon, 7th door almost blasted herself, and the other crazy using ninjutsu for a continuous period of time. Looking back almost overwhelmed the spirit. This, mainly because for the first time in your life you don't have to worry about chakra's problem, you didn't control it for a while. Kakashi squinted his eyes and laughed. Although he was terribly uncomfortable in his brain, he was in a surprisingly good mood. My youth is complete. Akai gave Sakura a thumbs up. It is not easy to practice the 8-door dungeon, especially in the experience of using it. Opening the 8 doors will cause damage to himself. Therefore, when a Kai only practices, it's fine if you are sure that you can open the 8 doors Dunjia. As for opening the 8 doors to study the profound meanings, it's never been done before, but today there is time to look back, but it allows him to truly experience the power of the 7th door, and there is no need to worry about physical injury. The only bad thing is that his spirit is a little bit injured, which makes him lose his energy. As 2 people intact, Sakura and Shisui could only take care of the 2 seriously ill people all the way until they returned to Konoha. At the gate of Konoha village, Kakashi and Akai supported each other and walked slowly forward. Both of them obviously walked with soft legs and fluttering hair, but they were unwilling to sit on the magic sword and enter the village. Sakura. As soon as she walked through the door, Sakura heard a pleasantly surprised voice coming over. Naruto? Why are you here? Standing at Konoha's gate was Naruto with a surprised look. Well, I happened to pass by here. Naruto stammered, scratching his head and smirking as he spoke. Don't you come here every day to wait? The 2 people watching Konoha's gate didn't seem to be surprised by Naruto's appearance, and Sakura could guess what was going on. No, I will come here to take a look when I am free in the morning and evening. Naruto smiled very happily. The rest of the time I have to help Uncle Yul. I don't know when Sakura will come back, so I can only try my luck. You are such a fool. Kozakura sighed helplessly, but she was very happy in her heart. It's really good to feel that someone is thinking about you when going out. Now, Kozakura, hurry up to report to your friends for safety. The mission report is that I can go to Master Naruto by myself. Kakashi looked at Naruto, with a touch of complicated emotions flashing in his eyes, and then moved to Sakura's ear with a gossip look, and whispered, "For the mind of a crazy little boy who is waiting, we must respond in time. Oh, don't miss your love. Uncle Kakashi, what are you going to do with a 10,000-year-old single dog?" Sakura rolled her eyes at Kakashi. 8 for single dogs who ban novels. Let's take care of their lifelong affairs first, and be careful that they will never marry a wife in this life. Wan Nian, single dog. Kakashi looked embarrassed. He hadn't been long since he had just grown up. How could he be a single dog for 10,000 years? And I think he was very popular in the ninja school back then. How could he not marry a daughter-in-law? All day with bad novels in his hands, the psychic beasts are still a group of dogs, so don't explain the rhythm of the lonely life. Sakura and Naruto walked to the ramen shop together. Kakashi seemed to have been fatally injured behind him. A cold wind blew through, making Kakashi's back look particularly bleak. "Senior Kakashi, I'm going back first." Shisui said goodbye to Kakashi and turned and left, leaving only Kakashi, who was a little depressed, and Akai, who was unknown. Konoha has a lot of girls who like me, don't they?" Kakashi asked in a low voice. For a young adult, the 3 words Guozhung hurt a little too much. "Well, there should be," Akai said with some uncertainty. He usually didn't care about these things at all, but according to Kakashi's previous popularity, there should be many people who have a crush on him, right? Should. Kakashi's grievances became more intense. Could it be that after a few years in Anbu, no one remembers himself anymore? But it wasn't right. He remembered that the daughter of the owner was very excited to talk to him the last time he went to eat at the ramen shop, but he didn't pay much attention to them at the time. While thinking wildly in my mind, while supporting each other with Kai and walking towards the Naruto building, the 2 ninjas who walked like the old man attracted a lot of attention along the way. In the Naruto office, after listening to Kakashi's report, the 3rd generation smoked a cigarette with a wry smile on his face. "Denso, has he actually started targeting Konoha's companions?" Kakashi didn't answer. "Other people can't say anything about this matter. You can only see the meaning of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Kakashi, you go down and rest first, Denso, I will ask him for an explanation." In the smoke, the wrinkles between the 3 generations of eyebrows have become a little bit more. In the Yul ramen shop, a group of people in Ino were very happy to surround Sakura and ask questions. Now there is another branch in Konoha village, which has many customers. The ramen shop is not as busy and crowded as before. In addition, Uncle Yul hired several waiters, and Ino and the others are quite free now. During the chat, Sasuke didn't say a word, sitting there with his head down, revealing an aura of resentment all over his body. My brother was snatched by that strange woman, and my brother was snatched by that strange woman. Sakura listened carefully, only to find that Sasuke was muttering something about Uchiha Itachi in a low voice there. The more I muttered, the more resentment Sasuke was, and she looked like a faintly resentful little wife. Hey, Sasuke, today is Sakura's day home, can you be a little happier? Naruto looked at Sasuke with a little dissatisfaction, and the good atmosphere was completely destroyed by Sasuke. Sasuke raised his head and glanced at Naruto, then lowered his head and began to mutter. You have been talking for so long, who is the strange woman in your mouth? Kozakura asked curiously. How could Uchiha Itachi's character be taken away by a woman? Chapter 42, Strong Resentment from Sasuke. Next second more. Izumi, Uchiha Izumi. Sasuke's resentment almost turned into substance. My brother took her to the meatball shop. It's really too much. Puff. All the sip of tea that Kozakura had just drank came out. It's been a long time. You didn't feel happy because your brother took Uchiha Izumi to a meal of meatballs, so you didn't feel happy. First brother Shisui, now there is another Uchiha Izumi. Sasuke thought there, in his eyes, everyone who wants to get close to his brother is a badass, and they are ready to him from him. Sakura no longer knows what to say about the symptoms of Sasuke's extreme late-stage cancer control. The sister Uchiha Izumi has seen it when she watched anime in her previous life. He and Itachi can barely be regarded as childhood sweethearts, if not later. It's really possible for the two of them to come together, but it's a pity that they died in the end. Then a girl with a good personality and a good match with Itachi is gone. Sure enough, Danzo should be thousands of knives are the way to go. In my heart, I silently wrote another note to Danzo. Seeing Sasuke's full of resentment, Sakura really didn't know how to comfort him. I think, you don't have to resent you so much. Your brother has grown up and it's time to marry a daughter-in-law. You can't let him be single for a lifetime. It's all Vixen that hooked my brother's attention, hey. Sasuke is still aggrieved there, and Sakura really wants to say that the Naruto next to you is real. Okay, Vixen. Well, I'm going to hold a picnic tomorrow. You call Big Brother Ferret and your sister-in-law together. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with you. Kozakura looked at the few people sitting around the table, and it was time for her own plan. She's not my sister-in-law, my brother is mine. Sasuke snorted coldly, and then looked at Sakura vigilantly. You just called your elder brother the eldest brother, are you planning to grab your elder brother with me? I understand. If you have 2 brothers in the Uchiha clan, your younger brother is severely cancer controlling, and your elder brother is also severely cancer controlling. Sakura gritted her teeth and almost smashed the teacup onto Sasuke's face. Humph, of course you don't understand if you don't have an older brother. I tell you, my older brother is amazing. Bala bala. It's over, this kid is out of help. Sakura and Ino glanced at each other, and rolled their eyes helplessly. Sasuke's brother was really hopeless because of his illness. Because Sakura was tricked into wearing women's clothing before, Sasuke has now entered the state of a cold boy in advance. He speaks very few words, and he doesn't like to laugh much, but when it comes to Itachi, he is very enthusiastic, and he can be there for a long time. I tell you, my brother is fine, bala bala. Let's go away first, and prepare what you will bring for the picnic tomorrow. I will go to the 3rd generation to get rewards for the task. The sound like a magic sound made several people retreat. Ino and the others went back to prepare their picnic tools, and Sakura flew towards the Hokage office. In the Naruto office, Sandai is arguing with Danzo. Danzo, why did you send someone to intercept Sakura and Kakashi? 3 generations of Hokage questioned. Sarutobi, according to my information, after visiting Uchiha with your little girl named Haruno Sakura once, the Uchiha clan began to change. This is a sign of their rebellion. It is very likely that the one named Haruno Sakura is here. We must be guarded before it happens. Danzo fought hard for reasons, and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him. They have now begun to blatantly win over other families in the village. We can't just watch it like this. We must restrict the Uchiha clan again. Enough, Danzo, it is a good thing that the Uchiha clan is willing to communicate and reconcile with the village. Don't slander it casually. 3 generations shouted sharply. If this is heard by the Uchiha clan, the relationship that has finally eased will definitely become more rigid. I have no slander. There are my people in the Uchiha clan. They have sent back information. The Uchiha clan elders are planning to overthrow Konoha. At this time, any changes in Uchiha must be taken seriously. Danzo's voice was murderous. They are definitely contacting other families now, preparing to increase their bargaining chips for their rebellion. Sarutobi, you can't be so indecisive, and a restless family like Uchiha absolutely can't stay. Enough, Danzo, I believe the Uchiha clan. 3 generations' eyes were as sharp as an eagle, but then he sighed again. More importantly, I believe in the mirror. Mirror. Danzo's hand holding the cane tightened tightly, and Uchiha Kagami, their companions, were both disciples of the 2nd generation of Hokage. Don't talk nonsense about that kind of thing in the future. In addition, the root ninja is not allowed to do anything to Konoha village's companions at any time. This is my bottom line. The 3 generations' voices contained unconcealable exhaustion, and in the end they just waved their hands and let Danzo leave. Hey, Sarutobi, look at it, one day, I will prove that what I said is right. Danzo snorted unwillingly, and slowly walked out of the Hokage office. Hey! Sandai sighed and turned his gaze to the window. You have already seen it. Watching all the way. Kozakura flew in from the window, and asked with a little doubt, why can the 3 generations of Grandpa bear his mischief? Uchiha is Konoha's important combat power. If Danzo destroys Uchiha, Konoha but his strength will be weakened a lot. Kozakura's words are not nonsense. Although the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha is not very good, Uchiha will never stand by when Konoha encounters something. Without Uchiha, Konoha's combat effectiveness will be reduced. A lot of. Danzo, he is my friend. 3 generations gave a wry smile. Why didn't he understand that it was just Danzo, his companion? He couldn't really deal with Danzo. Friends? Good friends are right. Sakura underestimated in a low voice. The so-called friendship of the 3 generations is really deep enough. In the original book, Danzo did so many wrong things, and even sent people to assassinate 3 generations, but the last 3 generations were all laughed off. This feeling is simply impossible to say. Did you have anything to do here? 3 generations didn't want to say too much, it was too bad. I said 3 generations of Grandpa, you haven't paid me yet, but I have solved a war crisis. Sakura secretly rolled her eyes. Wouldn't it be that the 3 generations wanted to go back on the bill? Chapter 43, The Book of Seal is in hand. Third more. Let's go, the Book of Seal is not here. Sandai stood up and walked out with Sakura. Walking outside the room where the sealed book was placed, there was a clear flash in Sakura's eyes. Sure enough, Naruto was able to get the sealed book deliberately by 3 generations in the original work, and the so-called sealed book is probably fake. As for the reason, just outside this house, Sakura can feel dozens of soul fluctuations. These people are distributed around the room. At a glance, they know that they are guarding the Book of Seal. There are so many people guarding it, if not for 3 generations. Deliberately, how could Naruto get the Book of the Seal just after graduating from the ninja school and didn't even practice the 3 skills? Moreover, only Naruto and the guards knew where the Book of Seal was stored. How could Nakanin from a ninja school in Mizuki know where the Book of Seal was placed? The most important thing is that in the original book, Naruto opened the Book of Seal and the first ninjutsu he saw was the shadow clone technique. This was obviously wrong. The Book of Seal recorded countless ninjutsu and secrets. Surgery, forbidden technique. How could it happen that as soon as you opened it, you could see the shadow clone technique that is most suitable for people like Naruto, who has a lot of chakras, by coincidence? And Sakura doesn't think that there will be no insurance on things like the seal book. Danzo knows to get it inside. The 4 elephants will die with the enemy when the seal comes. How could the seal book be opened so easily? 3 generations stood in front of the door, quickly forming a few seals with their hands, and slapped them in the middle of the door. Little tadpole-like runes spread from the palm of their palms. After the runes disappeared, the 3 generations stretched out their hands. Go and open the door. This is the Book of Seals. 3 generations took Sakura and walked into the room. Except for a giant scroll placed on the middle shelf, there was nothing else in the room. So many sealing techniques? Just a scroll, do you need it? The corner of Sakura's mouth twitched slightly. The walls, ceiling, and ground of the room were engraved with tadpole-like runes everywhere. Sakura carefully perceives it, and she can feel the faint energy fluctuations from these runes. The countless runes seem to be scattered, but in fact they form a whole, touching and moving the whole body. Once one rune starts to work, all the remaining runes will be activated instantly. As for the specific effect, it's not clear. This is not an ordinary scroll. This is a Book of Seals made since the first generation of Naruto Master Zuma. It records almost all Konoha's ninjutsu, secret techniques, forbidden techniques, and seal techniques. In principle, except for Hokage in addition, no one can watch it at will. If you have not resolved the war with Union Village this time, you will not have the opportunity to watch it here. 3 generations said with a smile, and began to keep nodding while talking. The countless complicated handprints made Kozakura feel dazzled, and she simply turned her head away. Even at the speed of the 3 generations of Jian, it took more than 10 seconds to finish. As the 3 generations slapped their hands on the wooden shelf where the Book of Seal was placed, all the runes in the room began to move and shrink. Soon, all the runes were retracted into the wooden shelf and disappeared. This is a bookshelf specially made by the master between the pillars. It is specially used to place the sealed book. Unless the seal is lifted with a special handprint, once someone approaches, the art in the room will be triggered, and the person will be killed instantly in the future. Seeing that Sakura was a little curious, Sandai explained it aloud. No wonder. Kozakura nodded clearly. It seems that this wooden bookshelf should be specially made by Senjuzuzu with wooden dungeon. As for the art in the room, it should be from the 2nd generation of Naruto Senju or Senjuju's wife Uzumaki Mito. Well, you can watch it if you want, but you can only watch it here, you can't take it out. It is naturally impossible for things like the sealed book to be taken out, and this made Sakura even more sure that the sealed book obtained by Naruto in the original work was fake. Kozakura stepped forward, with the thought, and controlled the Book of Seal to open by herself. This scroll was really too big, much bigger than her body. The scroll opened, and Kozakura scanned the 10 lines directly. She didn't need to understand the things recorded on it immediately, and she couldn't understand it for the time being. She just wanted to write down everything and study it slowly later. After turning over the Book of Seals, several hours have passed. Putting the Book of Seals back on the shelf, Sakura rubbed her temples and forcibly wrote down so many things in a short period of time. Her brain felt a little swelling, and if it hadn't been for the soul gems to nourish her soul, she would not be able to achieve an unforgettable effect. Have you found what you want? 3 generations asked. I have written it down. Sakura pointed to her brain and said, "Next, I want to borrow 3 people from you to use it." "Who?" 3 generations raised their eyebrows and asked. "It's Uncle Kakashi," Sakura said with a smile. Uncle Kakashi is known as a copy ninja. He is very proficient in ninjutsu. Although Akai has a strange personality, he is a master of Konoha's physical training. As for Shishui, his illusion very powerful. With the 3 of them, no matter which aspect Naruto wants to learn, there is no problem. Well, it just so happens that Kakashi and Akai are recuperating now, and they can't go on a mission. Let them be responsible for teaching you knowledge. As for Shishui, just tell him yourself. 3 generations agree with Sakura's idea of bringing Naruto and all of them together to practice. He wants Naruto to have more bonds in Konoha, so that he can be more assured in the future. As for Kakashi to be responsible for teaching, that's even better. Kakashi is a subordinate of his disciple, a firm Naruto faction. The 3rd generation originally had the idea of training Kakashi to the 5th generation of Naruto. Now this is more in line with his wishes. After all, Ino Shikamaru and the others, they are the young patriarchs of their respective families, and they will inherit the position of the family patriarch in the future. With the same relationship between teachers and students at this level, it will be easier for Kakashi to become the 5 generations of Hokage in the future. However, there are some forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals. Don't teach them randomly. The 3 generations reminded that the forbidden techniques recorded in the Book of the Seal were varied, and things like the reincarnation of the dirty soil were forbidden by Konoha. If it spreads out, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, 3 generations of Grandpa, I understand. Even if the 3 generations don't talk about it, Sakura won't mess around. The reason why she wrote down all the Book of Seals was just to find a technique suitable for Naruto and others. Everyone's style is different, and she learns ninjutsu that is not suitable for herself. It is destined to be impossible to reach the peak. Chapter 44, The Gathering of Destiny. Top 4th more. When the 3 generations restored the technique around the seal book, the 2 talents left here. On the way, Sakura took out 2 photos and handed them over. 3 generations of Grandpa, this is for you. If Union Village wants to come to find something in the future, you can show this to the 4th generation of Lei Ying. What is it? The 3 generations took the photo in doubt, but after a glance, they felt that they were going to be blind. This is the 4th generation of Reikage? Who is the other? 4 generations of Reikage and 8-tailed Rabbi, this is a transformation technique. Sakura said. Unless the 4 generations of Reikage want to let the people in the ninja world know how enchanting his look is, he will definitely not attack Konoha casually. Very good. The 3rd generation smiled and put away the photo. If the next generation of Reikage deliberately finds something, he will take this out. It will be fun then. Early the next morning, Sakura went to call Kakashi and Akai, who were in the state of kidney deficiency, and then went to bring Shishui over, and the 4 of them walked towards the place for the dinner together. When they arrived at the agreed place, Ino and the others had arrived early and were packing the things they had brought there. Sakura, who are they? Ino asked, looking at the 3 people behind Sakura. This man Kakashi Heiji, Konoha Shinobu, the former Konoha genius, graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, was promoted to ninja at the age of 6, and became a master of Shinobu at the age of 12, but now he has grown up. Now, people have fallen, and become a bad boy who doesn't leave the book every day. Sakura's introduction made Kakashi very happy at first, but what is the latter sentence? What is Xiao Huang? A bad boy who doesn't leave the book. Ignoring Kakashi's grimace in her eyes, Sakura pointed her finger to Akai's body again. Mate Kai, the physique master of Konoha village, is very strong, especially the most proficient in physique. In a desperate state, Hokage can also fight. At this time, Akai's opening of the 7th door is already at the limit, and the 7th door cannot be maintained for a long time. If he is desperate, he will be tied with the 3 generations at best. If the 7th door can be maintained for a long time, he can beat the current 3 generations. The last one is Uchiha Shisui. Kozakura pulled out Shisui with a smile on her face. The genius elite of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's shinobu, is called the existence of Shushin Shisui by the respect of the ninja world. It is a combination of illusion and Shushin technique. Uchiha? Sasuke's clansman. Naruto jumped out and stared at Shisui for a while, then said with some doubts, "Why do I feel that he is not like that stinky guy Sasuke at all?" "What? Big brother Shisui and Sasuke are just Uchiha, and they are not direct relatives. If they are like this, there will be ghosts." Kozakura first responded to Naruto, then looked at it, and asked, "Has Sasuke not come yet?" "I'm coming." As soon as Kozakura's voice fell, Sasuke's unhappy voice rang from behind. Sakura turned her head and looked around, and Sasuke was holding Itachi's right hand with an unhappy expression, staring at the girl with long hair on the left hand of Itachi with a trace of hostility in her eyes. "You take the liberty to interrupt. My name is Izumi Uchiha, an Itachi's friend." Uchiha Izumi smiled softly, but Sasuke's grievances were getting heavier and heavier next to him. Sure enough, his brother's heart was taken away, and now he was directly called Itachi as an intimate name. Sakura and Ino looked at each other, and everyone reached a consensus in an instant. They lined up and bowed to Itachi Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha. "Good brother Itachi, good sister-in-law Chuan." "Hey!" Uchiha Izumi's face instantly blushed. She did have a good impression of Uchiha Itachi, but that was just her unrequited love. The title of sister-in-law is really a bit too awkward. I am not Itachi's girlfriend, we are just ordinary friends." "Aren't male and female friends all started from ordinary friends?" Kozakura had an expression that I understand. "If you like someone, then go for it boldly and confess. It's not good to always bury your mind in your heart. Don't miss the opportunity to confess just because you are shy." No, Uchiha Izumi blushed like a tomato. It would be too shy to actively pursue a confession or something. "If Sister Chuan doesn't dislike it, I can help you, give him medicine, and promise to make him want to burn himself. When the time comes, Sister Chuan will directly push him back. With his character, you will never mention it. The pants don't recognize people like this." Kozakura touched her chin, her eyes glistened. In the original, Itachi Uchiha was single until he died, and Izumi Uchiha, who is most likely to become the girlfriend of Itachi Uchiha, died in Itachi's monthly reading in the novel. "I spent a happy life with Itachi in Uedo, but died in the hands of Oto in the anime." In order to prevent Itachi Uchiha from being a bachelor for a lifetime, Sakura decided to help match these two people together. No need. Izumi Uchiha waved his hand and rejected Sakura's proposal, although this proposal made her very excited. "Compared to me, you seem to be more like a bad girl. You can think of such nasty methods." Kakashi still hasn't forgotten what Sakura gave him, so naturally he will lose a sentence at this time. "What do you know? I'm helping Big Brother Itachi to get rid of the order. It is not easy to meet someone who likes you all these years." Sakura despised Kakashi. "Furthermore, although my method is a bit disgraceful, maybe Brother Itachi actually likes to be treated like this in his heart. Man, he likes duplicity a lot of times. It's horrible in his heart, but he has to pretend to be very don't care about the expression of abstinence. What's more, Uncle Kakashi, do you think everyone is the same as you? Do you still have to raise a dog if you are single? Single dog, you are cursing yourself. Children, don't make such jokes casually." The expression on Uchiha Itachi's face is about to split. What kind of friends does Sasuke make? I still want to give myself that kind of medicine, but think about it, this girl can even trick Sasuke into wearing women's clothing. If her head is really twitched, it is not impossible to give herself the medicine. If you really like it, just confess it, don't always wait for the girl to take the initiative. Zishui also walked over with a smile, patted Itaki on the shoulder, and gave him an ambiguous look. Shisui, why don't you even? Uchiha Itaki was really helpless now, why even Shisui started to come over to join in the fun. Suzuki listened to a bunch of people talking about how to match his brother and Uchiha Izumi. His anger was about to explode. His brother was his own, how could he be snatched away by others? Chapter 45, The Gathering of Destiny Medium First More. What? Don't you feel very unhappy? Kozakura pulled Suzuki aside and started her own way of flickering. You actually helped someone take my brother away. The young Suzuki suddenly had the illusion that his life and friendship had been betrayed. You can't say that. Sakura said meaningfully. Think about it carefully. Your brother is so handsome, has a very good personality, and is very strong. Isn't he particularly popular? Humph, my brother is so good, there must be a lot of people like it, but my brother can only be mine, no one should try to him away. Suzuki seemed very happy about Sakura's praise of his brother, but in terms of on the question of Uchiha Itaki's belonging, he will never take a step back. Well, your brother is yours. Sakura secretly rolled her eyes. This dead brother was really hopeless. But have you ever thought about another question? Your brother is so good, there must be many people out there who want to take him away, so many rivals, what are you going to do? No one is allowed to steal my brother from me. I will definitely watch my brother and prevent him from being snatched away by the vixen outside. Suzuki is a little lacking in confidence, yes, so many want to steal his brother's love rival, myself what can I do to prevent my brother from being robbed? If you want to solve the problem of others robbing you of your brother from the root, then you must let those people know that your brother is already famous. Seeing that Suzuki had successfully entered the trap, Sakura secretly compared herself to a scissors hand in her heart. What should I do? Sasuke's passive talent had already been activated. Once he encountered something about his brother, his IQ instantly dropped by 99%. This is also very simple, just help your brother find a sister-in-law. Before Suzuki retorted, Sakura continued. Look, you are Itaki's younger brother. Those who want to make your brother's idea will not only pester your brother, but will definitely find a way to start from you. Then you will definitely not have much time to talk to you. Brother is together, and if you help your brother find a sister-in-law, other people will know that your brother is already famous, and naturally they will not come to pester your brother again, and you can have more time to be with your brother. Really? Suzuki was vacillated. In this case, isn't it just for another person to share his brother? Of course. Sakura nodded firmly, and said, and didn't you say that your brother often releases you pigeons for tasks? As long as you have a sister-in-law, and get along well, let her have a good impression of you. You can let your sister-in-law blow your brother's pillow wind more, and ensure that your brother can take a few tasks and spare time to accompany you. Are you sure this is useful? Suzuki was moved. If he could really allow his brother to spend more time with him, it seemed that he could help find a sister-in-law. Of course, I am a girl. Of course I understand how low a man's resistance to pillow wind is. This is a trick to try. Although she has never been in a relationship in her previous life, she has seen others talk about it anyway. She still knows the power of pillow wind. More importantly, she must not show any uncertain emotions at this time. Suzuki must be convinced that this trick is true. It works. Then, I will definitely try to help my brother find a sister-in-law. Suzuki clenched his fists. In order to allow his brother to spend more time with him, he went all out. You don't need to look for it anymore, isn't there a ready-made one here? Sakura secretly pointed to Uchiha Izumi, and said, Look, Sister Izumi and your brother met at the ninja school. She is a childhood sweetheart, and she has a gentle personality. It is also very good for your brother. Let her be your sister-in-law. She will not grab your brother from you, and if you help her come together with your brother, then she will. I must be very grateful to you. If you ask her to help blow the pillow wind, she will definitely be very careful, too much. Then, okay, what should I do? After gritting his teeth, Sasuke's eyes were firm, all for the sake of his brother. He would never allow outsiders to beat his brother. It's very simple. You just need to often say some good things about Sister Chuan in your brother's ears, and create more opportunities for Sister Chuan to get along with your brother. By the way, tell me about things that Sister Chuan likes about your brother in front of Uncle Fuyu and Aunt Mikan. Enough. The goal was finally achieved, and Sakura was also relieved. It's not easy for her to be a matchmaker. At such a young age, she has to worry about lifelong events for them, and she feels that the burden on her shoulders is so heavy. Okay. Sasuke thought for a while, and it didn't hurt him much, so he agreed now. Kozakura and Sasuke had just walked back, and she saw Niji walking over with two children of about the same size. What conspiracy did you two just discuss? Niji folded his arms, and he saw Sakura and Sasuke sneaking together under the tree from a distance. Telling him instinctively that the two men were definitely talking about some shameful issues. What is a conspiracy? I'm trying to perfect others. Sakura retorted, then looked at the two slightly familiar figures behind Niji and asked, they are my classmate, Lock Lee, every day. Ningxi's words made Sakura slap her forehead, isn't it? Isn't this guy with two buns in the head of the original Ri Ningkai's teammate Tian Tian? After Ningxi's death, he was unmarried for his whole life and opened a business. What a good weapon shop. I missed Ningxi all his life. As for the other one, those big round eyes, thick eyebrows, and watermelon hairstyle like Akai, it is Locke who is suspected to be the illegitimate child of Akai in the original book. Lee. Hey, what is your look? The blue veins on Ninkai's forehead jumped, and the look in his eyes just now was as if Sakura was looking at a dead person. That's right, it was the kind of regretful and lamenting look. No, it's nothing. Sakura was a little guilty, she almost yelled the words Ninkai, you are so miserable just now. Hello, my name is Tian Tian, and I am Niji's friend. Tian Tian came up very enthusiastically and greeted Sakura, but his face turned red when he said about Niji. That's right, young man, I've set down my lifelong events so quickly. Kozakura winked and said, now Niji is not dead due to Hyaganake, and without the caged bird, his personality has changed a lot from the original, at least he already knows to make friends. What nonsense are you talking about? Ningxi raised his head, not wanting to pay attention to Sakura. Hello, my name is Rock Lee, is your name Sakura? I like you. Xiao Li twisted and said, with a suspicious blush on his face. Don't, I have no love for Uncle Akai's style. Sakura's face is green. Are children in the ninja world so precocious these days? Know the confession at the age of 5? Chapter 46, The Gathering of Destiny below second more. B. Rejected. Xiao Li's eyes moistened instantly, and his whole body seemed to have been hit hard. Don't be so sad, confession being rejected is a common thing. Xiao Sakura felt a little helpless, always feeling that a young ignorant mind was hurt by herself, and after thinking about it, let's just throw Xiao Li to Kai. Let me introduce you to someone who should get along well with you. Who? Xiao Li raised his head, at last he was not as sad as before. Xiao Sakura was right. It is normal to be refused a confession, so he will continue to work hard next time. Uncle Akai, please come over and introduce you to a son. Sakura shouted at Akai who was pestering Kakashi. What? Akai turned his head stunned and introduced his son? What is this operation? The other people also turned their heads in confusion, and saw Xiao Li next to Ningxi at a glance, and then everyone's expressions changed instantly. "K, you actually have such a big son." Heiki Kakashi's right eye is about to fly out. Shouldn't Akai be a single dog like himself? Why did such a big son suddenly appear? A feeling of betrayal came to life. So this is Li's father? It really looks alike. Ning Xi and Tian Tian also looked shocked. They only knew that Li was an orphan, but now it seems wrong. It turns out that Li is an abandoned child? What a cruel father! Tian Tian brain made up more, but in the blink of an eye he pressed an image of an abandoned child onto Akai's head. And Akai, okay, at this time Akai is also stunned. When does he have a son? Obviously you don't even have a girlfriend. Could it be that you accidentally got drunk and left it outside? But it's not right. According to this child's age, he was just over 10 years old at that time, so it's impossible to drink alcohol? But how to explain this look? K, you are too much. Kakashi looked disappointed. I know you are obsessed with cultivation, but you can't ignore the child, such a small child, how much hardship has to endure outside to grow to such an age. No, Kakashi, I am not. Akai waved his hand to explain, he really didn't know what was going on, but he was interrupted every day before he finished speaking. No wonder Li worked so hard in the ninja school to find you, a scumbag father. The disgusting expression on Tianatian's face made Akai seem to have received a crit. He really didn't know what was going on. And Naruto and Ino also came over and glared at Akai. They thought this guy with big eyebrows and big eyes was a good person, but unexpectedly he was a scumbag who abandoned his wife and children, and Hinata gave it even more. Akai made a fatal crit. Well, if Senior Akai has to abandon the child because he is shy in his pocket, I can ask the father to give him a support, as long as he can have a complete family. I'm really not his father. Akai burst into tears. What should he explain? Isn't his life about to enter menopause before he is youthful? Okay, don't talk about Uncle Akai. This is a misunderstanding. Xiao Li is really not Uncle Akai's child. As for this appearance, it can only be said to be a coincidence. Sakura smiled a little embarrassedly, but don't let Akaixi be a father. Sakura, thank you for believing in me. Kai rushed over and hugged Sakura in a hug, tears streaming down like white seaweed. Actually, I was thinking of letting Xiao Li worship Uncle Akai as his master, and follow Uncle Akai to practice body art and 8-gate dunjia. Sakura said embarrassedly. Because of chakra's control problems, Xiao Li can't use ninjutsu and illusion. The only way that suits him is physique, and Xiao Li's personality is very similar to that of Uncle Akai. There is Xiao Li, Akai. The uncle doesn't have to worry about no one to succeed in his youth. Is that so? Akai looked at Xiao Li up and down for a while, then stood up and patted Xiao Li's shoulder with a serious expression. It's okay to study with me, but you have to be hard-working. The training of physical skills requires perseverance and youth that never fades. Physique? I will definitely work hard. Xiao Li has a firm face. Because he does not know ninjutsu and illusion, although the ninja school hasn't been long since the beginning of school, he has already been ridiculed by many students in the school. Seeing that there is a hope in front of him now, he will try to grasp it no matter what. Although the matter has been explained, Kakashi and the others are still a little suspicious when looking at Akai. It is a bit too far-fetched to say that this appearance and character is a coincidence. On the grass, everyone was sitting around the tablecloth with a chic and cozy expression. The main reason for gathering everyone here today is that there is one thing I want to tell you. Kozakura clapped her hands and attracted everyone's attention. Ningji, Tian Tian, and Xiao Li are already students at the ninja school, and I, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Shino, Kamaru, Ino, and Koji will enter the ninja school next year, so I think let everyone lay a good foundation before the start of ninja school and start practicing first. I have discussed with 3 generations of Naruto. Uncle Kakashi is responsible for teaching us about ninjutsu. Uncle Akai is responsible for teaching physical skills. As for brother Shisui, he is responsible for teaching illusion. Big brother Itaki and sister Izumi can teach Sasuke some. The secret knowledge of the Uchiha clan. Well, Sakura, among so many people, most of them have their own family secret skills. Kakashi said. All I know are ordinary 5-system escape techniques. I don't understand their family's secret techniques, so I can't teach them. Your role is to teach everyone the basic knowledge of ninjutsu, so that we have a correct understanding of ninjutsu. The secrets certainly don't need you to teach. Sakura pointed to Naruto and Tien, and said, Naruto and Xiao Li followed Uncle Akai to major in physical skills. Tien and I mainly learned ninjutsu with you and illusion with brother Shisui. In addition, Sasuke needs to learn Thunder Dung from you. As for Ino and others, they mainly focus on refining chakra. Refining chakra? What can I learn from this? Kakashi frowned and said, and Sasuke's age is not suitable for me to learn Lei Dun, right? Of course not to learn right away. Lei Dun has to wait until he has some strength before he learns slowly. This is a long-term plan. Sakura didn't think about eating fat in one go. As for chakra, it's not just Ino and the others. Including you, Uncle Akai, brother Zishui, brother Ferret, and sister Chuan, all will come together. I have an idea. If feasible, everyone can quickly improve their strength. Chapter 47, reached a consensus. JPG top 3rd more. Well, okay, anyway, there are no tasks to do lately anyway. Kakashi thought about it and agreed, and the 3rd generation granted him a long vacation. It happened that he had nothing to do, if it was true. It's not bad to be able to improve his strength. Over the years, his strength has increased at a speed comparable to a tortoise. Several other people also agreed. The thing was successful, they could improve their strength, but the thing was unsuccessful and there was no loss. Very well, in that case, let's start with chakra refinement first. Uncle Kakashi needs your help to explain this. Sakura nodded, and threw Kakashi the task of teaching chakra's refining methods. Okay. Kakashi sighed, he wanted to take out the kiss. Hot Heaven ran to the bottom of the tree to lie down with the salted fish, but so many people looked at him expectantly. Kakashi is really real now, there is no way to shamelessly do this kind of thing. Kakashi's explanation is very serious, and Sakura and others listen very carefully. Kakashi's own strength lies in it, and the explanation is very simple and easy to understand. Even Sakura, who knows nothing about chakra, can be very good. Quickly understand what he meant. It wasn't until noon that Kakashi ceased his teaching career. After talking about Kakashi with dry mouth and a group of elementary school students who were almost flattened by hunger, they finally recovered after eating lunch together. Up the spirit. Next, you can try to refine the chakra. Kakashi sat on the side, his right eye hung into a dead fish eye, and his body was full of decadence. The lecture was really tired. Uncle Kakashi, come here too. Kozakura beckoned and called Kakashi over. A group of people sat in a big circle, holding hands with each other, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and began to refine chakra. Probably the power gem can control the effects of all energy. It didn't take long for Sakura to feel that a kind of magical energy was generated in the body. Compared with the energy in the infinite gem, this power seemed very weak, but it was another more peculiar effect. Just like now, Sakura can clearly feel that there are several different chakras around him, both strong and weak, and the feelings revealed by these different chakras are not the same. Kakashi's chakras reveal thunder and lightning, rage and an unusually sad feeling, and Uchiha Itaki, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Izumi, and Sasuke, the 4 Uchiha clan, Chakrari has a relatively cold feeling, but Shisui Itaki is the most powerful, followed by Itaki, and Izumi Uchiha is okay. Sasuke has the least cold feeling because he just started to refine chakras, but it is particularly pure. Kozakura just thinks about it and understands this. The cold feeling probably comes from the writing wheel eyes. As for why Sasuke's chakra is the least but particularly pure, it may be caused by the chakra of Indra. As the ancestor of Uchiha and the son of the six gods, Indra chakra is definitely more refined and stronger than the offspring. However, in addition to the coldness caused by the writing round eyes of the four Uchiha clan, chakra also revealed different feelings due to the differences in their minds. The water is the inclusive love, and the Ataki is like as warm as the flame. Uchiha Izumi has a gentler feeling, and Sasuke has a kind and gentle feeling. The opposite of the cold feeling in the chakra of the Uchiha four-person group is the sun-like hot atmosphere revealed in Naruto on the right-hand side of Sakura, full of vitality and vitality. The only strange thing is that it is here. Among the vitality and vitality, there is also a very irritable breath, which comes from the nine-tailed chakra sealed in Naruto's body. Thinking of the phrase chakra is the bond connecting the soul in the original book, Sakura understands why everyone's chakra reveals a different feeling. Everyone's chakra is the same as himself. Kakashi's soul is related to thunder, so Choklari also has a thunder-like violent aura. As for the feeling of sadness, I'm afraid it comes from the matter of Judo and Lin. Without thinking too much, Sakura refines the chakra, while slowly mobilizing the energy contained in the spiritual gems in the body, mixing it in the chakra, and spreading outward along his hands. There is a huge amount of energy contained in the gems of the mind. Because of the fear of losing control of the gem's power, and considering the body's ability to withstand everyone, Sakura only mobilized a little energy and stopped. Although the energy in the soul gem is stronger than the chakra, it is unexpectedly easy to mix with the chakra. In this way, the energy from the soul gem is continuously transferred to other people's bodies through the chakra. The first chakra refinement did not last long, just a few hours before it stopped. As the setting sun went down, the golden sunlight shone on a group of people. It looked like it was a solemn ceremony. Uncle Kakashi, what's the matter with you? Stopping chakra's refinement, Sakura opened her eyes and saw Kakashi sitting there with a sluggish expression. As if she was stupid. My writing wheel, the consumption of chakras has become less. Kakashi was extremely shocked. The writing wheel in his left eye has been constantly consuming his chakras, and the number is still very large. This has caused him to be unable to fight for a long time, and he can only fight quickly every time. But just now, he actually felt that the chakra consumed by the writing wheel eyes has decreased. Although the consumption is only so insignificant, Kakashi, who has been accustomed to the existence of large blue consumers all year round, is still very keenly aware arrived. It seems that my idea is feasible. Sakura was thoughtful. In the movie Avengers 2, the abilities of Scarlet Witch and Kuei Yin came from the gems of the soul. She just wanted to try it, but now it seems that this method is still possible. Don't worry about this change at present, wait and watch it later slowly. Sakura strongly suppressed the excitement in her heart. If it is really successful, then Naruto and the others will be able to evolve supernatural powers. In that case, the future crises will be easier to solve. Okay. Kakashi nodded, feeling very fortunate. Fortunately, he hadn't rejected the 3 generations because of the trouble before. Although Zwanyan was a token of love for him with soil, the consumption really made him very much. I have a headache, and I often become sluggish after a short period of time with Shilanyan. In severe cases, he may even be unconscious, but it is impossible for him to give up this eye. This problem is about to become his heart disease. But here, Sakura gave him hope that he could solve the problem of the consumption of the writing wheel without having to throw away this love token, the best of both worlds. Chapter 48, reached a consensus. JPG next 4th more. Sakura, Sakura, I refined the chakra. Naruto rushed to Sakura excitedly and shouted. He has not forgotten what Sakura said at Uchiha's house. Once he is strong enough, he can tell him who his parents are. It deserves to be the bloodline of the Whirlpool clan, plus Ashura, the amount of chakra. Kozakura looked at Naruto, who was cheering and joyful there with a little helplessness. She could feel that in Naruto's body, that huge chakra was obviously the first time that chakra was refined, but the number of chakras was so large. It's almost catching up with Kakashi. Although Kakashi's chakras are not too much, the amount of Naruto's chakras is really amazing. But it's not surprising to think about it carefully. Naruto itself has the bloodline of the Maelstrom family and has strong vitality. The Maelstrom family has a lot of chakras, and Naruto is also the reincarnation of Ashura chakra. In addition, the chakras that Kyuubi deliberately released from the seal to influence Naruto were mixed in, and several reasons were added together to create the huge amount of chakras that Naruto now has. However, although there are a lot of chakras, the interference of Nine Tails makes Naruto unable to control chakras well. Sakura sighed slightly. If so many chakras were put on Kakashi, he would be excited to death, but when they were put on Naruto, the arrogant fox would continue to interfere with Naruto's chakras. Naruto has a long way to go to control chakra freely. Seeing that it was not too early, a group of people said goodbye to each other and left. Xiaoli, Akai, and Kakashi all returned to their place of residence, and every day they returned to the Tianjia residence in the village. The first weapon merchant in the country of fire, the heavenly family is not short of money, and the life of this eldest lady Tian is naturally not bad. Niji guarded Hinata with a vigilant look on his face and went home, as if someone could rush out to harm Hinata, and Gaga and Shino Ino also went back to their respective families. Suzuki, don't forget the business. Kozakura winked at Suzuki, who was about to turn around and leave, and signaled him not to forget the things he had discussed during the day. Yet, Suzuki replied, feeling a little bit sorrowful. From now on, he will have multiple sister-in-laws, and his brother is no longer his own, but he thinks that he can prevent more people from grabbing his brother. Suzuki was relieved, and sharing his brother's love with one person is better than a bunch of people grabbing it from himself. Does Suzuki have anything important to do? Itaki asked curiously. It's okay. Suzuki was a little guilty, and quickly broke the topic. By the way, brother, otherwise you can let Sister Chuan go home with us. I misunderstood Sister Chuan the other day, so I will apologize today. Suzuki needn't say anything like apology. I understand that you are just worried that Ataka's attention will be taken away by others. This is normal behavior. Uchiha Izumi smiled indifferently, and she didn't bother. Sasuke's anger at her before was kept in mind, and she could understand Sasuke's feelings of being extremely attached to her brother. No, if Sister Izumi doesn't go back with us, I will feel uneasy. Suzuki, who was thinking about how to match his brother and Izumi Uchiha, directly used his assassin, grabbed Ataka's hand and started shaking. Brother, you also said something to invite Sister Chuan to be a guest at our house, okay? As a terminal illness of his younger brother, Itaka would naturally not refuse Sasuke's request. Although he didn't know what medicine Suzuki gourd sold in, Itaka still actively invited him. This time, Izumi Uchiha did not refuse. Itaka's invitation, she had expected countless times, and now it has finally come true. Shishui was very perceptive and didn't disturb a few people, and went home alone. Only Sakura and Naruto were left in the same place. Seeing Naruto, who was still in a state of excitement, Sakura grabbed Naruto's hand and ran towards the vegetable shop in Konoha Street. Father and Mother, I have been so busy these few days that I don't have time to go home for dinner. Sakura feels a bit too lonely if she only eats by herself. Naruto is also alone, so Sakura just pulls Naruto directly and prepares to buy some food to Naruto. I'm going to cook at home. At Uchiha's residence, in Sasuke's home, the parents of Uchiha Tomitake and Uchiha Mikoto almost thought that their eyes had hallucinations. The eldest son of his family, who was unsmiling to outsiders, came back with a little girl, and the two of them were quite familiar. Is it possible to say that this son of my own family is finally about to get rid of it? The two parents as parents are very discerning. Isn't it just taking a girl back? This is a good thing. They have been worried about Atake's lifelong affairs for a long time. There is no way. Who makes this son too mature? They always will secretly worry about whether Uchiha Atake will be a bachelor in the future. Now it's all right, I can relax my mind for the time being. As for Atake's age problem, it's not about getting married and having children right away anyway. It takes time to fall in love. After a few years, Atake will become an adult, and he can treat it with integrity. The girl got married. Uchiha Atake didn't know yet. His parents just took a look, and they had thought of it for many years, and they had even begun to discuss what the next generation should be called. Dad, Mom. This is Sister Izumi, brother's childhood sweetheart. Suzuki established a relationship for Izumi Uchiha and Atake Uchiha in advance, as Sakura said. I have a good relationship with my brother. Mom knows, come on, come in and sit down. Uchiha Mikoto took a comforting look at Izumi Uchiha. It was not bad, she looked very good, and looked gentle. The most important thing was that it was easier to develop a relationship with Atake when she was acquainted with Atake since childhood. I'll just call you Izumi. Uchiha Mikoto took Uchiha Izumi's hand and started talking. Atake is not very good at taking care of himself, and his mouth is stupid. He is not good at making girls happy. I will trouble you more in the future. Uchiha Atake looked dazed. Why did he feel like he was rejected by his mother? And Uchiha Izumi is confused. What rhythm is this? Obviously just an ordinary guest, why suddenly it becomes like seeing a parent? Yes, I have my demeanor. Uchiha Take patted Uchiha Atake on the shoulder and laughed. Uchiha Atake? Your mother and I have been a baby boy since I was a child, and then we grew up together, and we were also childhood sweethearts. Uchiha Take was very satisfied. His own son finally got his hands on him and knew that he would find a girlfriend for himself. As expected of my son, even looking for a girlfriend knows to learn from me. Until I finished the meal, I was sent to send Uchiha Izumi home. Uchiha Atake didn't recover what happened just now. Two equally confused people walked side by side on the path, under the moonlight. The two quiet people turned out to be surprisingly harmonious. Chapter 49, Konoha School Season Top First Update. As spring passes and autumn comes, a year has passed in a blink of an eye. Looking back on the past year, Sakura feels like living in a dream. At the very beginning, she only thought that she would be able to live well. The original book left, and went smoothly to the finale, but the unexpectedly late Golden Finger made her completely embark on a different path. However, thinking of the changes that she had caused this year, Sakura felt quite fulfilled in her heart. Hyaganissa did not die, and together with Hyaganissa, they worked hard to reform the Hyaga family's clan rules and strive to abolish the regulations of the caged bird. Niji did not immerse himself in the fate theory all day, let alone resent the Shangzong family because of his father. Not only that, this guy has now become a lively sister-in-law, and he likes to follow Hinata all day long. Tia Nation's eldest sister is shorter, and the sister control is comparable to Sasuke's brother-in-law. Xiao Li worshipped Akai as his teacher early, and followed Akai to practice the 8 doors of Dunjia and physical skills. Although he did not know how to use ninjutsu and illusion, he was still called the tail of the crane in the school, but there are 2 of Ning Xiai and Tian Tian. A friend, an Akai who looks like his father's master, Xiao Li didn't take the ridicule of those people to heart. Tian Tian embarked on the ninja-assisted route early at Sakura's suggestion, and after Sakura told her the story of Xiao Li Fata, it was developed with the help of Uchiha Atake and Uchiha Shisui. In addition to her so-called Tian Tian flying sword, the shuriken throwing skills passed down from Uchiha's clan made Tian Tian shine in the ninja school. Although it is not as good as Ning Xiai in actual combat, Tian Tian is a student in the course of ninja throwing. The well-deserved number 1. Because of the sister control of Ning Xiai, Hinata's personality is much more cheerful than the original book. There is no such thing as being shy at every turn. It is just that when he is practicing, he still refuses to take the initiative to hurt people and always likes to defend. The point is that Hyuga Hizusa's hair is almost white. Ino, Shikamaru, Koji, Toa, and Shino also started to get in touch with the family's secret arts early on, and now they have seen some improvement. The biggest change is probably Naruto. It's not as lonely and hated as in the original book. Now Naruto is accompanied by Sakura and others, plus Kakashi and Uncle Yul's care. Life is better than the original work is much better, and because Naruto no longer engages in pranks to attract attention, but works hard all day to follow Akai to practice physiques, many people in Konoha village are already gradually forgetting this so-called demon fox. In fact, at the very beginning, Naruto wanted to practice ninjutsu with Kakashi, but because of Kakashi's non-cooperation, his chakra control had a big problem. In the end, he could only work with Xiao Li followed Akai to practice body art. As for Sasuke, although he hasn't started the writing wheel yet, he is very talented, and under the stimulation of a group of people around him, he has also worked hard to cultivate. This makes Uchiha Tommy feel a little pity while he is happy. Thinking that the youngest son could be more ordinary, so that they could feel the sense of accomplishment of being a parent. I didn't expect that Sasuke was also a talent no less than Itachi. Although the improvement in strength has been relatively rapid, Sasuke's resentment in his heart has not diminished, especially his resentment towards Sakura. Needless to say, the source of Sasuke's grievances is naturally because of his brother Uchiha Itachi. Thanks to the joint efforts of Sakura, Sasuke, and Uchiha Tommy Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi finally come together. Although Itachi did not say any romantic confession, but everyone knew that the two of them were already a pair. The dog food that the two accidentally sprinkled made a group of bachelors only feel that their hearts were bleeding, especially Kakashi. This is especially true for the person Sakura called a single dog. Of course, Sasuke's resentment was not because Itachi had a girlfriend, but because after it found a girlfriend, he still didn't have much free time to accompany him. He even ran around every day and became busier than before. Having said that, Sakura felt a headache. Just half a year ago, Uchiha Itachi joined Anbi. As for the specific reason, Uchiha Tommy also told her privately. Although the Uchiha clan made a change, Kazuki Yi's relationship has eased a lot, but there is a group of old immortals in the family who want to make trouble. These old immortal elders are seeing the tendency of their subordinates to turn to Uchiha Fudake's subordinates, so they simply draw salaries from the bottom of the tank. I want to force Uchiha Itachi to enter NB to search for information and prepare for the future rebellion. Although the power of these elders has shrunk a lot, the unity is still a big force. In desperation, Uchiha Tommy can only let Itachi join the NB, but it did not let Itachi go to inquire about the news or something. But let him obey the orders of the three generations, without worrying about the problems of the Uchiha clan. Having said that, the 6 months of Anbu career still made Itachi become silent. I don't know what kind of consensus Danzo and the elders of the Uchiha family have reached. The two sides have already started a lot of cooperation behind the scenes. Except for the person involved, almost no one knows. Itachi didn't take the initiative to say it, and Sakura and the others couldn't force him to tell the story. For a while, they could only watch that way, but in the bottom of my heart they remembered Danzo again. Shisui has recently become fascinating. He often doesn't see anyone, and his mood has become a lot depressed. This makes Sakura a little worried whether he will still be attacked by Danzo as in the original book, and finally jumped into the river to commit suicide. Uncle Kakashi, how is your writing wheel? Seeing Kakashi sitting on a tree branch holding a small yellow book, Sakura only felt a terrible headache. Ever since she found that her chakra consumption has decreased, Kakashi has simply resigned from Anbu. Work, all day long indulged in the practice, anyway. Years of savings and the legacy of the Flagwood family makes Kakashi completely not worried about not having money to eat. Every day after the end of the practice, he hides and looks at the intimate paradise. The image of that decadent uncle in the middle of the game is approaching. Well, thanks to Sakura, the chakra consumption of writing round eyes has decreased a lot, let alone, and it is more convenient to use. Kakashi lifted his forehead, and the three-go jade turned a bit and disappeared. His left eye instantly became indistinguishable from a normal eye, but it didn't last long before the three-go jade reappeared. Now I can close the eyes of the writing wheel for a short time, and I can feel that there is a power hidden in the eyes of the writing wheel, but there is no way to use that power yet. Chapter 50, Konoha School Season Medium Second More. Is it the power of kaleidoscope to write round eyes? After listening to Kakashi's words, Sakura nodded. Kakashi's writing wheel had already opened the kaleidoscope when Lin died, but because Kakashi was not from the Uchiha clan, he couldn't do it well. Controlling the writing wheel has not developed the power of the kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand. What's the joke? I am not from the Uchiha clan, how can I open the kaleidoscope to write the wheel? Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Kakashi still knows a little bit. The legendary Uchiha Madara has a kaleidoscope writing round eyes. That is the power that can directly conquer the Kyuubi. It is impossible for a foreigner to think about it. Does the legendary kaleidoscope write round eyes? Zishui also froze for a moment, and then he was silent. He has opened the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, and he understands the horror of that force. It's just his pupil technique. The cooling time is too long, and he has never used it to anyone. As far as I know, in the history of the Uchiha clan, there are few people who can open the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, right? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi sat together, dog food was flying, and I heard Sakura talk about kaleidoscope writing. Lunyan also frowned. I have seen the ancestral stone stele of the Uchiha clan, which records that if you want to open the kaleidoscope to write the wheel, you must lose your closest person. Only extreme sadness and despair can give birth to this kind of power. Nohara Linear. Sakura said a name, and Kakashi froze there in an instant. It was a memory he would never want to touch. He clearly agreed to bring the soil to protect Ha'alan, but in the end he killed it himself. She died. Reaching out his hand and touching his left eye, Kakashi seemed to see the figure pushing himself out again in a daze. At that time, he asked himself to protect Lin with this eye, but in the end he couldn't do anything. 2. Uncle Kakashi, you don't have to blame yourself so much, Lin was never killed by you. Of course, Sakura knew what was going on. Uchiha Madara, who was deceived by Kazuki, cast a curse on Rin Nohara's heart, and controlled the village of Kigakura to seal the three tails in Rin Nohara's body. Finally, in Uki under the single-handed planning of Boban, in order to remove the curse in the heart, and to prevent Wuin village's plan to release three tails in Konoha, Lin could only voluntarily ran into Kakashi's Chidori, and this scene, also the soil was taken and looked straight. My favorite person died in the hands of my best friend. The feeling of heartache directly caused the earthy double-hook jade writing wheel eyes to evolve into a kaleidoscope. At that time, there was no writing wheel that fits Kakashi's body. Eyes were affected by Uchiha's belt soil, and also opened the kaleidoscope at the same time, but Kakashi couldn't control it, so he didn't notice it. No, I personally killed Lin with 1,000 birds. Kakashi leaned on the tree trunk and looked at the sky, tears falling from the corners of his eyes. I clearly said that I would protect my companions, but in the end, I failed to protect the soil, let alone protect Lin, even the teacher. I said, Lin was not killed by you, she ran into the Chidori to protect Konoha. Sakura's words made Kakashi stunned. What is the problem? At that time, Lin was sealed with Sanwei in her body. Wuin village plans to ask you to bring her back to Konoha, and then unlock the seal in Konoha. Then the crazy Sanwei will destroy Konoha, and Lin will not let her. Their plan succeeded, but they could only take the initiative to beg to death. Kozakura explained the reason on the surface, but did not say what was specific. So Uncle Kakashi, you don't have to live with guilt all the time. You always want to protect her. This is enough. Did you take the initiative to bump into the Chidori? Kakashi looked at his right hand, tears streaming down silently. Once upon a time, that scene had become his nightmare. Even when Lin had just died, he couldn't even use Chidori. Every time he watched it, that scene had become his nightmare. When he reached his right hand, he couldn't help but think of the scene of killing Lin. Now that he knew that Lin was not killed by himself, Kakashi suddenly wanted to cry. Kakashi, who was feeling for tears, did not notice that in his left eye, the 3 rounds of black Go-Jade were spinning crazily, and the last 3 rounds of Go-Jade turned into 3 sickle-like patterns connected end to end. Did the violent mental fluctuations finally lead out the power of the kaleidoscope? Sakura saw the change in Kakashi's eyes, and felt clear. It was Kakashi's pain to kill Lin by mistake at the beginning, but now that she knows the truth, Kakashi has put down a big rock in her heart, sorrow and joy. Under the intense stimulation, the hidden kaleidoscope finally opened. Zishui and Itaki also felt this pupil power, and they were suddenly shocked. When they thought of recent things, they couldn't help but bring a trace of sadness on their faces. Thank you, Sakura. After crying for a while, Kakashi slowed down, feeling the powerful power in his left eye. Kakashi couldn't help showing a smile on his face. With dirt, the gift you gave will guard Konoha with me in the future. And Lin, I will definitely use the power from you. If you really want to thank me, Uncle Kakashi, you can quickly find a girlfriend. Sakura looked disgusted. You know how old you are to read Xiao Huang. The book, Uncle Akai has accepted Xiao Li as a son, and Brother Ferret has also come together with Sister Chuan, but you are still a single dog, so you don't feel embarrassed. That, I think I have an urgent task, so I will leave first. I am afraid I can't accompany you when I sign up for the ninja school tomorrow. Kakashi smiled wryly, and ran away with instantaneous technique. It was really scary to urge marriage or something. Cut, single dogs run very fast. No, I have to say it a few more times when I have time in the future. The Hagaki family can't be ridiculed here by Uncle Kakashi. Sakura touched her chin and thought that she didn't want to see Kakashi follow Akai in a wheelchair to reminisce about her life like the original book. It would be the right way to find a daughter-in-law and give birth to a little Kakashi. Anbi has a mission, I'm leaving now too. Shisui, another single dog, saw the situation badly, and he just slipped away. Seeing this, Sakura only felt heartache for a while. Why these 2 single dogs didn't understand their own good intentions. See how Itaka cooperated and found a girlfriend, so as not to be single to death like the original book. Having said that, the original Itaka does not have a girlfriend, and it is impossible to learn from it because of his character. Wouldn't Itaka be a virgin until death, right? Anbi has a mission, I'll go first, and Suzuki will leave it to you. Seeing the goosebumps in Sakura's eyes, Itaka didn't hesitate to pull Uchiha Izumi and ran away, leaving Sakura behind with a speechless face. Let's find a better reason for lying. Anbi, what are you doing with your girlfriend when you have a task? Chapter 52, Leaders are verbose. Fourth more. On the playground of the ninja school, 3 generations are standing on the podium. Underneath are a group of new students with small doubting figures, and the most eye-catching one is probably Sakura with an umbrella floating above her head. Seeing the 3 generations who were talking on the podium, Kozukura sighed helplessly. Why did this all go through, but still can't hide the long-windedness from the senior leaders. I remembered that there were activities in the school during school in the previous life, or when school leaders needed to speak on stage. Basically every school leader could talk for dozens of minutes. I thought that the world of ninja could change a little, but in the end, I still failed to escape the washing of 3 generations. Brain attack. Today's sun is a bit big. Ino, who was standing with Sakura, complained in a low voice, standing still in the sun for a while, the sun is nothing. Anyway, when I was cultivating with Akai, I suffered a lot. It's not bad. The key is that the 3 generations are here. Her speech on the podium made her a little unbearable. I will enlarge the umbrella a bit and cover everyone. Sakura's fingers moved lightly, and the umbrella floating above her head began to enlarge a little, until it stopped all the 9 people standing together. Next, I will say 2 more words about the will of fire. The 3 generations paused for a few seconds, and then began to talk again, and Sakura could see clearly from below as she salivated. Ah, I can't stand it anymore. Ino was a little mad, and the 3 generations of voices drilled into her head like a magic sound, and the angry Ino wanted to hit someone. Look at Shikamaru. Sakura motioned Ino to look to the left. Shikamaru. Ino turned his head and saw that there was a black line all over her head. Shikamaru, who was standing on her left hand, fell asleep with squinting eyes while standing there. Can he sleep? Shikamaru should have used the 3 generation speech as a lullaby. Sakura covered her mouth and snickered. If the 3 generations knew that someone had fallen asleep while standing while talking about the will of fire, she would have died of depression. He turned his head and looked around, and found that except for himself, most of the remaining students listened with gusto, and their eyes were full of worship. If you let these little peas know that the 3 generations of Hokage they admire are actually old perverts who like to peep into the female bath with a crystal ball, I don't know how these people will feel. Sakura thought badly in her heart. Looking at Konoha's several Hokage, basically as long as it is singular, there is no serious one. The first generation of Hokage itself has a Tuha character, and also likes to gamble. Losing, the 3 generations of Naruto like to use crystal to peep into the female bathhouse. The 3 apprentices taught by Hwang. Bet. Poison have all 3 evils. Needless to say, the 5 generations of Naruto Senju Tsunade perfectly inherited the good gambling of the first generation of Naruto Senjutsu. The personality is also the same as he must lose every gambling, and he also likes to drink. As for the original 7th generation Naruto Uzumaki, it is impossible to look serious when he was 12 years old to develop the ninjutsu style. On the contrary, the 2nd generation of Naruto Senshukan, needless to say, has a very high IQ, and has a hard personality. In many cases, even Senshuzumon dare not refute his words. The 4th generation of Naruto is known as the Golden Glitter. He has a gentle personality, and his smile is said to be as warm as the sun. Except for the name, the rest can be said to be perfect, and the combat IQ is even more ridiculous. Just a few confrontations can analyze the belt. With the power of the soil, even Kyuubi willingly bowed to the wind. Kakashi, the 6th generation Naruto flag Mu Kakashi, looks bohemian and loves to read Xiao Huang books, with a particularly decadent appearance, but in fact he is also a very reliable person. If you count carefully, you always feel that Konoha is singular. Naruto's personality is a bit fascinating. Seeing the 3 generations on the stage talking about the old world, Sakura's eyes rolled, and then she closed her eyes, holding her breath, and the reality gems launched, directly forcing a large cloud in the sky to cover the sundae, creating a feeling that it is about to rain. Let's stop here today. After the meeting, I will continue with the opportunity in the future. The 3 generations looked up with disappointment. He hasn't enjoyed it yet. He still wants to continue talking for a few hours to tell the students of this year about his prosperous years. It's a pity that God is not beautiful. Hey, I'm finally relieved. Ino and the others are all relieved, but fortunately the 3 generations have stopped, otherwise they will be going crazy. The great time was almost wasted. Shikamaru yawned and looked sleepy as if he had just gotten up. Hinata, why are you so energetic? Suddenly discovering that Hinata's face had not changed in any way, Ino was suddenly filled with doubts. Well, what 3 generations of adults said is actually okay. When I was at home, my father would always speak very seriously, and he would talk to me a lot every time. I'm used to it. Hinata smiled embarrassedly. The Hyuga family was originally a relatively old-fashioned family. Compared with the strict teaching when she learned various etiquettes, the 3 generations can only be said to be trivial. The Hyuga clan, it's terrifying. Ino couldn't help shivering. She couldn't stand this for 3 generations. If she changed to the environment of the Hyuga clan in Hinata's mouth, she would go crazy 100%. Probably 3 generations did it deliberately. The 9 people are still in the same class, and the 3 are in a group. Needless to say, Ino, Shikamaru and Dinkai, the classic pig-deer-butterfly combination, Hinata, Shino, and Tooth are 3. The same investigative department is also a group. The remaining Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura are the last group. Naruto looks very happy. As for Sasuke, he still stares at Sakura with an expression of resentment. Hello classmates, I am your class teacher Umino Irika, you can call me Irika teacher in the future. There is a horizontal scar on the bridge of the nose, but Ilika stands up very tenderly. If there is anything you can tell me, I will try my best to help you. Now, everyone can go on stage and take a look at yourself. Introduction. I'll come first. No one raised their hands, except for Naruto who looked excited. Seeing this, Ilika's expression did not change, but rather tenderly called Naruto over and let him introduce himself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like to be with Sakura and friends. My dream is to become Naruto. Naruto smiled with a sunny face, but the group of students below were not very friendly. Cut, does he still want to be Hokage? What big talk about a demon fox? Why do the 3 generations of adults want this demon fox to be our classmate? The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly changed, and everyone began to condemn Naruto. Have you finished? Kozakura slammed the table and stood up. Shut up when you are done. If you don't have the courage to come up on stage and tell your dreams, don't whisper to me below. Also, if I hear someone say that Naruto is a demon fox in the future, don't blame me for being polite. That's right, whoever dares to bully Naruto, then don't blame us for bullying you too. Ino, Shikamaru, Koji, Hinata, Shino, and Yae, including Sasuke, stood up together, and the classroom was silent in an instant. Such a group of second-generation ancestors from a large family can't afford them. Chapter 53, The Group of 9 Truant First More. Since Sakura and the others helped Naruto support, none of these students in the same class dared to chew their tongues, and for this, Irika was also happy to see it. As early as the beginning of school, 3 generations I found him and told him something about Naruto. Regarding Naruto, Irika used to have a bit of resentment like the others in the village, but after being enlightened by 3 generations, the resentment in her heart was much less. Life in the ninja school is very boring. The lessons they take every day are almost history and math courses. For those who are obsessed with practice, such as Sakura and others, this kind of knowledge courses is really a bit unbearable. In desperation, several people can only find another way out. How many of them? Ilika looked at the 9 empty seats in the classroom. Her face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. How many times has this been? 1 or 2 skipping classes are enough, and 9 people skipping classes together, really don't take him as the head teacher in the eyes. I don't know. The next group of students is very envious of the Sakura group who has the courage to skip class. They dare not do such a thing. After all, they finally entered the ninja school. If they were expelled from the school because of skipping classes, they might be able to go back. Was beaten to death by his parents. Start class first. Taking a deep breath, Ilika suppressed his anger, and he was still responsible for these students. When get out of class is over, he will find them again. And the few people who were missed by Irika's heart are now practicing hard in the training ground. Sakura, what are you doing? Kakashi was very curious to see Sakura, who took out a pen and paper from his ninja bag and ran to the corner to write and draw after completing the chakra. Write a book. Kozakura replied without raising her head. I am going to write some books about Konoha's history for publication, and strive to spread Konoha's heroic deeds to the whole world of ninja. History book. Several question marks appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Didn't Sakura and the others skip class because of the history class? Why do you want to write a history book now? It's not a history book. I mainly write about some things that happened in Konoha's history. Record the deeds of Konoha heroes so that people will not forget the heroes. This is what I want to do. Kozakura raised her head, her back faintly radiated endless light, her determined expression seemed to be doing something extremely sacred, but is this really the case? There is a teacher named Yamada in Konoha Ninja School, who is responsible for teaching history lessons for freshmen. This teacher Yamada has a good personality and is very professional in teaching. He is a very good teacher, but there is only one thing, this Yamada the teacher is a fan of the original Naruto Senjima, or that kind of hardcore brain. Residual fan. Every day in class, there are 8 sentences in 10 sentences to mention their great first-generation Naruto Senjima. In the mouth of Yamada teacher, Sen the hand post is almost like an omnipotent god. Well, how should I put it, all the other students are full of yearning for Yamada-sensei's deeds about the first generation of Naruto, but Sakura is a little unbearable. As for the reason, I know that the first generation of Naruto Senju is a two-half character. Sakura really can't accept Yamada-sensei's praise of Senjujima. In terms of strength, she admits that Senjujima is indeed invincible, but that character, Senjujima, who is the same as Urha, looks like Mr. Yamada. The first generation Hokage of the Waishinryu in his mouth can't get together. In the end, the annoyed and unbearable Sakura decided to take revenge on Senjujima, and then she had the idea of writing a book. After all, the experience of the previous life told her that a good literary work can last forever, and among them certain plots will naturally be brought up for discussion constantly, so that even if it is false, it will become true. Regarding this point, look at Wu Dalan. There was indeed Wu Dalan in the past history, but Wu Dalan was originally named Wu Ji, a county magistrate in the Ming dynasty, and he was in love with Pan Jinlian and his wife, but it was because of the water margin. This book, two people have been misunderstood for so many years, it can be seen that the power of literary works is really very powerful. Of course, this book written by Sakura cannot be regarded as false. The plots in it are basically true. She just guided people's feelings a little bit. By the way, Uncle Kakashi, there is something I want you to help. Kozakura suddenly raised her head and looked at Kakashi with a smile. My novel needs some illustrations, and it's okay for others to say, but there are photos of Uchiha's belt soil, and I need you to provide them. Hey? What's the dirt in it? Kakashi had a bad feeling in his heart for some reason. Because Uchiha is also a hero, especially to protect his companions from death, and the words, those who break the rules and iron rules of the ninja world, we call them trash. But people who don't know how to value their companions, even waste is not as good as. Sakura pressed her throat and said in a low voice what Uchiha Dado had said, and then said to Kakashi, Uncle Kakashi, don't you want Uchiha's deeds of taking soil by more people? You know? Don't you want more people to acknowledge Uchiha's Nindo with soil? What picture do you want? I only have a graduation and placement photo. Kakashi compromised in an instant. He wanted more people to understand the story of the belt, and wanted more people to understand the belt. The mind of the soil. If the soil is still alive, you should be very happy that someone agrees with you. Kakashi thought in his heart, but he didn't know it, just because of the photos he provided today, he was almost choked to death by Uchiha with the soil. I want you to correct Naruto's transformation skills. Sakura pointed to Naruto who was hitting the stake, and said, you only need to tell Naruto about the dirt, and then correct the details. When the time comes, I need a picture, I just let Naruto use the transformation technique. Okay. Kakashi nodded and agreed to this method. There was no way. He only had a photo of graduation and placement, and there were no other photos with soil at all. At this time, Uchiha, who is far away in Uyin village, does not know that he will soon become the protagonist of the novel, and he is still the protagonist of the novel that has touched countless people in the ninja world. Kozakura is struggling to write a book here. She has checked a lot of materials in the Konoha library, plus those things she knows in her previous life. The story with Senjujima as the protagonist is quickly written. As for what is needed in the book, some illustrations are given directly to Naruto. For transformation, Naruto always has a mystery-like talent. Chapter 54, Iruka so angry that it bursts. Second more. In the office of the ninja school, Iruka looked at the 9 people in a row in front of him with a dark face, almost vomiting blood with anger. Tell me, this is how many times have you skipped class? Iruka took a few breaths and calmed down, thinking that these 9 bear children actually ran to Huoyonjian today. The Hokage's head was painted with paint, and he felt that he had a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat and couldn't get it out. I'm so courageous, I dared to scribble on the Hokage rock. You really have been able to endure. From the beginning of a simple skipping class, now it has become a part-time prank for skipping class. Naruto and Ya have a lively character, and they just love being naughty. Hinata, why are you so cute and messing with them? And Shikamaru, don't you like sleeping the most? Why have you started playing pranks? Dinkai, I don't want to say that I like to eat in class, but you also followed them to mess around, and Sakurino, are you two taking the lead? Hey? I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Kozakura waved her hand and denied Sanlian. Teacher Iruka, you can't just wrong people, I'm a well-behaved little fairy, how can I take the lead in doing this kind of thing? Are you still sophistry? Really when I didn't see it? Naruto and Toga are the main action leaders, Shikamaru Chuji is the assistant, Ino is responsible for delivering the news, and you are the behind-the-scenes chief who is behind the idea. It's clear. Iruka was so angry, he thought it was the idea of Naruto and Toa, the 2 troublemakers, but only when he saw Sakura who was standing at the top of the Hokage rock giving orders, he realized that he was still looking at him. After a long time of trouble, this little girl who likes to write and draw with pen and paper is the real master behind the scenes. Teacher Iruka, we are also doing this for the good of the village, it's not a prank. Kozakura retorted irritably. Look at those Hokage heads. All of them are carved in stone. The color is khaki. How ugly. This is completely discrediting the image of Hokage in Konoha village. So, in order to improve Hokage's image, only then will we go to color the Hokage rock. So you put golden paint on the hair of the 4th generation Hokage-sama, and the eyes are painted blue. Iruka asked with a black face. Is there any problem? Kozakura said confidently. The 4 generations of adults have blonde hair and blue eyes. I just restored his image perfectly. What about the 3 generations of adults? The hair was painted colorful, the eyes were painted with 2 hearts, and the nose was painted with 2 red oil paints, which looked like nosebleeds, and 2 more. Adult generation, why did the 2nd generation adult's hair be painted blue? The 2nd generation adult is obviously white hair, and the most important thing is the 1st generation adult. You actually painted the 1st generation adult's hair green. Iruka only felt that he was about to be out of a heart attack, and now the whole Konoha knew that several students with him had spoofed Hokage rock again, and he had no face to see people. Do you know that Mr. Yamada was so angry that you cried? Yamada-sensei saw that the hair of his beloved 1st generation adult was painted green, and he was so angry that he had a heart attack on the spot. After he recovered, he cried. I can explain all of these. Kozakura didn't panic. 3 generations of adults are proficient in the 5 attributes of escape, so the hair must be painted colorful. This is to show what the 3 generations of adults are best at. As for the eyes and nose, the 3 generations of grandpas like to use crystal to peek at the female bathhouse. Doesn't it look very vivid? Although the 2nd generation adult is known as the highest speed in the ninja world, men, definitely can't compete for speed, and it's not good to say it. It just happens that the second generation adult is good at water escape, so I painted his hair as blue as the sea. The color is gone. As for the first generation adults, the first generation of adults used Mudan ninjutsu to cross the ninja world, and hit the invincible hands all over the world. The other ninja villages that were suppressed couldn't raise their heads. Just in response to that sentence, you can't resist the power of nature, so I took the first generation. The adult's hair is painted green, aren't the trees all green? In addition, Uchiha Madara found the little fresh meat of Uchiha Zodiac as a companion in old age. Isn't Senjujima just green in some ways? Sakura just said this last sentence silently from the bottom of her heart. You. Ilika clutched his chest, his heart hurts so badly. Why did the 3 generations of adults assign all these demon kings to his hands? He wants to return the goods, can he? Teacher Irika, don't be angry. Think about the good side. In the future, we Konoha will have guests. People are willing to look at the ugly cocky heads before, or they are willing to look at the colored ones. Maybe in the future, you can collect Hokage rock in a special circle. Sakura said with a smile, come to Naruto world, if you don't paint Hokage rock, wouldn't it be in vain? You guys, let me all go out. Now, immediately, go back to the classroom and go to class. After school, bring a bucket and a mop and rag, and clean the Hokage rock by yourself. Ilika lay on the table with a look of lovelessness. Why did God want to get these students under his hands? Why was he so obsessed that he promised the 3 generations of adults to take good care of them? If this goes on, he feels that sooner or later he will be killed by a heart explosion, and that day shouldn't be far away. Sakura and several people left the office lightly. After closing the door, 9 people ran away. It is now in the history class. Mr. Yamada has just been crying and asked them to watch a lecture while weeping loudly. Master lectures, let's forget it, especially since this teacher Yamada still has a Mediterranean hairstyle, the image is even more horrible. The 3 generations of Hokage's office, the 3 generations standing by the window looked at their colorful hair on the Hokage rock, and their faces were full of sorrow. Why was he the one who was painted the worst? Look at the 4 generations, blonde hair and blue eyes, perfectly restored, and then look at yourself, the colorful hair is like a renaissance, the eyes have turned into pink and peach hearts, and there are 2 more nosebleeds under the nose. It looks like a bad guy. A hobby little bastard. Treat it differently. I sighed again from the bottom of my heart about this world of looking at faces, but the 3 generations did not have any angry expressions on their faces, nothing more than the stone statues of Hokage rock. As long as Naruto can live happily, he can be regarded as living up to Watergate's entrustment. Chapter 55, Hinata and Number 039, S Thoughts. Teacher Ilika is true, too. I think I painted it pretty well. Why did Mrs. Ilika insist on letting us erase this? The popular voice said, he thinks the painting he painted is very beautiful, especially the portrait of the 4th generation of Hokage. He is most satisfied, but now he has to erase a little bit of his painstakingly painted work. Naruto was very reluctant in his heart. Probably it was forced by the 3rd generation of Hokage. Sakura did not hesitate to throw the pot to the 3rd generation. Naruto, you have to understand that the 3 generations have the supreme authority in the village, and Mr. Irika cannot refuse his orders. It's a pity. Naruto scrubbed his own father's profile picture a little bit. I don't know why, he can scribble the other 3 profile pictures cruelly, but for this 4th generation Hokage profile picture, but there is no such thought. Really, why should I mess with you? Sasuke said with a cold face. If he let his father know that he did this all day long at school, he might scold himself. When someone scribbled, wasn't he better than anyone else? Why do you regret it now? Kozakura couldn't help rolling her eyes. This guy Sasuke was too duplicity. He clearly scribbled at the time. I was more excited than anyone when I was, but now I start to pretend to regret it. Hey! Suzuki snorted. 3 generations of hair are his masterpieces. Whoever lets Anbu be controlled by the 3 generations is blamed on the 3 generations for sending so many tasks to his brother, and his brother has no time to spend time with him. 3 generations. Finally, the 4 Hokage rocks were cleaned up. The few people were completely exhausted, and all of them were sitting on the top of the Hokage rocks. The sun was about to go down at this time. Well, I have to go back first, or the time will be too late. After a short rest, Hinata stood up, his expression also becoming a little flustered. Then everyone, go home. Sakura gave everyone a wink, and after Hinata walked away, all the talents from each family gathered together again. Have you noticed that Hinata seems very unhappy recently? Sakura touched her chin. In the past few days, Hinata seemed to be depressed, especially every time she was going home. It felt more like going to the battlefield. Could it be that something happened? Ino was also a little worried. For Hinata, this kind girl, they all like it very much. Now Hinata's state is really worrying. Say so much, just follow up and take a look. Suzuki puts his hands in his pockets. Although both Uchiha and Hyuga feel a little disgusted with each other, he never hates Hinata, after all. Hinata's character is really hard to be annoying. After making up their minds, a few people followed directly along the way home from Hinata. They were very familiar with the Hyuga's resident, and the way Hinata went home basically remained unchanged, and they didn't have to worry about going wrong. Up. On the way home, Hinata was in a heavy mood. After attending a ninja school, her family's secret technique practice was on the right track, but she didn't like to actively attack others, even in her practice, for this one. As a matter of fact, Hyuga Nisa's mood has deteriorated a lot recently. Hinata also understands that Hyuga Nisa wants to train her as the next Hyuga family head, but she really doesn't like hurting others, so she always likes to keep a little bit of strength when she practices, and the power of the soft boxing is not at all. The method worked out, and Hinata's disappointed mood made Hinata feel terribly uncomfortable, and the journey home every night gave her a feeling of going to the execution ground. Ouch! Hinata, who was walking with his head down, inadvertently ran into a fat man on the opposite side. Although the opponent was 1 or 2 years older than Hinata, the physical fitness of Hinata, who had been practicing chakra for a year, was better than that of the opposite. That little fat man was much better, and under the collision, he directly knocked the opponent down. Are you okay? Hinata was a little nervous, and wanted to go over and help the little fat man up. Hey, stinky girl, you actually knocked me down, so don't hurry up and apologize to me. The little fat man stood up with the support of the 2 friends behind him. When he saw that Hinata was a little girl, his attitude instantly became arrogant. Yes, I'm sorry. Hinata apologized very embarrassedly. If she hadn't walked awkwardly, she wouldn't have knocked him down. Big brother, look quickly, it's with a blank eye. The bamboo pole brother behind the little fat man suddenly pointed to Hinata's eyes and called. No wonder the walking is so arrogant, it turned out to be a group of people with white eyes. The attitude of the little fat guys is very unfriendly, and there is a mentality of hatred no matter where they are. As the Hyuga family is one of the best, naturally there are many people who hate them. This little fat man is one of them. He hates those rich people the most. Why is his family not so rich? In the past, I could only say a few words in my heart, but today I ran into a child from the Hyuga family who was alone, and he felt uncomfortable if he didn't give him a lesson. Hey, you people are the most annoying. Relying on your own wealth and power, you bully others everywhere. I didn't. Tears flashed in Hinata's eyes. She was really careless, she had never done it or thought about it like that. Cut, you're just a monster with white eyes. The little fat man was reluctant, and Hinata's kind-hearted character inspired his bullying and fearful side of his heart. I'm not. Hinata was aggrieved. She obviously didn't do anything. Why did she say that? Don't you have white eyes? You changed your eyes to let me see, the white-eyed monster. Yet, we are all scared to death by the roll of eyes. You bully white-eyed monster, hurry down and apologize to us. The little fat man and the two bear children behind him became more and more energetic, and finally even began to force Hinata to make her kneel down and apologize. Impossible. Although Hinata was kind, he couldn't kneel down casually, and immediately refused without hesitation. You white-eyed monster still want to resist? Believe it or not, I beat you. Little fatty didn't expect that Hinata would dare to resist him, so he raised his fist and threatened Hinata. Anyway, no one here, even if he beat someone up, no one would know that he did it by himself, so don't be afraid. The Hyuga clan takes revenge. Chapter 56, Konohagou. Dangerous Boy debut. Fourth more. Sakura and others looked at the little fat man's behavior, furious. Naruto and Yae, two grumpy ones, immediately rushed to teach the little fat man. Wait a moment, take this before going over. Kozakura reached out and realized 8 machetes, one by one. Why do you take this? Sasuke frowned and asked, 3 bear kids, any one of them can easily hang each other, as for weapons. Of course it's a strong momentum. If you just go straight to it, it looks too imposing. When the time comes to bully the 3 children, the reputation is not good, it is better to just scare them away. Kozakura reached out and took out a small Walkman, and clicked the play button. Let's go. 8 people lined up, Kozakura walked in the middle, with the knife in her right hand, and the unsharp side of the machete was on her shoulders. He looked like a black elder sister, and a sound of music sounded appropriately. Well, I will arbitrarily look up to all the people. Naruto, Sasuke and the others also learned something. Even Ino, the eldest lady of the mountain family, is also learning Sakura, with the knife on her shoulders and bangs hanging from her forehead. She is full of little sister style. Little Kozakura. And, everyone, you. Hinata heard the music and looked back suspiciously, and then he was stunned. This arrogant walking posture, the background music faintly coming from the air, and the look in his eyes that despise the world, seemed very cool. Sakura had never thought that it was because of her whim this time that it created the fear of the Hyuga clan being dominated by their eldest lady. Hey, the fat guy on the opposite side, you are so courageous, you dare to bully me. Sakura tilted her head, with a sneer on her face, and walked to Hinata's shoulder, with her left hand wrapped around Hinata's shoulder, her right hand holding a knife, and the tip of the knife pointed at the little fat man on the opposite side. I was wrong. Bear children have always been like this. When they bully people who are weaker than them, or have parents and relatives by their side, their attitude can be said to be arrogant and break through the sky, but once they find that they are weak, they will quickly counseling into a dog. In short, this is a kind of creature that bullies and fears hardship. Being pointed at by Sakura with a knife, little fatty was about to urinate. Even if they fight with other children, they usually greet each other with fists, but now there are more people on the other side, and everyone has a knife in their hands. Especially the cold-faced person, whose expressionless look is a vicious character. In case the other party gets anxious, I am afraid that it will be too bad today. If you know that you are wrong, don't get out of here. I'll tell you, from today, this street is me, Chenhunan, it's my Harano Sakura that is covered. If I find you bullying people here, don't blame me. You are welcome. Sakura thrust the knife to the ground, and said arrogantly, not to mention that Sasuke and the others had cramps in the corners of their mouths, and even the dark parts that hid in the dark, responsible for protecting them, could barely control the exposure. Exposing in front of everyone up. Yes, I'm leaving now I'm leaving. The little fat man cried and ran away. It is estimated that he will have a psychological shadow on this place in the future, and his two little brothers ran with him when the situation was not good. Look, the matter has been resolved, and I didn't even move my hands. Things with a few words, simple. Kozakura turned her head and looked at Naruto and the others behind her with a relaxed face, and then she saw that these people had strange expressions. What's your face? Sakura, although I do not discriminate. I think that two people of the same gender are together, but you are probably sad about the level of Uncle Japanese football. Shikamaru's expression was a little tangled, and it was really impossible. They all went back and begged. Let's intercede with Dad. What? Kozakura was confused. What is this all about? No wonder Kozakura ignored my confession, it turns out that someone already likes it. Naruto suddenly smiled bitterly with tears in his eyes. His first love seemed to have ended before it started. What should I do? Heart hurts. Hey? When did you confess to me? And, when did I have someone I like? Many question marks flashed on Xiao Sakura's forehead. Ha! I just said that Hinata is yours, why? I don't admit it now? What a scumbag! Sasuke's mouth curled slightly, with a sneer on his face. Fuck! Kozakura made a violent and started chasing Sasuke with a machete. I just said that Hinata is my person. I mean she is my good friend and my companion. Where did you think of a nasty go? Didn't Kozakura like Hinata? It seems that I still have a chance, he he he. Naruto suddenly smirked, so it seems that he still has a chance. They all want to be crooked, why are you only chasing and killing me? Sasuke hugged his head and squirmed, feeling aggrieved. He couldn't beat Sakura at all. What else could he do besides running away? Who made you dare to sneer at me there, and dare to call me a scumbag? Sasuke Uchiha, you are dead today. Kozakura's eyes were red and murderous all over. This group of dirty thinking goods all wanted to get crooked, especially the guy Uchiha Sasuke, who actually dared to despise herself there. It seems that it's not good to give him a little lesson. He has forgotten the fear of being dominated. If you dare to run again, wait for your women's photo to be sent to the ninja world. Then let everyone appreciate the style of the youngest son of the patriarch of the Uchiha family. Kozakura stopped and didn't bother to continue chasing. She directly threatened, and as soon as she spoke, she grabbed Sasuke's weakness. You! Sasuke stopped with a look of anger and aggrieved. That period of history can be said to be a humiliation that he will never forget in his entire life. The most important thing is that he has not been able to ignore Sakura's threat. The photos of my women's clothing were sent to the world of ninja, so the entire Uchiha clan's face would be lost. When people think of the Uchiha clan, the first thought that pops out in their minds is that the son of the Uchiha clan patriarch likes it. Wearing women's clothing, he would become Uchiha's sinner. Very good, just obedient. Kozakura squeezed her fist and walked over, and after a while, Sasuke's screams rang out in the street. By the time Sakura stopped, Sasuke had already turned into a panda eye and looked quite happy. Let's go together, take you home first. After learning Sasuke's lesson, Sakura and others escorted Hinata back directly. On the way, we can prevent Hinata from meeting someone like Fatty again. The most important thing is to find out exactly what happened to Hinata. Up. Chapter 57, The Birth of Sister Control. First more. After the unremitting efforts of Sakura and others, it was finally asked why Hinata was in a bad mood. For this, several people were quite helpless. Hinata's own character is very kind. This kind of character makes her always can't bear to hurt others. Even when discussing with other people, Hinata will always habitually gain strength. But here comes the key point. If Hinata is just an ordinary ninja of the common people, this kind of character is nothing. It's a big deal in the future. He will be a ninja or a ninja, and only perform some tasks that don't require killing. However, Hinata is the leader of the Hyuga family. Miss, the eldest daughter of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, she will definitely manage the Hyuga family in the future. If you want to manage a large family, you can't just be kind. Hyuga hair turned pale because of this. He talked to Hinata about this problem many times, but it didn't work every time. Moreover, there is one more thing. Hinata's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. Some changes have happened to me recently. While talking, Hinata stretched out his right hand, and then everyone saw Hinata's right index finger and slowly turning into crystals. Just a few days ago, I discovered that I can make a small part of my body look like this. Hinata bit her lower lip. It is well known that the Hyuga clan's blood succession boundary is blinding her eyes. However, she has a special ability inexplicably. When she first developed, she frightened Hinata, but she didn't. I dare to take the initiative to talk to Hyuga hippocampus. After all, the blood inheritance limit is passed down through blood, but Hyuga hippodrome does not have this ability, but he has this blood inheritance limit. Does this mean that he is not his own? The young Hinata instantly made up countless history of love, hatred, and grievance in his mind. Hinata, who was afraid that he was not his own daughter, didn't know how to face Hyuga Sunsu. Even daily practice would be distracted. All kinds of pressure were pressing in my heart, making Hinata feel that he was about to breathe. Is this the limit of blood inheritance? Suzuki frowned. Isn't the Hyuga clan's blood succession boundary a blank eye? I have never heard of the Hyuga clan having other blood succession boundaries for so many years. No, this is not blood succession boundary. Sakura stared at the crystallized part of Hinata's hand, but she was delighted. This ability of Hinata reminded her of a character in the Marvel Universe, the White Queen. One of the abilities of the White Queen is diamonds. The shape can diamondize the whole body. The body in the diamond shape is almost invulnerable. It can withstand a huge blow without fatigue, does not require water and food, and is immune to mental attacks, especially immune to mental attacks. In Naruto world it is simply the ability to be called a bug. This is not blood succession boundary. Hinata's heart instantly raised it. If this is not blood succession boundary, that is to say, this ability is not passed down through blood, then his blood is pure Hyuga blood, his father he is still his biological father. At this time, Hyuga, who had been green once in her daughter's heart, shuddered suddenly. Well, remember why I asked everyone to practice chakra together? Sakura said. Now it seems that my plan has succeeded. You mean, this is what you said can quickly improve your strength? Shikamaru and others looked at Hinata's diamond-like fingers, very curious in their hearts. I have 6 infinite gems. Among them, the soul gem contains huge energy, and this energy can give others special functions, but I can't control what happens in detail. Sakura herself didn't know what abilities would evolve Naruto and the others, but now it seems that Hinata's ability is quite suitable for her. Hinata, you don't have to worry, this ability is very powerful, and it fits your mind well. Sakura briefly introduced the ability to become diamonds, which caused several other people to take a breath, but fortunately, she has released a trace of energy around her, confining the voices of several people in a small area. The following Anbu could not be heard at all. Look, Hinata, your character is too kind, and kind people are easy to get hurt. This diamond-like ability can protect you from harm, and it fits you well. Can you protect me? Hinata's eyes gradually brightened. She didn't like to actively attack others, and was better at silently guarding. This ability to diamondize the body was really tailored for her. Well, but Hinata, even if you have the ability to be diamondized, you can't relax. Diamondization can protect you from harm, but there is no way to protect others. Seeing Hinata's expression when she said the word protection, Sakura's heart suddenly moved. She seemed to know how to persuade Hinata to change her mindset of not attacking others. Speaking of which, the fireworks are pretty cute. It's very cute indeed. Although Sakura's sudden change of subject made Hinata feel confused, when it comes to the fireworks not long after she was born, Hina's heart is soft, and the soft baby is like a little bun. Her sister. If someone wanted to hurt the fireworks, what would you do? Sakura affected Hinata's thinking step by step. No one can hurt the fireworks. Hinata clenched his hands. Her sister who likes to smile at her like a soft bun, if she is hurt by someone, she can die of heartache. So Hinata, you want to protect the fireworks, right? Seeing Hinata's appearance, Sakura knew that it was probably done. But there are many people who want the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. Maybe the fireworks will be taken away by the bad guys, and those bad guys will be very cruel and gouge the eyes of the fireworks. Hinata, you want to see this happened? No, I will protect Huahuo, no one can hurt her. Hinda's heart tightened, and he thought of the kidnapping of Union Village a year ago. At that time, he was lucky enough to be rescued, but if Huahuo was also the case. If someone is kidnapped and hasn't been rescued in time, will Huahuo be brutally gouged out of his eyes, just like Sakura said? The thought that Huahuo would be kidnapped and gouged, Hinata felt a panic in her heart. She didn't want people to hurt her sister. So Hinata, you have to work hard to protect the fireworks. Sakura was relieved when she saw this. She finally found a way to persuade Hinata, but she didn't expect Hinata to be an invisible sister. As long as you are strong enough, you can shield the fireworks from the wind and rain and protect your sister from harm. Sakura quietly dissipated the power of the soul gem. If it weren't for the soul gem to affect Hinata's mood, it seemed that Hinata really saw the scene of the firework injury. She would not be so easy to convince people. As long as I become strong enough, can I protect the fireworks? Hinata clenched her fists. Her sister, she must protect her, and she must not hurt the fireworks. Chapter 58, Ability to Enter into Chaos. Top second more. The next day, the group of 9 people who skipped class daily had 3 more who skipped class together. The 3 of Ningxi who were 1 term older than them also skipped class. After learning the news, Irika almost didn't hold his heart. Lie down on the ground, these 9 uncomfortable people just skipped class by themselves. They actually brought Ningxi and the 3 of them. The class teacher who was in charge of teaching Ningxi's class almost gave Irika to Irika. Ling is too late. Hey, you deliberately skipped class and called us over. What's the matter? Kakashi was dressed in Konoha Shinobu's vest, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding the affectionate heaven. I want to ask, has any of you evolved a power? Sakura asked. Hinata's abilities have initially appeared, so it should be time for others to appear. Ability. Kakashi thought for a while, and suddenly stretched out his right hand in his trouser pocket. Are you talking about this? As Kakashi's voice fell, everyone saw a blue thunder on Kakashi's right hand, and then it turned into lightning from the fingers to the wrist, just like Kakashi's whole one. The right hand is made of thunder and lightning. Since I discovered this ability some time ago, I now consume a lot less chakra when using Thunder Dun, and the power of Thunder Dun has become stronger. Kakashi hadn't told anyone about this. Although he didn't know what was going on, his instinct told him that all these changes were probably caused by Sakura. The ability to control thunder and lightning. Sakura felt it carefully, and found that Kakashi's right hand had become a pure energy body, which was a kind of thunder attribute energy that was more refined than chakra. It's like thunder and lightning in nature. Uncle Kakashi can work hard to develop this power. As long as it is well developed, the whole body can be transformed into a pure thunder energy body in the future, which can be immune to physical attacks. Moreover, the reason why Uncle Kakashi uses the power of thunder will be becoming stronger is also related to this energy. This energy is not chakra, it is closer to the thunder and lightning of the natural world. If you have to say a vocabulary that teacher Kakashi can understand, you can use Zyanja chakra describe it. Of course, this power is far more than that, Uncle Kakashi may be able to directly control the thunder in the future. Kakashi's current ability reminds Sakura of the thunder fruit in the anime One Piece. After eating it, he has powerful abilities such as elementalizing the body and manipulating thunder and lightning. Moreover, the source of this power is not chakra, but the natural world. Thunder and lightning, so there is no need for Kakashi to consume additional chakras. Zyonsha chakra. Kakashi, who has some knowledge of the fairy mode, naturally knows what the fairy chakra is. After he settled his mind, his right hand changed back in an instant. Has only Uncle Kakashi changed? Sakura asked again. There are not so many people, only Hinata and Kakashi have evolved abilities. Well, I recently discovered a strange place, I don't know if it counts. Kai suddenly said thoughtfully. I can feel a strange power when I exercise. As long as I release this power, I can cause more damage when I attack. Uncle Akai, please demonstrate first. Sakura and others all retreated outside, leaving a clearing for Akai. Drink! Akai screamed and slammed a punch on the wooden stake dedicated to the training ground. Invisible power was transmitted from his fist, directly causing a hole crack in the wooden stake. I don't use any chakras, can just a normal punch cause such damage? Kozakura touched her chin and looked at the crack on the stake, a flash of light flashed in her mind, but it was fleeting. She had no choice but to make Akai punch again. This time, the thick and strong stake was broken. It turned into a small piece of wood in the ground. I see, it's a shock. Sakura suddenly realized that the power transmitted from Akai's fist just now was vibration, and the power of the vibration was transmitted to the stake. This allowed Akai to be able to completely break the stake with 2 ordinary punches, and after it was broken the wooden stakes did not look like they would be broken by a fist. It was more like they would be broken by a full range of blows. Vibration. Akai looked at his fist in confusion. It's vibration, Uncle Akai, your ability should be the force that causes vibration. Sakura's eyes shined. Isn't this the power of the white beard in One Piece, the power that causes vibrations, and even if it reaches the extreme, even the whole world can be shattered. It should be said that Kakashi and Akai are worthy of a pair. Are you good friends? They all seem to come from the same world. A brief introduction to the information he knew, Akai cried out with excitement. The ability to attack can trigger shocks is perfect for him, a pure physical master. Ignoring Akai who was crying and crying while holding Xiao Li there, Xiao Sakura set her gaze on Shishui's body. With Shishui's talent, she should have awakened too. Watch it for yourself. Zishui smiled shyly, and then a group of people saw another Zishui suddenly appear beside him. This avatar-like ability is quite good, but it's a pity that he is just a phantom clone, no entity. Is it the same ability as Loki? The phantom clone of Shishui is very similar to the ability of Rocky in Marvel. Except for the person who can feel the soul, Sakura, other people can't tell which one is real and which is fake. When Shishui used this trick when fighting, it was estimated that the enemy would be 100% blind. Mine is very similar to Senior Kakashi's. Sitting next to Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi stretched out his right hand, and arcs could be seen looming around her arm. But I haven't found out how to use this. This is electromagnetic force. Sakura felt it carefully, and quickly analyzed the true appearance of this power in Uchiha Izumi. It is not the power of Kakashi that controls thunder and lightning, but the power of electromagnetics. If you compare it with an individual, that is Mikoto Misaka, the sister of the gun in the catalogue of the Forbidden Animation Magic Book. In other words, Uchiha Izumi has evolved this ability. Should I change my name to Misaka Izumi in the future? However, the power that the electromagnetic force can exert is quite strong, and it does not consume chakras. In the future, Uchiha Izumi can learn how to be a long-range mobile fort-like gunner. Chapter 59, Ability to Enter into Chaos. Next third more. Kakashi and their abilities have all been shown, and now only Uchiha Itachi is left. I don't know how to describe it specifically. This was discovered when I was out on a mission last time. During the battle, I can see what the enemy will do in the next second. Uchiha Itachi frowned. When he first discovered this ability, it was the last time he was on a mission. He just found out that he could see the enemy's attack in the next second. Uchiha Itachi was almost seriously injured because he was surprised, but he got used to it. Later, I found that this ability is really useful. I foresee what the opponent will do in the next second. You can take the lead in making a response plan during the battle, such as avoiding the opponent's upcoming attack, or directly launching on the path where the target dodges. Attack. Predict future. Sakura was really shocked at this moment. Foreseeing the future, this ability is completely a bug. What you want to do in the next second in the battle, the other party can completely know whether it is attacking or avoiding. The other party being able to respond first means that your fighting rhythm is completely controlled by others. It should be. Itachi Uchiha nodded, then looked at Sakura, and said, as long as I want to, I can see what everyone wants to do in the next second. Except you, I can't see you. Future. Don't think about me, I belong to the special one. Of course, Sakura knows what's going on, and predicting the future belongs to the time system, but she has the time gem, a thing that can control time. Not to mention that Uchiha Itachi can only see the world in a second now, even if he can see the world 1,000 years later, it is useless. Sakura, who possesses the gem of time, can be completely unaffected by time. Is that so? Itachi Uchiha thought for a moment, and understood that their ability originally came from Sakura, and it is normal that it doesn't work on the other party. With the exception of Kakashi and the others who are slightly older, among Sakura and the others, only Hinata's abilities have emerged at the moment. The others have not changed at all, but according to Niji, his white eyes and pupil power have become much stronger, and his observation power has become stronger than before. Hinata also noticed the changes in white eyes, but she only thought it was normal, so she didn't tell anyone about it. This shouldn't be the rhythm of the evolving eyes. Sakura secretly guessed from the bottom of her heart that the evolution of the white eyes she knew about the reincarnated eyes, but according to the description of the theater version of the previous life, the reincarnated eyes required pure white eyes and the blood of the Otsuki clan, or after the fusion of a large number of white eyes can be produced. By the way, everyone remember to keep the matter about this ability secret. Once you let others know it, it will cause a murder. Sakura had to remind everyone that they are okay to discuss here now. Anyway, the surrounding space is cut off by her, and no sound can be heard. The Anbu who is in charge of secretly watching does not know that they are discussing what's wrong, but she can't keep everyone here forever. Once things about the supernatural powers are spread, it will definitely attract a lot of coveted people at that time. Don't say anything else, the crazy old man Danzo. I will definitely start with them. Kakashi and others also nodded solemnly. They all knew what their ability to have powerful power without consuming chakras meant. That is the power that the whole world would desire, if others knew about it. Then there will only be endless pursuits waiting for them in the future. But Uchiha Itachi was extremely complicated at this time, thinking that Danzo recently found out what he said, and the man with the one-eyed mask, if they said all the truth, then the ninja world would want it again. Was caught in the chaos of war. Brother Ferret, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Uchiha Itachi was obviously in a state of distraction, and his eyes were full of worries, Sakura was a little puzzled. At this time, what could make Uchiha Itachi show such worried emotions? Ah, it's nothing, just think of a few recent tasks. The smile on Uchiha Itachi's face was reluctant, but he didn't tell anyone about those concerns. Oh, that's how it is. Sakura was thoughtful. In the original work, Sasuke was 7 years old when Uchiha was annihilated. This year Sasuke is 5 years old, which means that in more than a year, it's time for Uchiha to be annihilated in the original work. And the current Uchiha Itachi should have been in contact with Danzo, and the Uchiha belt soil, aliased as Uchiha Madara, should have been in contact with Uchiha Itachi, or else it's just a Danzo. Ukibo Itachi didn't show such an expression yet. It's just that the doubts in Sakura's heart are deeper. The Uchiha clan now is different from the original. The Uchiha clan in the original book did not make any changes, but was crowded out and oppressed by Konoha, almost most of the time. The clansmen had a rebellious mind, and this allowed Danzo to find an excuse to destroy the Uchiha clan. However, after the current Uchiha clan took the initiative to make changes, the relationship with Konoha has eased a lot. Whether it is the common people of Konoha or the major families, the impression of the Uchiha clan has been greatly changed, especially the civilians in Konoha village are particularly welcome to the high-looking Uchiha clan, such as Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, young and beautiful Uchiha, but there is a large number of supporters in Konoha village group. And the Uchiha clan people also enjoy this feeling of being sought after. Even the Uchiha clan who had thoughts of rebellion before, there are many people in them who have abandoned Anti-Ming and gave up the idea of rebellion. So far, Uchiha the only people in this clan who still don't give up are the elders who are old and indifferent. Those old stubborn hearts still refuse to give up their previous ideas, and even regard the Uchiha clan who has made changes as betrayal of Uki. Wave of Glory people. Thinking of the elders of the Uchiha clan, Sakura's heart suddenly alarmed. If her guess is correct, Danzo's excuse for starting is likely to be found from these elders of the Uchiha clan. Regarding these speculations, Sakura didn't tell others. After all, it's useless to say this thing by herself. It's better to wait until Danzo makes a move and just smash it and completely break his trick. However, Sakura has not done less of the defenses that should be taken, such as Uchiha Shisui. Brother Shisui, come here. After calling Uchiha Shisui over, Sakura secretly carved 2 runes on Uchiha Shisui's hands and wrists. The runes disappeared in a flash. No one noticed, including Uchiha Shisui himself. Clear. Chapter 60, The Crisis of Shisui Part 1/4 more. Day by day passed, Sakura and others are now in the 2nd grade, but in the entire ninja school, the title of skipping group is unknown to everyone, especially the 3 of Niji. The head teacher, even if I met Sakura and the others on the road, he would never give a smile. No way, he was really panicked. Ning Xi and Tian Tian are very talented. The 1st and 2nd place of the whole grade are covered by these 2 people all the year round. Although Li Luo has no talent for ninjutsu and illusion, however, he was accepted as a disciple by Konoha Kami no Mati, and I must follow Mati to learn ninjutsu in the future. Among the students in the same class, it is the only one. Seeing that I will bring out 3 masters. But these 3 good students were led by Sakura and the others to learn to skip classes, not once or twice, and they are in a state of skipping classes all the year round. To put it plainly, a few people are like hanging one in school. With the same name, I haven't attended classes for a few days. As the head teacher, he once went to look for Hyaga Risana, but with regard to Ningxi's skipping class, Hyaga always smiled and perfunctory. The next day, Ningxi still skipped class without seeing anyone. As for Tian Tian, his father is a big businessman. He is busy every day. He doesn't have much time. He also sees Tianation's mother. However, Tianation's mother doesn't agree with his daughter being a ninja. It's dangerous. Now, I feel very relieved to hear that I often skip class every day. I think my daughter finally figured it out and no longer wants to be a ninja. This incident almost angered him at the time. When he finally met Tianation's father, the other party actually had a different attitude from Hyaga. He was desperate when he saw Sakura and the culprits. Naturally, he would not have a good face. In fact, at the very beginning, Tianation's father disagreed with his daughter skipping class. Since he went to a ninja school, he had to work hard to be a ninja. How could he give up halfway through life? This point of view continued until he was talking to his daughter. The next day, Kozakura brought 3 generations and Kakashi to visit the door. Thinking of opening the door that day and seeing the 3 generations of Hokage and a large number of family patriarchs standing outside the door, Tia-Nation's father almost got cramped. It is the largest weapon merchant in the country of fire, but the merchant is not much comparable to the ninja. Their business is very big, but that is also the result of a part of Konoha supporting behind him. Not to mention anything else, it is only the task of escorting the caravan. When Konoha sends the task, all the money that needs to be spent will be a lot less. In case Konoha is anxious, no ninjas will be sent to help you, then the bandits on the way will not be polite to you. Without Konoha's armed protection, their business would not be so easy to continue. What's more, apart from the 3 generations of Hokage, Konoha's boss, the family patriarchs behind are not easy to provoke. Every big family is rich and powerful, although in terms of money, a single family can't be with him. In comparison, but the combined strength surpasses him. What's more, if he doesn't admit his mistakes, the little girl with pink hair should be the daughter of the newly emerged businessman Harino Zhao. Both of whom are both big businessmen. Business is different, but money is not much different. Thinking that the 3 generations talked about the scenes of truanting for their daughters to skip classes that day, Everyday's father felt chest pain, and his daughter was really too cruel. He just had a conversation with her and warned her not to skip class casually. As a result, the next day he got such a big ticket to support him. You said that if you made things clear at the time, his father would not stop you, and he would be able to make friends with the next generation of these big families. He couldn't ask for it, how could he stop it? So from then on, Tia-Nation's father never took care of Tian about skipping classes. He was afraid that Tian would pull the 3rd generation of Hokage over again, and his little heart of ordinary people really couldn't hold it. Recently, Sakura found that Uchiha Shisui seemed to have encountered something. Her mood became very bad, her smile on her face was much less, and her eyes were full of worries. This change made her heart suddenly feel increased vigilance. According to the plot of the original book, Uchiha Shisui wanted to use his own kaleidoscope to write the pupil technique of the round eyes. Other gods controlled the leader of the Uchiha clan who wanted to launch a coup. However, what he did not expect was that Danzo's purpose was never let Konoha and Uchiha live in peace, but completely wipe out Uchiha and seize the Uchiha clan's writing wheel eyes. What made Uchiha Shisui even more unexpected is that after knowing that Uchiha Shisui has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, after that, Danzo even directly murdered and wanted to take away his kaleidoscope. In the end, Uchiha Shisui, who was unprepared and dug out his right eye by Danzo. Then he opened his left eye and opened Susanoo Shisui. After his left eye was handed over to Uchiha Itachi, he jumped into the river and committed suicide. Because of this incident, Uchiha Itachi opened his own kaleidoscope. Judging from Shisui's recent emotional changes, it is likely that Danzo approached him, and then didn't know what to say to him, which made Shisui the way it is now. However, although Sakura knew about Danzo's conspiracy, she did not immediately remind Shisui. The biggest shortcoming of Shisui is probably that he is too peace-loving. He can easily be deceived and used by Danzo. He must experience it firsthand. Only after hardship can he understand the fact that Danzo is not a good person. At this time, Uchiha Shisui's heart was very complicated. Originally, the Uchiha clan had changed and he felt very happy. The Uchiha clan began to gradually integrate into Konoha, which made him very pleased. But not long ago, Danzo suddenly told him that the Uchiha clan did this to prepare for a coup, to provoke a war between Uchiha and Konoha, and to prepare for the subsequent rebellion. They did so only to conceal the purpose of their rebellion. At first, Shisui did not believe what Danzo said. The current situation of the Uchiha clan did not require a rebellion. But later, he accidentally discovered that the elders of the Uchiha clan had actually gathered together for a meeting, and the meeting's content is actually how to make the Konoha Hokage series to be wiped out, making Konoha a private place for the Uchiha clan. At that time, Shisui, who was heartbroken, didn't know what to do. He emotionally told him that the Uchiha clan would not rebel, but he heard with his own ears that the Uchiha clan was about to start a war. Seeing is believing. The hidden lies made Shisui believe that the Uchiha clan was preparing to rebel. Thinking of the peace Konoha had finally achieved, Shisui settled down and decided to use other gods to control the elders of the Uchiha clan and let them give up this danger. Thoughts.